Yes.
The lead Supreme Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm coming to you by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and right now we're tracking literally the restarting of strikes on Iran, potentially. They're calling them defensive strikes, but right now we have just seen U.S. forces conduct strikes on the Iranian coastline with missiles. Also, the Iranian attack boats have been targeted by the strikes. There are confirmed IRGC casualties, and also large explosions have been reported in BANDAR, ABBAS, and also some other unconfirmed reports as well. But we have very big news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the breaking news as it is happening live on air, as we have been able to hear of significant developments coming out of the Middle East and CENTCOM's area of responsibility. As CENTCOM area's responsibility has been able to confirm to Fox News just minutes ago that the United States of America has been confirmed to have conducted significant strikes on the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran within the area of the Strait of Hormuz and also Coring Island. At this moment, we have confirmed that 4 IRGC members and sailors on board the fast attack boats have already been directly killed so far in the strikes conducted by the United States, and significant amounts of air defenses and other units have been hit and also destroyed within the area of the city of BANDAR just miles away. According to different reports, we have been able to hear that these vessels were attempting to either intercept and harass a merchant ship that was in the area, and were also attempting to lay mines, at least some of them were, in the midst of the ongoing firefight. We have been able to hear that, however, while this action does appear to be a significant one, and we've also been able to confirm that separate U.S. strikes have been conducted on Coring Island, which is several hundred miles away from the point of conflict, we do understand that CENTCOM's area of responsibility has once again reiterated that this is not violating the ceasefire, and at the moment this has been purely defensive, and it's not attempting to create any form of a larger conflict. However, the Islamic Republic of Iran has already laid out the groundwork today just hours ago for the continuation of armed conflict with the United States, stating that any further attacks against Lebanon by the Israelis will lead to the opening of a resumed armed conflict, with the Iranians starting the conflict if necessary. Not long after those statements were made, the State of Israel's Air Force did start massive bombardments on the entirety of Lebanon, and have also stated that the deal is off pertaining to the ceasefire that the Israelis and Hezbollah were supposed to be abiding by, which had already collapsed several days ago and is now completely collapsed as of the official Israeli announcement. We have a lot of news to cover at this moment, and we are going to be making sure to get through each and every single bit of it, and also all of the breaking news that is developing as we're on air live. And we have breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so far in the statements that CENTCOM has released, they have not confirmed strikes on Karg Island, which is responsible for about 90% of Iranian oil exports. They have not confirmed strikes there, but right now, NASA firm satellite data is showing that there are large-scale fires on Karg Island right now. So we're not really sure how to explain that. That could be maybe another element of the U.S. strikes that have just been conducted that maybe they didn't disclose to the public, but it does appear that, at least according to satellite data, there are very large fires there. So, of course, Karg Island, that is always a possibility that the U.S. could invade or attack that island and knock out all the Iranian oil infrastructure. Right now, I wish I could say what's going on there, but Enforcer, what do you make of that with these big fires breaking out?
I would have to say that at the moment, it's really hard to say exactly what's going on in Karg Island. We do have to indicate, however, that these larger areas that are on fire are open fields within the area of the island, which in prior attacks and during the armed conflict from the 28th of February until the earlier part of April, we were able to confirm that there was a significant amount of Iranian air defenses that were based within the larger plains or open island areas on Karg Island, not within the oil infrastructure itself. So this may suggest that there have been attacks against Iranian air defenses on the island of Karg, although we cannot confirm that absolutely at the moment, as once again, folks, while we do have firm satellite data showing us that there are ongoing fires on Karg, we do not have any video or picture evidence on the ground from inside of Karg Island showing any sort of fires in the distance that could confirm that actual kinetic strikes have been made against Iranian air defenses. This may be another form of fire that's being recorded on firm satellite, but it is quite coincidental that it is quite literally within the same areas where Iranian air defenses had formerly been seen during the armed phase of the conflict.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, by the way, folks, we are trying to sort through the story right now. We have the official statement from CENTCOM that we'll jump into in just a second, but I will say there's a couple of discrepancies with the story. We're hearing that allegedly last night, U.S. fighter jets struck a couple of IRGC fast attack boats near Larak Island, which is generally in the same area as the Iranian toll booth, where they toll booth the vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz. But the catch is, though, we just heard about explosions just about an hour ago. So I'm not really sure how that is coordinating and lining up right there. But I mean, I think there's clearly more to the story than we're being told right now. So it could be more severe than we think at the moment. But Enforcer, if you can walk us through so far what's happened so far, and I'll keep an eye on the breaking news and let you know if I spot anything else.
So as many of y'all will know, we have been seeing that the situation between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran over the past 24 hours has been rapidly de-evolving after we were able to hear from the president 48 hours ago that a peace deal was just around the corner and was going to be announced within hours. From the little bit of information that was leaked out by some officials privy to the matter of what the deal actually pertained to, the U.S. public and a large part of the U.S. government, including significant elements of the Congress, started to put up significant opposition to the idea of the peace deal as it was being seen by most people in the public and around the United States. This then led to the President of the United States largely backing off of most of the agreement that they had made with the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was corroborated by the Iranians, stating that the president now appeared to be retreating on the agreements on key issues that had already been made, which appeared to have been giving away a significant amount of strategic control of the United States of America within the Middle East over to Iran, and also relinquishing control permanently of the Strait of Hormuz to the Islamic Republic of Iran. We started to understand that that was being backed off of at the very end of the day yesterday, and we were then able to see that just a few hours ago today, before all of this happened, a statement was made by the President of the United States stating the following: the enriched uranium, nuclear dust, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission, which I've never heard of. I think he's talking about the IAEA, or its equivalent, being witness to this process and event. So it appeared that there was now a doubling down on prior claims by the United States that the United States of America had to see that the enriched uranium or near weapons grade uranium in the Islamic Republic of Iran, enriched to a 60 to 70% refinement rate, would have to be destroyed in some way, shape, or form, or the United States was going to do something to them. Hence the idea of the words immediately turned over. This is not the first time we've ever seen statements or ultimatums like this given out of the office of the President of the United States. However, we did start to see the development start to change rapidly afterwards, as news of air defense fires and also explosions began to occur around the city of Bandar Abbas, which was our first indication that anything was going on within the Islamic Republic of Iran, which happened about 40 minutes to an hour ago. We were able to hear that during this time there did seem to be some sort of explosions and smoke plumes that were rising from the area of the airport, and according to some eyewitness reports, they stated that there was a sound of 3 loud explosions in quick succession, and it was very close. It seemed to be from a hunting base, or an air base more so, is what they actually meant to say. In particular, it's actually the 9th Air Force's base out of the Islamic Republic of Iran, here on the outskirts of Bandar Abbas. This also serves as an international airport as well, but as y'all can see, it does have significant housing and facilities for the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force here on the northern end, and from what we generally understand, this seems to be the area that may have been targeted. A significant amount of Bandar Abbas's air defenses are actually based around this airfield, and therefore, from what we're hearing now, the United States was attacking and destroying the Iranian air defenses that were apparently based around the perimeter of the Bandar Abbas International Airport, or the 9th Flight Wing's Air Base, here also at the same airport. We did get to see some smoke rising from this area in this one picture here, which shows a very light wisp of smoke rising from the area of the airport, which we believe is the aftermath of some sort of a direct U.S. guided ordnance impact on an air defense site around the area of the airport, which led to the destruction of the air defense system. We're not entirely sure what kind of air defense systems were around or present at this airport during the time of the strikes, as we have rarely ever seen surface-to-air missile systems operational at this point in time after the United States was able to destroy, along with the Israeli Air Force, the large majority of their missile-based air defense systems earlier on during the armed phase of the conflict. However, it does appear that from later CENTCOM statements, there is a decent possibility that some of these may have actually been radar-based surface-to-air missile systems, as they were stating that these were destroyed for defensive purposes, which would suggest that they were able to attack the U.S. aircraft out inside the Strait of Hormuz, which we're about to be talking about in greater detail here in a moment. We also were able to hear more reports, once more, that the Bandar Abbas airport was struck by some sort of missile or some sort of guided ordnance, and we also were able to see a slight amount of gun-based air defense fire coming from Bandar Abbas in this very short clip here as well. And we can see the small bursts of air defense fire and their proximity fuses going off at a specific distance in air, once again showing that there was air defenses active in Bandar Abbas during that time. Just a little while later, about 20 minutes ago, we were finally able to get information that the United States of America had been confirmed to have engaged and fought in battle the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps within the Strait of Hormuz, and had directed strikes against the Iranian Air Force near to the area of Bandar Abbas, confirming that these are U.S. strikes that have been conducted at this moment. To get y'all into a little bit of the details here of what exactly happened in the sequence of battle, before we get into the larger diplomatic sense that's being made out of this at this point, we were able to hear that according to some officials, an Iranian source told me, according to Ali Hashem, the heavy gunfire heard near Bandar Abbas erupted after the IRGC targeted a vessel at sea, followed by U.S. fighter jets striking IRGC naval boats in the Gulf. According to the source, several IRGC Navy personnel were killed in the attack. We have also been able to confirm at this moment that 4 IRGC members have been killed so far in the strikes by U.S. forces within the Strait of Hormuz. We also were able to confirm that as well once more, as 4 IRGC members have been killed after strikes from U.S. aircraft within the area. According to further information that has now been released to Fox News, U.S. forces, according to the U.S. Armed Forces, struck missile launch sites, we're assuming surface-to-air missile launch systems or anti-ship missile systems, and Iranian boats trying to place mines in southern Iran, according to the U.S. military, which spoke to Fox.
Yeah, that's a little bit strange right there. I will say that. That's one of the discrepancies right there that I'm a little bit questionable about. The U.S. is calling these defensive strikes, meaning they struck back after Iran did a strike on a U.S. target or a U.S. vessel of some sort. The problem with that is, though, the U.S. Struck missile launch sites. They also struck boats and also said they specifically struck the boats trying to place more mines near the Hormuz Strait. So that sounds not very defensive, if I'm being perfectly honest. That sounds like offensive strikes. So I wonder if they're simply calling them defensive, so that way they don't trigger an argument about the War Powers Act. That could be a reason why they're calling it defensive, because it seems a little strange to me that the story about what started this, what allegedly Iran did to the U.S., is a little bit vague, to say the least. So what do you think?
I would have to say that it's a really confusing story. It's really hard to make any sense of it. To me, folks, it sounded like the United States just decided to blow up the boats that were attempting to lay more mines. Right now, I don't think we see any commercial vessels, except for a handful, that are currently within the strait, and if we take a look at them, all of them seem to be Iranian flagged, so I don't really know. Wait a minute, was that a landing? What the hell? Huh, that's a landing craft. But anyways, outside of that, apparently it's a commercial landing craft. Never heard of that before. But outside of that, it does appear that there are no vessels at this moment with open transponders on in the Strait of Hormuz that could have been targeted or harassed by the IRGC to lead to the United States being, having the proper kind of justification to try and claim that this is some form of defensive strike. It appears, if anything, IRGC fast attack boats went back out into the strait, as they have normally been doing for a month and a half, almost 2 months now, and we're attempting to lay more mines into the minefield within the Strait of Hormuz. And apparently, for some reason today, the rules of engagement may have changed to where U.S. armed forces were told that if any Iranian fast attack boats entered the area of the minefield, they were to be engaged and destroyed regardless of what they were doing. And I'm supposing that during the time of that strike, the Iranians may have started to fire off surface-based air defense missiles at those U.S. aircraft, which then led to the additional strikes or suppression of enemy air defense actions that were conducted on the surface air defense batteries on shore at Bandar Abbas. That's generally what I'm assuming is actually the story that's coming out at the moment, because there's been this floating story out there, folks, that apparently the United States was attempting to defend some kind of a vessel that was within the area of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's something that we should be able to confirm right now on transponder. If there is a vessel within the Strait of Hormuz that is not Iranian flagged, it has only been about 40 minutes to an hour since the incident unfolded, and at the speed at which ships travel, which is around 8 knots, which is about 10 miles an hour, they would still clearly be inside of the Strait of Hormuz if the Iranians were actually trying to harass that ship and it was there to be at the site of the incident that some people are claiming was the reason why the U.S. is beginning the strikes. We just don't see that at the moment, and that's what's leading me to believe that our story of the U.S. attacking the Iranian boats that were trying to lay more mines in the minefield is probably the more accurate of the two stories that we've been seeing so far at the moment. We have also...
Yeah. It's a little bit interesting, by the way, that if Iran was the one to violate the U.S. vessels or U.S. forces, if Iran was the one to truly start this engagement right here, and the U.S. simply responded defensively, then why is the U.S. going out of their way to say that the ceasefire is still in effect and they'll still continue to exercise restraint under these circumstances? That seems like a strange thing to say if Iran just violated the ceasefire blatantly yet again. That seems like an odd thing to say, unless maybe the U.S. is trying to, I guess, back off of any possible escalations beyond this, possibly. I don't know. It's very odd.
Yeah, I would have to say it is all rather peculiar, and a lot of it isn't really adding up at this point right now, folks. Of course, we do have to tell you all that the story just happened, and right now we're trying to have to sparse through everything that's coming out as a result and try and figure out what is actually happening and going on down there. But it does appear that at the moment, the one thing we can confirm is that the U.S. has just engaged and killed 4 IRGC members inside of the Strait of Hormuz on fast attack boats. We can confirm that, and the U.S. has also struck surface-based air defense systems around the area of the Bandar Abbas airfield. Those are the two things that we can confirm absolutely at this moment. Anything else beyond that, we're generally trying to piece it together and get the story as well fleshed out as possible, or at least fill in the blanks we have with the most logical story that we could make up at this point, to try and fill in the pieces as to what led to the United States conducting these attacks, because on the Iranian side of things, we just don't really have any proof at all of any Iranian attacks. We only have proof of U.S. attacks, at least at the moment. But a lot of people right now aren't talking about the possible Iranian response that is going to be coming from this action. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the question is, will Iran retaliate to these so-called defensive U.S. strikes on Iranian territory? And it looks like 68% said yes, Iran will launch strikes very soon, while 19% said no, Iran will keep stalling the talks, and about 9% said there's a 50-50 chance that Iran ends up retaliating. So right now, we have not gotten a direct official statement from the Iranian regime right now about this. I think they're currently trying to sort through what's happening themselves, because you got to remember that the leadership inside of Iran is currently holed up in a bunker somewhere. We don't even know where that bunker is at, and I think the intelligence services are still trying to figure out where he's actually at. So that's the problem. It takes time to get this news to the leadership and then an order back to the IRGC. So unless the IRGC decides to act on its own accord, then it could be a minute before we see a retaliation. But I am seeing some early reports that allegedly Iran's Ghalibaf, who's apparently an official inside of Iran, is apparently warning that a decisive response could be near and the deal might be off. So we can't confirm that for a fact yet. We're waiting on corroboration of that statement right there. But of course, this is an escalation, so I'm sure Iran will do something about it, but I'm not totally sure what they're going to do. So I would say out of all the options here, 69% saying Iran will launch strikes soon. I would tend to lean that way because I would be surprised if Iran did nothing about this. That would seem a little bit odd. So I think the deal is off. The deal wasn't going anywhere, by the way. It was pretty much dead in the water anyway. So they pretty much started the fighting this evening, and I think it's going to probably escalate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would actually have to say that I am not of the opinion of the majority this time, and I would have to believe that the Iranians are probably going to try and ignore this or keep stalling the talks because it would most likely be within their strategic imperative at this point to be able to try and continue that. The reason why is because the Iranians, by the way, are never actually legitimately talking to the United States about reaching a deal. Right now, the Islamic Republic of Iran is trying to stall for as long as they possibly can. And if they can possibly let this slide and just keep the blockade in place like it is right now without forcing the United States into an active war against Iran again, which could possibly get the leaders that are going to make the decision to respond to this killed, and could also see that the Strait of Hormuz is forcibly reopened, they're probably considering that to be a risk that they don't want to take just yet. And they might want to sit this out and wait a little bit longer because with each passing week and each passing month that the Iranians are able to successfully stall and generally not force the resumption of the conflict once more, they are able to see that the economic situation in the Western world is going to continue to become more perilous, worse, and put even more pressure on the United States to try and meet Iran's demands. Meaning that they generally don't need to force themselves to respond to any actions at this point unless if it is absolutely necessary. Like, for example, if the United States starts going into the Strait of Hormuz and just starts clearing house, they would have to respond at that point and the war would be back on. But once again, the action of Iran getting back into a full-blown war is largely in the U.S.'s court, not theirs. Because in their current condition right now, they can sit back and not fire a single shot and still have a significant amount of leverage against the United States and the entirety of the outside world by just continuing their blockade of the Hormuz and not forcing themselves to re-enter into a full-blown conflict. So I would actually have to say there's a chance, of course, that they could respond to this militarily and quite significantly. But I'd also have to say that there is a fairly significant chance, especially if they're trying to play this as a pretty long-term game here, at least in the short term, over the next several months, that they might just try and ignore this, say that it was just a little defensive action by the United States, or just, brush it off, and then just keep moving on with the blockade and stalling in the talks. They might be willing to do that. So I would have to say
Maybe.
I'm kind of up in the air on it.
Yeah, I would say maybe so. They could just be sitting back and simply just trying to survive and letting the stuff take its course that's going to hurt the United States. That could be their strategy, possibly. I would say at this point, though, it is a bit strange that y'all might notice that Iran's response time to stuff like this is severely reduced. And like I had mentioned, that's because the leadership is holed up in a bunker somewhere. So we had heard before that the IRGC, the military forces in Iran, have largely been given operational freedom for the most part to do what they want. And the IRGC is the hardliners inside of Iran. They're the ones who want to attack everybody and go to war with literally everyone. So we haven't seen a response from them yet. We did hear that apparently there was an exchange of fire near Bandar Abbas with U.S. forces, but we didn't hear of any losses. I think the Iranians claimed they shot down one of the recon drones in the area, but that's not really much of anything. If they shot down an operational jet, that would be a lot different. But if it's just a drone, it's obviously a loss, but it's not too bad. So we'll have to see what they do. I'll be very curious to see what they even say about it, if anything.
Honestly, I'd be interested to know as well. It's it's a little interesting to me how this whole thing's being handled right now on the foreign policy side, because we were able to hear that according to CENTCOM and also the U.S. military, at least according to their statements to Fox News, the U.S. military eliminated 2 IRGC vessels caught laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz and struck a surface-to-air missile site in Bandar Abbas, targeting U.S. aircraft, with a senior U.S. official saying, "These were defensive strikes and do not indicate the ceasefire is over." I don't really know how it wouldn't indicate that the ceasefire is over, because usually, folks, the whole definition of a ceasefire pertains to ceasing fire. Now, that usually means stopping the shooting. If everybody's shooting in the middle of a ceasefire, then there is no ceasefire. A ceasefire only exists when both sides cease firing, as in the name ceasefire. So I don't really know how in the world we keep on saying that there is not a violation of the ceasefire in all of these different incidents that Iran has conducted and we have conducted, because each and every single one of them truly is a violation of the ceasefire and a resumption of the armed conflict if we looked at it through a normal lens to a common individual of what a ceasefire is, and when a ceasefire ends, it's when the shooting starts again. So a little bit interesting with that, at least on the foreign policy side, because it seems like the U.S. is attempting to completely back off or just run interference and claim that these actions of Iran and us today were neither a violation of the ceasefire. We also were able to hear that once again, well, the U.S. stated, the CENTCOM stated to Fox, that the U.S. has conducted self-defense strikes in southern Iran against missile launch sites and Iranian boats attempting to emplace mines. That's the official story that was put out to Fox News just a little bit a while ago on what is exactly happening down there. Now, one thing that is interesting to me, however, folks, is that there has been a significant mention here of missile launch sites in pertainment to surface-to-air missile defense systems. According to CENTCOM, during the armed conflict, and according to the president, by a numerous statement that has been made over months, the Islamic Republic of Iran is not in possession of a single radar-based surface-to-air missile system in the entirety of the country since the armed conflict started a couple of weeks in. This is a little bit interesting, as it is suggesting that the Islamic Republic of Iran does still possess and is operating radar-based surface-to-air missile defense systems and still have some operational around Bandar Abbas. This is also suggesting, if we're claiming that this is an entirely defensive action, that those surface-to-air missile defense systems did pick up the U.S. aircraft out in the Strait, fired at them, and then that forced the United States to conduct a suppression of enemy air defense action where we targeted those radar systems and destroyed them, most likely with AGM-88 harms. If that is the case, that means the Iranians still do have mobile surface-based air missile systems that they can use to defend against incoming U.S. attacks and aircraft in the future, which is completely changing the story that we've heard so far from the U.S. government, that all of those systems have been completely and utterly destroyed, as there was one around Bandar Abbas that was operational that has apparently been targeted and destroyed at this point right now from what we're hearing. Outside of that, we've also been able to hear of air defense fire occurring within the major city of Isfahan and also within the smaller Iranian city within their western provinces of Kermanshah, which is within the Kermanshah province. Information of that came out from eyewitness reports. We have not been able to see any video or picture evidence to confirm that yet at the moment, but it does appear that those are the eyewitness reports coming out at this time. We also were able to hear that air defense fire was also occurring in Qom. This we actually did have footage for, so here's the clips of the air defense fire going off in the city of Qom. We see that object up there in the sky in this clip. And our next clip, we can actually see the object being filmed once again. It's either a star or a drone. We've seen a decent amount of drones over Iran during the ceasefire period. And we also
Qom is pretty deep into Iranian territory, isn't it? Isn't that like deep mainland?
This is very deep. This is actually, I think, about 60 miles south of Tehran itself. So this is very far inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it is confirming that there was a larger air defense battle or some sort of a firing that happened over Iranian skies pretty much throughout the entirety of the western and central areas just south of Tehran.
Yeah, that is interesting. Also, we did hear allegations of air defense fire in Isfahan as well. There was a couple of different places that were not on the coastline that were generally having at least unconfirmed reports of air defense fire. So I suspect that we'll get more details about what's been happening here, but it sounds to me like it's more than just defensive strikes. Like at this point, I would be leaning heavily toward this is a lot more than defensive, because we had heard, I think it was like a week and a half ago, that the U.S. forces were considering launching short but very decisive strikes on Iran simply to basically prod them to negotiate in good faith, which is a strange concept, by the way, but that was the idea behind it. And the U.S. wanting to keep the ceasefire in place after they just conducted these strikes kind of sounds like it lines up with that report that came out a week and a half ago, that maybe these strikes right here are not defensive and they could be trying to prod the Iranians to make a deal or else, and this is like a warning shot perhaps.
Yeah, I would have to say that it is an interesting one, and that may be the case. It may possibly be what is going on right now. But there's also another interesting thing that we do have to point out, folks, that's happened on the side that doesn't have to directly deal with Iran and the U.S., which might support that kind of an idea that Matthew just put out a little bit better. We did get to hear that hours ago, the Islamic Republic of Iran did state officially, and this was quoted by Al Jazeera, that they have warned the United States that any Israeli strikes on Beirut or its southern suburbs would seriously jeopardize ongoing efforts to end the war and could derail the diplomatic talks altogether. We have then heard that inside of Israel, which apparently the Israelis just realized that this was their ticket, their free meal ticket out of ceasefire, they said that they were going to start launching major strikes against Hezbollah, specifically against the Dahia suburb of southern Beirut, which is one of those specific areas that Iran mentioned that if it was bombed, it might end up restarting the entire war altogether once again. We have now seen that a large amount of people are beginning to flee Dahia in droves, hoping to escape the upcoming Israeli airstrikes that will most likely be happening within the next several hours at the point of this stream that's happening right now.
That's a lot of people trying to get out of there. Honestly, this is like the scenes we saw out of Tehran when the war got started first.
Honestly, it is. It seems to me like the people of Dahia in the southern suburbs of Beirut are really getting a good understanding that the war is coming back around again, and it's mostly going to be back up to the fervor and ferocity that it was prior. But a lot of people are actually talking about this development at the moment right now, and a lot of people are wondering what the U.S. is doing with these sorts of strikes that are being conducted on the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this poll went up 10 seconds ago, so this one's a very fresh poll right here, so I will have to give this one some more time right here. Well, actually, it looks like it's stabilized already. It's already 1,000 votes on it, so we'll go ahead and address it anyway. The question says, what is the U.S. doing with these strikes on Iran? It looks like it's pretty much stable at this point. 37% said short, decisive strikes as a warning to the IRGC, while another 37% said they're trying to reopen the entire war tonight, and 11% said it's purely defensive strikes on Iran. And I am with the first 37%. I believe these are the short, decisive strikes as a warning that we had heard about a week and a half ago that were being thought and considered about. These sound like these are those strikes right here. They do not appear to be trying to reopen the entire war tonight, because if they were going to do that, they wouldn't be trying to adhere to the ceasefire still. So I don't buy the defensive strike story, folks. I'll be honest with you all. I really don't buy that. I know that's the official CENTCOM statement, but that doesn't make much sense. In fact, that makes very little sense whatsoever. The story just doesn't add up. So it sounds like short, decisive strikes, which me personally, I'm in favor of restarting military action on Iran, because I don't think the deal is going to work out. Even if you can reach a deal, the Iranians aren't going to uphold their end of it. So me personally, I'm in favor of starting the war again. I know that to some people that sounds awful, like, oh, he wants to start the war. Well, it's better than negotiating endlessly and letting the Iranians rebuild their military. It's better than that. So if it is short and decisive strikes, the logic behind that is that they're trying to get the Iranians to negotiate fairly. But I think it's going to have the total opposite effect. It's going to make the Iranians more enraged, and it's going to make the hardliners, it's going to make those arguments a lot stronger against the U.S. military, and we're probably going to see the Iranians retaliate. That's my guess. So it'll probably have the opposite effect. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that generally I would be with the two largest groups. This is most likely short, decisive strikes. The story is just not adding up at the moment, folks. There's this mythical ship in some versions of the story that were out there that the Iranians were trying to harass, that forced the United States, against our will, mind you all, to fire onto the Iranians to defend this ship. That's one of the stories that's been put out there right now. The problem is that we haven't seen this ship anywhere in the world. This is either a fictitious ship or it's a ghost ship that never existed that we were defending. And also on top of that, the other thing is that we laid out the precedent during Project Freedom that we wouldn't defend a ship for squat once it entered the Strait of Hormuz. Those ships were entirely on their own, and plenty of them ended up learning that out by getting hit by a whole bunch of IRGC anti-ship missiles, anti-ship drones, or being boarded and seized, with the U.S. being nowhere in sight to stop or defend those ships from those Iranian attacks. So clearly we have an ongoing precedent that the United States does not conduct actions to defend ships of that type. We didn't even do that when we declared that we were going to be defending ships within the Strait of Hormuz, and now we've stated that Project Freedom is on an indefinite hold at the request of Pakistan. So why in the world will we do it now? This will literally be the complete opposite time of when we would do such a thing like this. So that clearly did not happen. What happened today is that the Iranians, skittered out into the strait with their fast attack boats, tried to lay a couple of more mines, and in the midst of that, we ended up blowing up those boats, blowing up air defenses in BANDAR, ABBAS, and at the moment, we've possibly hit Karg Island as well, as we're seeing fires on the island, which may suggest that air defenses in that area have been hit as well. And if that is the case, we're certainly seeing that these are some form of short, decisive strikes, which may lead to a reopening of the war, or may just stand as a warning, and the Iranians may decide to not respond and wait for their blockade to continue to cause further economic damage here in the West. That's what I'm thinking at the moment, but generally we'll still wait and see if we have any more news or information coming out, and hopefully we do. So Matthew, what do we got on that's coming out so far right now?
Okay, so let's do a quick check on Flight Radar 24 and see what the air activity is over the region. It appears to be it looks like some Stratotankers and Globemaster cargo aircraft lurking around the area. I'm also hearing reports that there's a couple of Pegasus aircraft as well, currently circling around the Persian Gulf, like in the middle of it. It looks like they might have turned their transponder. There's one of them actually right there. There's one with its transponder off, because there's a couple in here, but a couple of them are not on the radar, or not on ADS-B for right now. So it does appear that they're actively supporting more air operations in the area, but we've still not gotten an official statement from the Iranian officials. That's what we're currently waiting for. We're waiting to see what the Iranians are going to say about all this stuff right here, because they've been notably silent as of right now. So, they're saying that last night is when some of these skirmishes started, and then just a couple hours ago we heard the explosions on the coast. So it's weird. They're not saying much of anything right now. So it's kind of a strange silence.
And it is a little interesting because right now I think we are seeing that the story has started to get a little quiet again quickly once more. But it does appear that we're seeing that there are some U.S. air activities over the Persian Gulf at the moment, and generally over the broader area of the Horn of the Southern Arabian Peninsula, as we're also seeing KC-135s, and we're also seeing a C-17 resupply flight currently making its way into the UAE, it appears, at the moment. So it does seem for now there is certainly some U.S. air activity going on, but at this moment, this is actually all of the news that we have cataloged at this moment about the event.
Do you have the post from the president about getting back the enriched uranium? That's another big piece of the story right there.
Oh yeah, we covered that first. That was the first thing covered on air.
Okay, let's go back to that for a second, because I want to take another look at that real quick, because I didn't have a chance to see it earlier. I was too busy in the chat. Let's see here. So this right here was a very notable thing. This came out apparently, I think this came out right after the strike news came out, actually. It came out like shortly after it. So a lot of people were expecting maybe the president was going to announce these strikes himself, but he didn't really announce the strikes. He mentioned the enriched uranium. Also, by the way, for the people mentioning the time right there, Fintech's news is not US based to my knowledge, so that's why the time's different on the post. They're just in a different time zone. It's not a conspiracy or anything like that. I had like 3 different people email me talking about it as a conspiracy. So it's totally normal, by the way. It's a real post. But the whole thing with this right here, he said the enriched uranium, where's that post at?
Here it is.
The enriched uranium will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home or destroyed, preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at an acceptable location. So, what this indicated to me right here is they do not have an agreement on the nuclear dust right now, as he's calling it, which is not really dust. It's a lot of kilograms of highly enriched uranium. They don't have a deal on that. So, the whole story about the deal being close to being finalized was not really the case, as many people expected, including ourselves. And this right here is proof of that. So the deal's not going to work. Like we keep saying that over and over and over, but the more evidence keeps coming out, it's just showing that our analysis is correct. A deal is simply not possible. Also, I see some people saying, well, what's he mean destroyed in place? I think he's referring to send in like the IAEA, the independent nuclear body, to go in and monitor the destruction of that material. I think that might be what he's referring to right there. I think he mentioned it in the post, the Atomic Energy Commission. So I don't know if Iran's never going to agree to that. I mean, what do you think, Enforcer? Would Iran ever agree to that or not?
Hell no. No, they would not agree to this. It's certainly just it's just something they wouldn't. They've already stated that the nuclear issue is non-negotiable, so this is a dead end at this point. The Iranians will never agree to anything, and the U.S. can run its head into a brick wall 90 times trying to get them to agree to something, but they've already said that they're not. And a no is a no for the larger part when it comes to an answer. So you can come back and ask them to give up the uranium 1,000 times, they're still going to say no. And in the current condition they're in strategically at the moment, with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz still remaining intact and largely unchallenged, they really have no reason to even consider giving up the enriched uranium, because it's not like the United States has any leverage on them. If anything, the Iranians have economic leverage over us if they keep the blockade going.
Yeah, I would say so. So the thing to me is this. If Iran does not retaliate to these so-called defensive strikes tonight, does that mean that the U.S. is going to wait indefinitely for a deal that will never materialize to arrive? Or are they going to take further action on Iran, even if Iran does not retaliate? That's my question. I would personally be in favor of the U.S. going ahead and taking care of this problem preemptively using military force. I think that's the clear answer here, because there's clearly an impasse on several different issues. The Strait of Hormuz is a major issue. Also, clearly the nuclear dust is a major issue that's being mentioned right here in this post. So I know people don't like war. I don't like war personally either. But I mean, when you're dealing with a country that's operated by terrorists like Iran, you have to deal with them with a strong hand. And I think right now the strong hand is needed, and hopefully we'll see that soon. Because obviously having a weak hand is not doing us any good.
I would definitely have to agree. It's not doing us any good whatsoever at the moment, and it does appear that we're still watching what might possibly end up being a weak hand being played. Also, I have to explain, because so many people say a lot of stuff. Like someone just said it right now. Look at the date and time. It's the 25th of May at 11:45 p.m. Allow me to explain. The world is a globe, and so the sun doesn't shine on the world in the same way across the whole surface of it at the exact same time. So for that reason, there are these things called global time zones. And when the president posted that at 3:45 p.m. on the east coast of the United States of America, if you're in Europe, that's 7 time zones ahead. So that's being reposted in Europe as the posting time, if you're in a European time zone, is 11:45, not 3:45 like it was on the eastern coast of the United States when it was posted. So that's the reason why the timestamp on that post does not line up with it being any reasonable time here in the United States yet, because this was screenshotted within Europe. And when this was posted in Europe, it shows a European timestamp, which was 11:45 p.m. at the time of posting in Europe, 3:45 p.m. at the time of posting on the eastern seaboard of the United States of America. So I hope that does corroborate that that is a legitimate post. And if you do not believe it, you can go to Truth Social and you can see the post on the post of the president's page in black and white text. So it's not a fake post. You can literally go and just find it if you type in Truth Social. Not to plug that website or anything, but it's there. So I hope that does address that the best we can, because that's, one of the cheapest things I've ever heard is people saying that's fake news because the timestamp doesn't add up, like there's not more than one time zone on the planet. But anyways, moving us on from that, we are still waiting for more news coming out at this moment, because we actually don't have any further news, at least on our map right now, of what has been happening and what is led up.
In the meantime, while we don't have any more news from Iran right now, we will be watching for that, by the way, as I suspect we'll probably be getting some more news pretty soon here. So we are keeping a sharp eye on that. Y'all might have seen my short war video earlier today. In the midst of this crazy stuff happening right now on the Iranian coast, there's also some very disturbing stuff coming out of Russia and Ukraine right now. I've just gotten word that apparently Russia is preparing to announce mobilization. That's a new one that I was not able to cover in the video. Apparently, mobilization orders can be seen at military telephones where the military Russians call for a so-called clarification of data, according to the Russian sources. So it sounds like Russia's getting ready to do outright mobilization from the looks of it. That's a brand new story I was not able to cover earlier. So that's a pretty big one as well. So, Enforcer, would you like to weigh in on that before we jump into the other story as well? Because Putin literally gave the order this morning to what he calls destroy Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine. He gave that order this morning. And he told the U.S. diplomats to evacuate from the entire city right now. So, I mean, that's a huge impending crisis potentially on our hands right here. But what do you make of this mobilization news?
I would say it's probably showing the Russians are militarily at their absolute limit, like we've been seeing for a while. They're pretty much at the breaking point, and so they're going to try and see if mobilizing anything that's left that's standing that hasn't economically imploded over the past several years might be able to give them that little bit of a push that they need to turn the situation around on the front in their favor. But when I mean in their favor, folks, I don't mean that the Russians are going to turn it around and then steamroll Ukraine and have a happily ever after. At best, they might be able to turn around the frontline situation and take Pokrovsk as a city, and that's it, which might give them a decent negotiating position to say, we could probably keep this thing going longer than Ukraine could, so for that reason, they ought to give in to our demands, and, meet us somewhere in the middle, so that way we can end this whole thing. And that's really probably what the Russians are attempting to achieve at this point, at best, because attempting to take over the entirety of the country is simply never going to happen. The Ukrainian government isn't going to allow it. The Ukrainian people don't really seem to be willing to allow that. The Ukrainian armed forces are still in pretty good morale. They are in the advantage in the frontline position. We've also seen that logistically and economically, the Russians are having a much worse time than the Ukrainians at this point. So most every indicator is in Ukraine's favor. So even if the Russians turn around the situation and get it on their side, they'll never be able to get the Ukrainians to admit to an unconditional surrender or agree to it, because the Ukrainians will never be forced into a position that bad to where they have to accept an unconditional surrender. So I think that's the reason why they're trying to get towards this mobilization, is to start working towards possibly just trying to get into a good position to negotiate and then peace out from.
Yeah, I would say so. It sounds like it to me as well. Also, by the way, like just to give y'all an overview, by the way, because the Enforcer, we had to go live very quick, so the Enforcer didn't have time to grab the Russian news on the whole situation. But I did cover it earlier, so I'm generally familiar with the whole timeline right now. The big news outside this mobilization news that we just got is, once again, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs had just ordered the U.S. diplomats and all foreign diplomats to immediately, they call it ASAP, evacuate from Kyiv, Ukraine. I just put that in the likes tab, by the way, if you want to go grab that post right now. We do have that there. The MFA of Russia is saying, given the so-called continued terrorist attacks, also, by the way, there are none. Russia's making that up. They're saying that the MOD of Russia will be targeting Ukrainian defense industry facilities in Kyiv. They're saying foreign nationals, including diplomatic missions and staff, should leave the city ASAP, because apparently they're going to try to start leveling the entire city, which is so densely populated with civilians. There is no way to discern military from civilian inside of Kyiv. There's just simply no way to do that. So, I mean, that's quite bad right there. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
I would have to say this is probably just a very significant threat by the Russia. It's supposed to sound threatening and scary. I have a feeling it's probably just going to be a larger drone and missile attack on Kyiv, like we've usually seen in the past, because we haven't ever seen them say that they're going to try and level the whole city, but we have seen them say that everyone ought to leave Kyiv because of what's about to happen, and then it would just be a large drone and missile attack. So I have a feeling that that's probably going to be the case again this time, because we already saw that the attacks yesterday were quite significant in their own right, and we also got this new clip, which was actually a pretty wild one, of a KH-101 caliber cruise missile being hit by a man-pad and flung out of its flight path by the explosion. Here's the clip. Here's the incoming missile, there's the man-pad hit, and the caliber then goes spiraling out of control overhead. And we see what's left of it right there.
Literally spun it out of its flight path. That's crazy.
I mean, that was nuts. Look at that, folks. It hit and immediately forced it into a tumble. I mean, that was actually pretty wild to watch right there. I've seen a manpad hit missiles plenty of times and detonate them immediately. I've never seen one hit a missile, leaving it intact and then forcing it to tumble from the explosive force. I mean, that was a pretty impressive clip right there. Look at that. I mean, that is insane.
That is nuts. That is crazy, by the way. Also, I'm not sure if you got it or not, but also the Moscow region came under yet another attack this morning. There was drones and stuff flying around the Moscow region earlier as well. So, I mean, that's quite another thing. They're still exchanging pretty large blows with each other between Kyiv and Moscow. Those two capitals are starting to become the hotbed of the war itself, which is wild.
Yeah, it certainly is. There were some major attacks. Sorry about this, folks. We were trying to get on air quickly, and just to be a little bit transparent with y'all, I was assuming we were going to be getting a lot more updates out of the Middle East. So, I didn't put anything down on the map for Ukraine or anything else because I didn't think we'd ever get to covering it. So there were major drone attacks in the morning by the Ukrainians against the Russians. It's just that I don't have any of that down on the map right now because we were going on air just for the Middle East side of things. We also were able to...
I got you, though. I'm putting the stuff under the likes tab right now, the main ones that we should probably go over right now about the Russia situation. So I'm actively putting those there right now that we can kind of cover as we go.
All right, so here's that clip that we're actually talking about in Moscow of the incoming drone attacks. It's a little blur out there in the distance that they're watching. That's the drone. We then were also able to see, to get to our next clip here, the drones that allegedly reached Kaliningrad for the first time. This one, I want to say, folks, we're not entirely sure. They did state that there was a drone threat around Kaliningrad, but do we really know? Not quite. We never saw any footage of air defense fire or videos of drones being shot down or drones in the airspace, so it might have just been some form of citywide pandemonium and a alert that was put out for no reason possibly, but it did appear to suggest that there was some sort of ongoing drone attack within the area, but we've never been able to confirm that with video and picture evidence, just to make that somewhat clear. We've also been able to hear as well that, once again, to give you a little bit more information of the drone threats, there was statements that the Rostov region, the Donetsk People's Republic, which is the Donetsk Oblast, the Northwest Republic of Crimea also has a drone threat, and then we were able to see that there was a threat over the entirety of the, let's see, Krasny Urobini. I don't know what that means. It's like
I think that was the Kaliningrad. I think.
Is that? Let's see here. What is Kaliningrad in Cyrillic? Kaliningrad Oblast is called Kaliningrad Oblast in Cyrillic. This says Krasny Urobini, which is something like red something. I don't know what the second word is, but that is not saying Kaliningrad. Actually, that's the Luhansk People's Republic, a warning from the LPR. So wherever that is, unfortunately, I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but it's apparently in the... it's just down there. It's the Lipetsk region. Not the Luhansk region. It's Lipetsk. So we then also were able to hear that apparently there was some sort of a drone threat near Gorlovka, which is, I believe, also in the Donetsk People's Republic. There was also a drone alert within the Bryansk region near to the Ukrainian border. And then there was a new drone threat that emerged over west in northwest Crimea, which is generally the area near to the city of Sevastopol and the western coastline closest to the Ukrainian coast, near to the city of Odessa. So that's generally where we were seeing most of the drone threats coming out. And once again, we did see that flights were diverted around Kaliningrad, but we were never able to get full-on confirmation that there were actual drones in the air there. It just appears that the Russians were scared that there were drones, but we never saw any footage from anyone in the Kaliningrad Oblast to prove that.
Yeah, the Russians were sounding off alarms left and right inside of Kaliningrad. They were sounding off alarms. They were sending out alert to people's phones. They were acting like it was a full-on attack. But my question is like, how are the drones getting to Kaliningrad? Is it, if coming from Ukraine, they'd have to go through Belarus or they'd have to go through Poland, one or the other. So it's like, there was no reports of Belarusian incursions. There was also no reports of Poland's airspace being intruded on either. So I don't know how they'd even get there.
Well, I mean, they'd have to go through Poland or Lithuania, which are both NATO states, because there's no way to get there just through Russian countries or Russian-aligned countries alone. And we never really have seen Ukraine launch drone attacks through Belarusian territory on Russia before. So really, I mean, it's honestly kind of a, like, to be straight up with everyone, it's really an outlandish story. From what we know, there's really no way for a Ukrainian drone to even make it to Kaliningrad. So while the Russians acted like there were drones in Kaliningrad, we don't have any proof of it, and physically, that'd be damn near impossible for a Ukrainian drone to make it to Kaliningrad without someone somewhere saying that there's a Ukrainian drone in the air over a country they're not supposed to be in flying to Kaliningrad, which we never saw, and then we never saw any video or picture evidence in Kaliningrad showing that the drones had made it there. So I think it was some sort of city pandemonium or oblast-wide pandemonium that happened there, and that was probably about it. But also, do we have any other news and developments that we would like?
Yes, we do. We have actually two or three other ones, by the way. We have the official statements from Russian state media showing what they're saying is the reason why they're going to try to level Kyiv once again. They're claiming that Starobilsk, that alleged terror attack that Ukraine did not conduct, by the way, they're saying that's the reason why apparently they're going to try to level Kyiv. So if you want to read off what the Russian foreign ministry is saying here, this is coming from Russian state media on Telegram. We can take a look at that.
And really quickly, folks, I want to show you all this here really quickly so that way we can get the information out. Many people are, well, not many people, some people in Russia are claiming that the Ukrainians conducted an act of terror by striking a building in the city of Starobilsk, which is in the Luhansk Oblast, with a form of some sort of a drone or a missile. They're claiming that it hit the building and it killed dozens of people. Now, the problem with this is that as far as attacks go, if the Russian Federation hits a drone with electronic warfare interference and it goes errant and it hits a building, at that point it is what it is. Like, if, for example, that's like saying, the Ukrainians build a rifle, so some guy in Germany takes it and he mows down 30 people, and so it's the guy, who made the rifle, he's to blame for the whole attack. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's more so the guy who took the rifle and massacred all of the people. So generally, it wouldn't really be Ukraine's fault if it was electronic warfare interference that flung this drone into the building. And also on top of that, we never got any video or picture evidence proof that any Ukrainian munitions or ordnance deliberately or unintentionally hit this building and caused the significant losses that we heard of. Also on top of that, another important thing to remember is that if this is enough to break the camel's back, according to the Russians, what in the hell was Mariupol? The Russians killed 50,000 Ukrainian civilians in the city of Mariupol over the course of 2 months. And that apparently was nothing. That wasn't even anything to be remembered. And right now, a lot of those bodies are out here in this mass grave. There's all 50,000 of them right here in this giant mass cemetery that's been here since the end of the battle. But apparently that's nothing to bat an eye about. But if, God forbid, a Ukrainian drone gets interfered with Russian electronic warfare, and then it ends up possibly careening into a building, and we can't even confirm that. We don't even know what hit the building. But according to the Russians, that's the straw that broke the camel's back to them, which is absolutely stupid. But let me read you all what the Russians are saying according to TASS, so that we all can get the real understanding of what the Russians are saying with that incident in mind. The Russian Federation recommends that foreigners leave Kyiv as soon as possible, and its residents not to approach military and administrative infrastructure facilities, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs reported. The attack on Starobilsk has exhausted the patience, and the Russian armed forces are starting to systematically strike Ukrainian defense industry enterprises in Kyiv, according to the Russian Foreign Ministry. According to the Foreign Ministry statements, the Russian Federation will strike at both decision-making centers and at command posts in Ukraine. So that is the statements that they're making right now, and they are claiming that these attacks on Kyiv are going to be conducted in reprisal of the Starobilsk attacks, which is, once again, pretty stupid. It's like, the Ukrainians clearly didn't hit that building, and if a Ukrainian drone did hit the building, it was certainly not intentional. We've never seen the Ukrainians go out of their way in the entirety of the war to inflict civilian casualties, but in Kyiv alone, we can confirm that 4 civilians were killed in just yesterday's attacks by the Russians. So it's not really, it's a fairly unfair sort of a principle here that's being applied. Because if the Ukrainians were trying to get even with the Russians, the Ukrainians would have to kill probably about 200,000 Russian civilians at this point to even get close to how many Ukrainian civilians have been killed by the Russian army in the war in Ukraine. So, certainly not getting close to where reciprocal action needs to be conducted. And not only that, this drone hit a city that's in occupied Ukraine. That's technically Ukrainian people that would have been hit by the drone. So I don't really understand a whole lot here of what the argument by the Russians really is. But a lot of people are talking about what the Russians are aiming to do with this evacuation order and what they may be planning as a result of it. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so is Putin bluffing with this, or is he actually intend to follow through with his threat? Because right now they are threatening to basically destroy Kyiv, and also there's some back channel information, like on channels like Fighter Bomber, and they're saying that they hope that Kyiv gets destroyed. And that's not the only one, by the way. There's a couple of other ones saying that as well. So the Russian propagandists, they are going for this full on, like they want this to happen, and they're hoping that Kyiv gets destroyed. So this is clearly a desperate move by Putin. He's getting backed into a corner. He's getting nonstop attacks on Moscow. He's also getting nonstop attacks on his logistics routes on the rear lines inside of occupied Ukraine, which is pretty much bringing their frontline supply situation to a screeching halt. So what do you think is going to happen? 54% said Putin will try to attack and destroy Kyiv, but will fail to destroy it. 26% said yes, Putin will destroy Kyiv, and 15% said no, Putin is simply bluffing on this like he has done before. And I would say that I believe that Putin is at the point he's going to try to do something like this, but whether or not he's going to succeed, that's a big question mark. Also, by the way, we have to keep in mind that Ukraine currently possesses a full retaliation spectrum that they can launch on Moscow. The new Flamingo, which is the FP5 missile that Ukraine wields, that is as potent as a Tomahawk missile, which is what the U.S. fields. The only difference is we think that maybe the Flamingo might be slightly less accurate than a Tomahawk, but it still carries a massive warload on that thing, or a payload, not a warload, but a payload. So it carries a massive payload, and if Ukraine decides to retaliate on Moscow, I mean, we could be looking at like total destruction in both capitals, actually. So I think Putin knows that. So that might hamper down the response a little bit that Putin's expecting to do. So I think Putin's going to try, but ultimately he will fail, and that we could see a very bad escalation come out of this. I'm with the 52%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say I'm with the 52% as well. There really is no way the Russians can actually destroy or level Kyiv in reality. They do not have the kind of ordnance or capabilities to actually do something like that. This is more so just hype and threats and whatnot, leading up to an attack that's probably going to end up being fairly underwhelming. We've heard many times from the Russians before that whatever the Ukrainians did, that was it. That broke the camel's back, and now everything's off. All the bets are off. They're going all in. And what would happen is that they would launch just a slightly larger drone attack than normal, and that was the response. So I would assume that right now that's probably what we're going to be watching in Kyiv, is just another major drone and missile attack, and it's going to cause damage, but it's not going to level the whole city. And in reality, it really wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to see that diplomats are evacuated. One thing that is interesting, though, is that the Russians know that they're just throwing these missiles and drones wildly into Kyiv, and they're killing a whole bunch of random people. That's probably why they're telling all of these diplomats to leave, because there's a high chance that one of them could just land right on top of an embassy and kill a whole bunch of embassy staff if they're still there inside of Kyiv. So that's probably the reason why they're putting out the warning, is because they know they're just going to be attacking civilians indiscriminately like they normally do. And so the drone could hit anyone, anywhere, and possibly end up killing anyone in the city, including foreign diplomats. But I don't think they're going to achieve anything of great success in this attack. And on top of that, it's not like Kyiv is needed to run the country. On the other hand, Moscow is needed to run the Russian Federation, because without Moscow, there really isn't a place that could exist as a proper seat of government for the Russian Federation, because they have made it to be the perch that the Russian government has to sit on top of. Without Moscow, the Russian government has nothing. And if Ukraine continues to attack Moscow and continues to sow fear in the public in that city, the Russian government, the central government that is, might not have anywhere to go if things start getting pretty bad and pretty panicked in the city of Moscow and riots and civil unrest begin to ensue. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But that would be my 2 cents on that matter right now. And so with that, we are hopefully going to be seeing that some more news comes out from the Middle East. And do we have anything at this moment right now?
So right now, the news is pretty much silent out of the Middle East. So that situation has largely come to a screeching halt right now. So that's kind of surprising, actually. We have not heard any statements out of the Iranian government, and we've not seen any retaliatory strikes taking place, at least right now. That doesn't mean they're not going to happen, but it looks like Iran's taking a minute to compose themselves, if that's even possible, to see what they're going to do, and also maybe send 1,000 different couriers to go find the flamboyant leader, Mujtaba, in his closet, wherever he's at. So we'll have to see if maybe something something happen soon. But in the meantime, though, we do have 3 more pretty large stories out of Russia and Ukraine, by the way, that we can go over in the meantime. We do have a story here. I was labeling them off, Enforcer. I put them under the likes tab, but I'll give people a summary of what we're about to go over. We did see that apparently the Russians were transporting some North Korean soldiers in Nizhny Novgorod inside of mainland Russia, and their bus wrecked. It careened off a road, and believe it or not, the North Koreans were taken out by a gazelle. And people thought I was referring to a Ukrainian drone, but that's not a drone, that's an animal. So they were taken out by a gazelle, of all things. So the North Koreans have a bad run of luck, to say the least. Also, we have seen continued rear line attacks on Russian logistics nonstop, and we've gotten a compilation showing literally, I can't even count how many it is, Russian logistics forces that have been hit left and right behind the lines. We'll get to that in a second. And also, our third major story as well is we do have some news about the Oreshnik missile, that attack that happened the other day, that apparently Russia fired 2 Oreshnik IRBM missiles, not just one, and we just heard about the second and got footage from it that we can show you right now on the air. So those are the 3 stories, but let's start off with our North Korean gazelle story, because I think the gazelle had a word with those North Koreans.
They did. The whole front of this charter bus appears to have caved in. And from what we know, 1 North Korean was killed in this gazelle attack. And many people in Matthew's video comment section today were going, "Oh, the Enforcer Matt got it wrong. It wasn't a gazelle. It was a new Ukrainian drone. 1,000 miles in Russia hitting a bus for some reason." The reality of it is that it's Mongolian gazelle pictured here or here. This is the female version of the Mongolian gazelle. This is the male Mongolian gazelle.
Apparently that thing's got some weight behind it, because it took out that big old tour bus like it was like a paperweight. Like, this thing right here is serious, man. This thing looks fluffy, it looks cute, but this thing's a menace.
Man, under this fur coat, man, if you take your hands, grab that fur, and then yank it, it comes off like a blanket, and underneath is just solid lead. Because this thing imploded the front of this bus. I mean, it just caved the thing in completely. And so a North Korean got killed by a gazelle. So the last thing that this North Korean had going through his mind was a gazelle, or food, which, in North Korea, they've never seen gazelles, or most animals for that matter. They've eaten all of them. So it was probably quite a shock for him to see such a large animal flying through the windshield of the bus and caving in the whole front of the thing. But moving us on out of that, which is absolutely crazy. And also, by the way, this happened in the Nizhny Novgorod region, heading to Tatarstan. So this is way up about here in Yaroslavl. That's about where this happened. So this is nowhere close to where a Ukrainian drone will be hitting a bus. At that distance, Ukrainian drones can hit things. They're not hitting buses, though. Highly unlikely. So the guy literally got killed by a Mongolian gazelle. We also
see the video.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's a short one, though. It just shows the caved in front of the bus and a couple of folks hanging out. But
damn. Yeah, but look at the front of the bus, though. That's why I was wanting to watch the video here. The front of the bus is just demolished. Also, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that gazelle probably did not make it. So I see people saying, "Is the gazelle okay?" I don't think the gazelle's okay. I think he might be hurt. That's putting it mildly. I don't think that gazelle made it. I think it. Who knows where that thing went? It could be in the bus, for all we know. It could have actually gone through the windshield from the looks of it. But yeah, it was basically like a nuke going off on the front of this bus. Those North Koreans really got it.
I heard, folks, that this Mongolian was actually a Manchurian candidate, and Zelensky had to go up to him on the side of the road, and he said, "Bus, fire truck, red, 35. And then the gazelle didn't do anything, and he said, I see, it's a Mongolian one. And then it went, and then it ran right in front of the bus. It was really magical, honestly. I mean, the way you can get those things to do stuff, it's incredible. Because, honestly, the Ukrainians are looking into this whole thing as being a possible rear line attack weapon with how much damage these things are able to cause at this point. Pretty impressive. But moving us on from that bit of news, we also were able to see some of Ukraine's attacks on the M14 highway. The M14 highway is a major highway that exists within the area of southern Ukraine, or it's also called the E58 here, but I generally called it the M14 because that's what we were reporting it as yesterday. We were able to see that a significant amount of attacks were conducted on this highway on a myriad of Russian supply trucks and armored cars, largely knocking them out and destroying them before they could even make it to the front. This kind of supply impact is causing significant problems for the Russian armed forces on the front line, as they are no longer able to get the required tonnage of supplies to be able to keep the front lines at full operation and fully armed to be able to continue offensive and defensive operations across the length of the southern front. For this reason, the Russians are starting to find themselves in a very precarious situation and may start to see that their offensive near to the town of Huilapal begins to fizzle out.
It's just
Holy.
wild to see nonstop hit after hit like that. I mean, it's truly insane. And what's wild is it just came out of nowhere. Like Ukraine had been doing this on and off, but the nonstop, consistent strikes that we're seeing right here in this video and over the past couple of days, it's like Ukraine just turned on the tap and it hasn't stopped ever since, which is insane. I'm even seeing reports and Telegram posts from Russian forces in the area. They're complaining of a drone shortage. They're not able to get FPV drones to the front lines in enough numbers to hold off the Ukrainians. And I believe it's because these supply trucks aren't making it to the front because they're getting hit.
I would have to agree. I think that's certainly the case, and it looks like these sorts of supply impacts are having a significant issue for the Russian Federation and their armed forces. Additionally, we were also able to see something else that's quite interesting. Russia did fire a second Oreshnik that we never reported on air, because nobody really knew that it even existed. But a security camera in the area of Donetsk Oblast, north of Donetsk City, actually did catch one of these IRBMs, an Oreshnik, making landfall in the area. However, this is something interesting. This is north of Donetsk City. If we look north of Donetsk City, that's mostly occupied Russian territory. So from what we can tell, this thing may have actually landed in occupied territory in Ukraine instead of anywhere inside of Ukraine itself. We didn't get to confirm that this landed on the battlefield at Konstantinivka, which is directly north of Donetsk, but we didn't hear of that. It was apparently just north of the city of Donetsk, meaning that it was just a little bit of ways away and was apparently within occupied territory. But we were able to see this footage here from the area showing the IRBMs making impact with the ground. And there they are.
That does appear to be re-entry vehicles.
It certainly does appear to be in the same sequence. The thing is, though, folks, is that it doesn't really make a lot of sense if it landed in Russian-occupied territory. It's supposed to be a threat and a signal against Ukraine. Why the hell did it land in a place that Russia was controlling? And also, we haven't heard the Ukrainians confirm of this second impact or damage from it, so it's clearly not in Ukrainian territory. It's in Russian territory. So the question here is, why did it land there? And the only answer that we can come up with is that it was faulty and must have had some sort of a critical failure, and so it ended up landing short in occupied Russian territory.
Mr. Faulty, the missile doesn't work, Mr. Faulty. Really, the missile, like, these things are a wild card. Like, the Oreshnik, like, we've been making fun of that missile for a while, like, ever since the Russians have had several failures with it. That thing's a wild card. You could launch that thing, and it could go like a Looney Tunes, like, balloon out of control that's, like, losing its air. It could just, like, go all over the place. You don't know where it's going to go. I don't know if the Russians intended to actually strike Donetsk, because that's a strange place to hit, to say the least. And we believe that they were going all for Kyiv, and the one that did hit near Kyiv didn't even hit Kyiv itself. It hit an airfield outside of Kyiv. So, I mean, I don't know how to explain this other than it's probably a huge malfunction, but I mean, this Oreshnik cost a hell of a lot of money to be this unreliable.
Also, if this thing was nuclear equipped, they would have nuked Donetsk, which is a major supply hub, because it missed. So, I mean, that's not really good for a reliability purpose, you know? To have a missile laying short on a major supply hub of your own army that's fighting in Ukraine, it's not really a good thing, you know? So it does appear clear at this point. The Oreshnik, although it does work sometimes, is still having some critical faults and failings at this point. But with that, I think that is actually all of the breaking news that we have to cover at this point right now. We might be getting some here in the very near future, but in the actually, we have some coming out right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so we have some breaking news right now back in the Middle East. It looks like Israel is under attack, and we had just heard that Israel was ramping up their attacks in Lebanon, specifically in the suburbs around Beirut, which is the capital. And it looks like we're now hearing about drone incursions that have just started in northern Israel. We did see this last night, actually, so we know now it's not a false alarm. This is probably a real alert that we're seeing right here. So there's been a drone incursion, it looks like near Mount Meron from the looks of it, if that's how you pronounce it. So it looks like we could be seeing the first possible retaliation from Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy force, on Israel after they just ramped up attacks on their forces. So that's a big one.
It's an attack, folks, on the town of Sasa. They attacked Sessa near Mount Moron. This is apparently where most U.S. politicians come from. I didn't know. But beyond that, we were able to hear that there was one bottle rocket fired at the town of Sassy, south of, north of Mount Moron. So we are hearing that at the moment. We'll hopefully be getting some more information on that here soon. Let's take a little look at the. Oh, apparently, I'm sorry, everyone. We actually can't look at this town for some reason. What the hell's up with that? I thought that's really weird. You can go anywhere in Israel but this town. That's that's kind of interesting.
It's a closed town. It's that the company town. They don't let you in there. By the way, also by the way, since we can't see the town right here, I do have something else that we can show people. Speaking of Israel and Hezbollah going at it, there was a ground operation inside of Lebanon, by the way, in southern Lebanon that the Israelis were conducting, and we had seen a whole bunch of videos start coming out showing the Israeli tanks and armored vehicles getting attacked by what appeared to be Russian-style FPV drones that are being used in the Ukraine war. So I just put a video there. I put it in the likes tab. If you refresh it, you should see it pop up at the top. It looks like the Hezbollah forces are using these quite heavily now, and it looks like, I mean, you can't really distinguish this from the battlefield in Ukraine and Russia for the most part. It looks like it.
It really does. You can also see a couple of people inside this building. Actually, it looks like this might be some sort of headquarters for the Israelis within the area, because it looks like they had some sort of screen set up on the lower floor. But the drone flew straight in and apparently hit the location dead on. So we are understanding, by the way, folks, that the Israelis are taking a significantly higher amount of casualties and fatalities in southern Lebanon at this point because of the use of FPV drones. And so far, we have seen that Israeli doctrine in almost no way ever has changed. It's actually a little bit ironic because the Israelis fight war a lot like the Russians do. They just pick one doctrine and stick with it and never change it no matter what. We haven't seen them change any way that they're fighting the war in southern Lebanon at this point, at least publicly. And we also haven't even seen a difference in their air defenses and how they fight incoming air threats, even with them being overwhelmed by hundreds of drones during the war that happened earlier this year when their air defenses were completely overwhelmed and most everything was making it through after a couple of weeks. So it's a little bit interesting to watch that because, for the Israelis to kind of talk about, how impressive and advanced their military is, it seems like they're fairly slow to adapt to a changing environment in the war. But we actually have one more news story to cover. So what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so now that we've covered all of our news out of Israel and that whole situation, once again, the news out of the Middle East has largely come to a temporary pause at the moment. So sadly, can't report much about that. We're about to get into our questions in a second after we hit this one more big news story that we have right now. But we'll have to see if anything comes out during the question segment here in a second about that Iran situation. But there is another story. If you go to the likes tab, you'll see it. There is now another developing situation around Moscow. The gasoline shortages that began in Crimea just days ago are now reaching right outside of Moscow. They're reaching the city of Tver, which is to the northwest of Moscow. And we had already discussed this on stream several times before. If these gasoline shortages spread beyond Crimea at all, then that's probably a bad sign and a bad omen for the Russian Federation. They're probably going to start having these all over the place. Also, can anybody not hear me? I'm seeing people who can't hear me.
Oh, no, I can hear you fine.
I think maybe some people are not hearing me or something like that. I'm going silent apparently. But anyways, though, outside of that, though, hopefully people can hear me. But it sounds like Moscow is starting to experience that already, and Crimea was the first victim of it, and now it looks like Moscow is as well. And the reason why this is because Ukraine's been slamming central Russian refineries left and right, and that's why we're starting to see this real world result catching up to the Russians. But Enforcer, what do you make of this? Because this is pretty quick.
This is looking pretty bad. We've already known that fuel shortages were going to start becoming widespread around Russia, but it now appears that it's even reaching capital cities or getting very close to capital cities like Moscow. This is in the city of Tver, which is in the Tver Oblast just north of Moscow, which you can see right here, and it is only 80 miles away. This is not far. So for that reason, we were understanding that everywhere in Russia there is a critical fuel shortage, except for Moscow and St. Petersburg. So I would generally have to say that, in my opinion, this is looking pretty desperate for the Russian Federation, and it does look like very soon their economy is mostly going to grind to a halt, and their military probably will as well. We also were able to see, once again, a lot of people were complaining about this in the Tver region, and also Tver is right there. Just in case you all are wondering, there's Moscow, and then up the road is Tver. Over here is Yaroslavl. That's kind of a cool fact. That's the Volga River, by the way.
Man, I'll tell you what, it's really a cascade. Like when you really think about it, I was covering that in the video earlier today, how much of a cascade of bad effects are really hitting the Russian Federation. They're having the rear line logistics getting literally basically failed to a large degree because of all the FPV attacks that Ukraine's conducting. There's the gas rationing and the shortages that are starting to spread like wildfire very quickly, much more quickly than I thought they were going to spread. Also, Putin's popularity going through the toilet, the failed ban, and also the ban on VPNs and the firewall that the Russians are trying to put up to prevent the Russians from communicating with each other. That was a huge failure. And also, they're about to get pushed back on the front lines because once their logistics collapse, they can't supply the troops at the front with ammo and food and supplies. So therefore, it's going to collapse. I mean, how much bad? And also, not to mention the attacks on Moscow. I almost forgot about that too. The daily attacks on Moscow that's literally prodding the Russian civilians to start basically uprising against the Putin regime. I mean, it's literally a cascade. It's a lot of stuff going on right now. I think we're about to see some big escalations.
Also, I saw someone say, is the gas situation so bad in Russia that they're having to lower the speed limits? Generally not, because the roads already look like this, and the fastest speed you can get on that's like 15, so no.
Yeah, those roads kind of suck. It kind of looks like American roads a little bit in some places of the country at least. But yeah, I don't think they're going too fast in their Ladas.
This is right outside of Yaroslavl, man. Like, no, I don't think American roads look like that. I mean, you know, some American roads are pretty rough, like in places like Detroit. I'm sorry, everyone. We just got in thousands of letters in the mail about making fun of Detroit. So we're going to have to go pick their relative, Chicago. It's not like the roads in Chicago, you know, that bad off. It's a lot better here in America than it is over there. Over there, they might not even have paved roads. They might just be dirt. And then you're in, you know, a pretty bad place. I mean, look at that. I mean, you can't drive over a road like that. That's horrific, really.
This is dirt with a side of road.
Or this one, the Kolyma Highway. That's not even a highway. That's literally just a gravel path.
Honestly, it kind of is, really. It looks like a logging road.
Or this one. I mean, honestly, that just kind of does look like a road in Alabama. Or how about this one? Like, that's a pretty bad one. You know, and this one as well. A lot of roads are like that in Russia, you know, folks. I would put money on it that if I drop y'all down on a random Russian road right now, it's going to look like that. Let's take a gander. Yep.
Oh, man. They got that gravel special. It's pretty level for a gravel road, I will say that. But can you imagine a lot with, like, you know, basic spring suspension going over something like this? You're probably bouncing around like Scooby-Doo and the gang in the mystery van.
Man, honestly, man, I think your brain gets rattled so badly you might pick up alcoholism by the time you're off this road.
Oh, they already had that anyway. They don't have to worry about it.
Oh, probably. Like, we'll take that. Man, oh man, one more shot. You know, some people might say we were just lucky, so we're going to do one more, just randomly on this road right here. Yeah, this isn't even paved. This is literally just dirt.
Man, this is where they take people out and do something to them.
Jeez. And this is a legitimate road. Like, they have road signs up and everything on a dirt road. You know, it's just wild when you think about that, folks. You know, Russia is a place in this world that a lot of people really hype up a whole lot, and yet they don't have a single paved road anywhere. And I saw someone say, "Are you city slickers?" No, we grew up in the country our whole life. We moved into the cities recently. But you know, even in the countryside, there were paved roads. Like, you know, that'd be unheard of to say in America, unless you're in, like, the Midwest where they're growing corn and whatnot, in, like, Nebraska. It's unheard of to not have a paved road here in the United States anymore, unless you're in a place that has literally nobody living in it. So, anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And it looks like, folks, we have covered most of the news that has broken out at this moment right now. But I do have to say, folks, that I have to give a humongous shout out on the behalf of both of us for all of y'all watching so far. So far at the peak tonight, we've had 20.2 thousand people here, and 130,000 people have watched this stream in an hour and 21 minutes. And I got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative of so many of y'all continuing to choose this channel as your primary source of news, and I hope that we're able to break this story to you all as quickly and rapidly and also as well detailed as we can with a decent amount of analysis of where it's probably going to be going here in the very near future. With that in mind, we are going to be getting on into answering questions. Breaking news might happen intermittently during the question segment, so make sure to stick around. You might miss a major development if you leave. So, make sure to just hang tight, and something might happen here in the near future. But generally, we're going to be rounding this thing probably on out at this point. Also, by the way, Matthew, if you could you filibuster for a little bit, because I haven't had a drop of water all day long, and my throat is burning and on fire from talking nonstop without it having water.
Yeah.
So just filibuster real quick.
Yeah, go get you some water, go get you some aqua. But in the meantime, folks, though, hopefully we don't get off the air here shortly and then the Iranians decide to launch a strike. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We'll probably be on the air for another hour or so, I would imagine, answering questions and getting to super chats as well. So if there is something that's going to happen over the next hour, we will be here to cover it, of course. But right now, though, I'm really surprised we have not heard anything yet, because the Iranians the enforcer could be right. They might be about to try to ignore the situation in the hopes of just holding out and keeping the U.S. waiting and stalling out the talks, because like the enforcer also mentioned as well, right now, the Iranians are basically in the driver's seat as they're sitting back and waiting, because all they have to do is simply survive to try to win the situation. They just simply have to sit back, survive, and try not to get hit. That's all they have to do. The U.S. has to do something militarily to reopen the strait. So, I mean, we have to take action if we want to win. Iran just has to sit back and simply live and survive. So that's a big different calculus between the two. So even though this is probably a big ego blow to the Iranians, I'd imagine, it may not be enough to tip them over the retaliation threshold, to say the least. So we'll have to see with that. But in the meantime, though, it is time to jump into some questions, some super chats, etc. And the enforcer will be back in just a second. He'll be able to weigh in as well to these. But our first one here goes to Cerebrus3, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that very generous support right there. One of the largest ones of the day. Not the night, but the day. And Cerebrus said, Happy Memorial Day, Enforcers in chat. Regardless of what's going on in the world, I hope you can spend time with family and friends and take care of yourselves and others. And one from the chat, please.
And a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support, Cerebrus3, and helping this channel to keep on running. And it is Memorial Day. We actually got out and wandered around a little bit, took a little walk, and acting crazy and silly. We don't even care no more. And then this thing happened, and then we had to race back home. I don't know what it was, but on that walk today, folks, I think something I pulled some sort of a muscle in my leg, because my left leg was on fire, badly. It did not feel good at all to go for a walk today. And usually I'm a big fan of walks and hikes, but my left leg today was doing so badly I couldn't even hardly move my foot my left foot by the time I was done walking. I hardly even pivot it and swivel it. Now I can. I don't know what it was with that. It was really weird, but that was a pretty fun thing to do, and I hope that everybody is enjoying their Memorial Day with their family and friends, because it's always a fun thing to get to enjoy holidays like these. This holiday is a little bit more of a somber one than others, because this is the day that we remember all of those who have fallen in the service of our nation, and also those who have been important in guiding our nation in times prior. But humongous thanks to you for the incredible support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we will make sure to get one from the chat in your honor. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the live chat question in honor of Cerebrus3 is going to go to none other than Andrew Acton. And Andrew said, why doesn't the U.S. use A-10 Warthogs and Apache helicopters in mixed waves to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Generally, the reason why the A-10 Warthogs are not used is because you would have to use them in closer proximity to the boats, and if they have a man pad, that could pose a pretty significant issue. To A-10 Warthogs using strafing runs would have to be in less than in range, a mile away from their target, and that is well within man pad range. And so generally that would be considered too big of a risk for Apaches, well, more so Warthogs, to be able to try and conduct that sort of an action. So for that reason, they would most likely start leaning towards AH-64 Apaches, just conducting significant amounts of attacks on the fast attack boats and destroying them with AGM-114 Hellfires from 7 miles away or farther. The problem, though, with the idea of just using A-10s and Apaches only is that it doesn't deal with all of the threats within the area, such as the surface-to-air missile threats that clearly now do exist, the anti-ship missile threats, the drone threats, the minefield, and everything else. It would largely require a combined arms operation to be able to see that all of those threats were dealt with and completely destroyed, and generally I would say that an A-10 Warthog being used for strafing runs in really any modern scenario is basically asking pilots to possibly end up, getting killed on every single sortie, because they could take ground fire and get killed, or they could get shot down by a man-pad and then tortured and executed and whatnot, possibly. So I hope that does address that live chat the best I can, and a humongous thanks to you once again for the support, Cerebrus 3, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to cover news like we are today. So humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And honestly, I got to say, the news has us working overtime. It's a holiday, but I mean, today, I woke up, immediately had to start researching, making a video, doing all kinds of research on that. Also doing research for the stream too. So was the Enforcer. So got a walk in today, but outside of that though, it's been a very busy Memorial Day for a holiday. I will say that. So now a stream too on top of it, working overtime. I mean, this is more work than we do on some of our normal work days. So that's crazy. The holiday is anything but.
Yeah, I would say it's been a crazy day. I would have to say, folks, like I really appreciate Mondays, because monologuing for 2 hours is very mentally tiring, and so I always enjoy the Monday, like the Monday breaks. And today I didn't get one, so it's another 13-day work week. So that's always a fun one. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to none other than BC Skyman, and thank you very much, BC, for that very generous $100 support yet again. And thank you very much, good sir. And also, good to see you once again, by the way. He said, "Happy Memorial Day and proud to be an American." And thank you for the breaking news, Enforcers.
And a humongous thanks to you for being here with us, BC Scammon, and a happy Memorial Day to you as well. And I'm always proud to be an American. That's why I get so heated about what the United States should be doing, because I look out for the best interest of the United States every day, much like you do, BC Scammon, and all well-intentioned citizens of the Republic, whether they agree or not on what they think is best. They still look out for the country and its best interest every day. And I got to thank you so much for enjoying our breaking news today, BC Scammon, and supporting it, because you're helping it to be possible on Memorial Day of all days. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Bex Chitwood. And thank you very much, Bex, for that $100 support as well. Also extremely generous. We do appreciate that. And Bex said, "LSA, Slava Ukraine, and thanks for working overtime for the updates, guys." And no, thank you for the kind words, by the way. We are working overtime. I'll say, for me, like when the news gets like this, like we just can't sit back and not cover it. Like, it's impossible to do that, because when something's happening, I feel like we're like missing out or something like that. Like, I feel like we have to cover it. So that's the way we both feel about it. So that's why we ran a stream this evening on it. And also, obviously, we make short war videos whenever there's breaking news. So that was going to come out anyway this morning. But I would rather be here, because if I was like sitting, like, resting right now in the midst of this news going on, I would be so distracted by the news, I wouldn't be able to rest anyway. So it's better to be on a stream in my view. But Enforcer, what say you?
Thank you incredibly for the support, and thank you so much for enjoying our overtime work. It is a little bit tiresome, not really tiresome on the day-to-day, it's just kind of more so tiresome, at least on my end, knowing that we just got done with a 6-day week. This is now the 7th day, and now I'm going to have to go for another 6 days straight after this. And that's the part where I'm like, damn, like that's a tough break right there. I always wish, folks, like, kind of like in my head, if anything happens, I always hope that it doesn't happen on a Monday, so that way at least I can give my voice a rest, and also give my head a rest a little bit of having to go at 100 miles an hour to think of what I'm going to be saying 15 minutes from now, and how to have all of that connected, and then do that over a dozen times during the show. But I do thank you so much for enjoying the show and heavily supporting it, Bex, because you help us to make this thing possible. Hell or high water, I'm just hoping that the next time something like this happens, it doesn't happen on a Monday. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again.
I knew they were going to do this to us. I was thinking last night, I was like, they better not do this on Memorial Day. Like, don't do it. And of course, they had to do it on Memorial Day. I was like, come on, man. I was like, we were ready for it yesterday. Like, we were like sitting around waiting for it. We were like, it's going to happen on Sunday. Like, it's got to. Like, Sunday seems to be a favorite, like, of the United States to do stuff like this. But they didn't do it on Sunday. They did it on Monday. It's like, come on. It's like, come on, not the holiday. Also, to think about the military, the soldiers, they're currently conducting airstrikes on Memorial Day of all days right now. So they're not getting the day off either. Nobody is.
Man, honestly, then nobody is getting the day off. Also, those folks in the Navy that are over there on the ships right now, and then the Army. Well, really, everybody in CENTCOM isn't getting the day off and hasn't gotten any of the holidays off so far. I got to say, folks, they've got it rougher than us. Like, way rougher than us in a lot of ways, but especially just speaking alone on time constraints. They're on the clock 24/7 the whole time they're in CENTCOM's AOR every day of the week. They don't even get they kind of get it. They get R&R. Well, actually, you know what? Come to think of it, we don't get R&R, Matthew. We're just on here 6 days a week. Well, we get like 1 day off, and that's it. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe when it all comes out in the wash time-wise, that's it. Not talking about everything else. Maybe it's even Stevens, or they're still a little bit worse off than us. But still, a crazy thing to think of. But it's still, I hope they're doing all well over there. I know some of the folks over there right now. And I hope that they're doing well as well. I haven't been able to talk to them in a little bit because they went over there. But I hope they're doing incredibly well this Memorial Day because they haven't made it back yet. So humongous thanks to your support, Bex, and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to do these overtime updates 7 days a week if necessary. So huge thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Rye Guy SR, who puts in a $30 support. And thank you very much, Rye Guy, for that 30, and we do appreciate that. And he said, sir, what happened to the peace deal? Fire and brimstone it is. And thanks, guys, for bringing us the news. And is this over by tomorrow morning, for the market's sake? And take one from the chat if you can, and LLT, LSA.
Oh, I'd have a feeling it's probably going to be over. Like, I have a feeling. I heard, like, I keep my headset on even when I'm away from the computer, like when I was going to get water, so I could hear what Matthew was saying. Matthew's like, Enforcer might be right. They're probably not going to respond. I don't think that they will. So I think this whole thing is done and over with right now. Because the Iranians are trying to wait this whole thing out. Because right now, folks, like, for example, let's say you have you're in the desert, right? And you're under a rock with shade, and you have this giant jug of water near to you, and it's the only jug of water in the whole surrounding area. And every day that thing tips over on its own and it pours out water for everyone to drink. But you can stop it from doing that by holding it and just not letting it tip over. And so we're the guy out there, outside of the rock, outside of the shade, in the open, watching the Iranians hold that water. And so if we sock them in the face, they don't have to get up and let the water tip over and let it start flowing back out for us to get a drink and everyone else. They can just keep hanging on to it and get socked in the face a couple of times and hope that we die of thirst before they end up getting knocked out and the jug tips over again to give everyone a sip of water. That's the kind of position they're in right now. So there's no real incentive for them to go out of their way to restart the war, to save face or anything. They don't really need to save face. If the Iranian public doesn't like what they're doing, they'll just execute them. So that whole equation's out of the picture. All they have to do is try and survive and outlast the U.S. economically, so that way at some point the U.S. has so much economic pressure on us that we basically just have to agree to whatever demands they have to try and end this whole thing and get some relief on the oil side of the deal. So that's what I'm thinking right now. And that's why I'm also thinking they're probably not going to be doing much of anything, and this whole thing probably is actually over today, and we'll probably hear the president talk about how all of this is totally fine. It wasn't a ceasefire violation. If you even ask that question, you'll probably call the people who were asking that stupid when it clearly is a ceasefire violation. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor, right, guy? And so what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so this one right here is going to go to none other than Elijah, who said, whatever happened to Iran's S-400 systems that they had?
We don't really know. There could have been an S-400 at BANDAR ABBAS that was just hit by a harm. So we don't really know for sure. We know that a decent amount of them were destroyed, but clearly not all of them. And we don't really know how many air defenses Iran has left. Because as many of y'all will know, the president's been claiming that their whole navy was destroyed, all of their air defenses were destroyed, all of their radars were destroyed, this, that, and the other. Literally everything in Iran is destroyed. Problem with that statement is, though, is that if all of that was destroyed, CENTCOM wouldn't have just stated to Fox News that they engaged and destroyed a surface-to-air missile defense system in BANDAR, ABBAS, which uses a radar and is an air defense system. So that clearly is showing that the statements by the president are completely false, and there's apparently missile-based air defense systems still operational in Iran. So as far as it goes, you can't really take the government's word at anything, because from what we've seen, CENTCOM statements are largely just made to back up the president's statements. And the fact that the president's statements are now clearly false with the information we have today, there's really no way to know what they have left, because CENTCOM hasn't been honest at this point about what the Iranians' capabilities truly are and what kind of damage they even inflicted on us during the war, which they're still not being honest on, although we now have the satellite data to prove that there was a significant amount of damage to U.S. forces during the conflict. So I hope that addresses that.
And also the CENTCOM and also the U.S. right now is basically playing like a form of like legal like chess, I guess you could say. They're trying to dance around the War Powers Act right now. So the way they word things is very odd. Like that's why I'm bringing up so much doubt about these being allegedly defensive strikes against Iran, because I mean, it doesn't look very defensive. I mean, we went and struck missile launchers and all kinds of stuff inside of Iran, on top of the alleged vessel being engaged by the IRGC forces on the coast. So that's why I'm saying that it doesn't really sound defensive. It sounds like they would say that simply to get around the War Powers Act, which, you know, at this point, I mean, every other president has violated it, so it's nothing new. But I wish they would go to Congress and simply get the declaration of war. But I would say it sounds like they're doing legal chess.
Yeah, it sounds like that to me for sure. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to Game Theory, who puts in a 30. And thank you very much, Game Theory, for that $30 support. And we do appreciate that. They said, don't you think that, let's see here. I can't read this one, Game Theory. I can't read this one, sadly. This one right here could get us in legal trouble if we read this one off, because some people out there are litigious. They like to sue. So sadly, I can't read this one off right here. But I've heard your point. I get your point. I just sadly can't address it on air. But Enforcer, what say you?
I had to say, I thank you for the support, Game Theory. That's a great question. But look, you got to understand, $175,000 in the current day isn't what it was back in 2009. And sometimes some of these people, they got to put food on their families. But beyond that, a big thanks to your support. I can't get into it farther than just making kind of like a slight referential joke. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $25 support from Ella MC Wheels NAFO, and thank you very much, Ella, for the 25, and we do appreciate that. And Ella said, here's some Costco chicken and caffeine funds, and appreciate all the work you both do. And take one from the chat, LLTLSA and Slava Ukraine.
And thank you so much for the caffeine fund. I hate to say it, folks, I've got terrible news. After one of the shows just a few days ago, I haven't told you all about this, folks, because it's such a tragedy. My coffee machine broke. I don't know what's wrong with it, but it will not feed the coffee beans into the grinder anymore. So I've got to try and figure out how to fix that or send it back to the people who can. And I'm very peeved at that, because I've only had the thing for about 6 months and it already broke, which is very annoying. But beyond that, I do have to say the caffeine fund is greatly appreciated, because I'm going to have to go back to those little jugs of nitro cold brew from the store, which I really do not want. Like, I'm really despising that I have to do that, but I'm going to have to do that tomorrow, because I have no way to get coffee. Right now, I'm not even running on any coffee. I drank my last emergency energy drink in the energy drink stocks for last night's show. I'm running on nothing. I'm running on fumes. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's really something else, folks. I mean, honestly, the tragedy of it. Can y'all imagine, folks, like getting a coffee machine and expecting that it's going to last you years, and then it only works 6 months until it just breaks? Like, that's really annoying. But outside of that, though, I do have to say a humongous thanks to your support. And the Costco chickens, they never break. They never do. They're always edible, always fresh, always delicious. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And we will make sure to take one from the chat here in just a moment. But we actually have, apparently, a new post.
Well, actually, I'll save the new post for a second. We'll get to the new post here in just a minute after we get that live chat question, because it's not necessarily breaking news, but it's something that is I think people might get a laugh out of. But to get that question in honor of Ella MC Wheels NAFO, this one goes to I'm D Stevenson, who said, "How deep is the Strait of Hormuz, where the mines have been laid by the IRGC?"
The Strait of Hormuz at the deepest is only about 300 feet deep, so it's not deep whatsoever. So you could definitely try and drop some bombs to get them, but the problem is that we don't know where they are, so you just have to keep dropping bombs throughout the whole of the strait and just hope to get lucky, and that kind of runs a bit of a problem. On top of that, detecting them, especially for some of them, would be very difficult because the Maham 7 design actually is radar built to be able to deflect radar pulses is the best way, well, more so sonar pulses, sorry, best way I can put that. And so it would actually be hard to detect them without physically sailing up onto one of them with a minesweeper and seeing it in the water and going, oh, there it is, and then working on demining it. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least the live chat. And huge thanks to you once again, Ella McWheels NAFO, for that support. Help with this channel to keep it running and throwing in some kind words. And we have a new post, and it looks like a treat. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so here it is. Click on the second image right over here. Like, go to the next one. Okay, so this was apparently, folks, and we're not trying to make a political statement. I'm just getting this post up here for laughs because I think it's a little bit funny. So this was allegedly posted on Truth Social by the president, and it shows the last three presidents, or not the last three, but it shows the most recent presidents here that dealt with Iran. There's Obama up there at the top. Let's negotiate. And then there's the Iranians over there in a shiesty. Honestly, doesn't even look like an Iranian, really. But he said, "I'll blow shit up."
Looks like a Chechen.
Yeah, really, it doesn't even look like an Iranian. That's a bad AI right there with that. It's like that's not even Iranian. But also we have over here on the second part here, we have, hey, look, Jack, it's Biden. Let's negotiate, Jack. Let's come to crack a deal. And then you got the Chechen over here. I'll blow shit up. So now we have the most recent president. I'll blow shit up. And the Iranians said, let's negotiate. Even though Obama was the one who got the JCPOA, that was the highly criticized Iran nuclear deal. I mean, what was that? I mean, that was a negotiation too. So I don't know what's up with this. Also, by the way, this is like in the comic book strip format. This is rough. This is bad rough.
Also, I gotta ask. I mean, I just gotta say the obvious. Isn't there supposed to be an extra Trump between Obama and Biden? It's not like the 2016 to 2020 term just didn't exist. I mean, he was the president. Why didn't he do anything about it?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like,
because
they're missing that part.
He ripped up the JCPOA, and like the genius he is, he then did nothing, by the way, folks. Literally nothing. Just ripped up the JCPOA, didn't address anything beyond that, and just ignored the problem until he was voted out in 2020. And so now he's acting like he was just never around in the decision-making process. He just got here. You see, everybody before him was saying, let's negotiate. He literally just said, F him, and then did nothing. And that was his answer. So really, truly, folks, an absolute genius there, completely forgetting to add themselves in the middle of Obama and Biden like he just didn't exist in his first term.
Yeah, putting all the serious stuff aside, there's clearly some logical issues with the whole thing. But I mean, just putting all that aside, I just want to know who the hell put him on the AI. Like, I want to know that, because recently there's been like nonstop AI images coming out. I don't know what AI engine he's using. I don't know if he's using like Open AI or whatever that one's called, ChatGPT, Claude, or whatever he's using. He might not be using Claude, because I think they had a feud with that one a while back. But it's like somebody put him on AI. He's like making nonstop AI images, which is like, also, by the way, we make a point not to put out AI images on any of our platforms, by the way, because it usually looks really crappy and cheesy like this right here. And also, I don't know what prompt he put in, but it's like, I guess he said, put an Iranian on the right side saying that they're going to do something. And it didn't even come up with an Iranian. It came up with like a Chechen over here on the right. I think there's something wrong with that, actually. It's like, if they say like an Iranian, like IRGC terrorist, and then they put like a Chechen on there, it's like, I mean, what's the AI saying? Like, what's it saying here?
I don't even know. Also, I saw someone say, well, Trump blew up Soleimani in his first term. But what did that do? I mean, like everybody always likes to say he blew up some guy. Like he blew up Khomeini, he blew up Soleimani. What did it do, though? I mean, he's blown up so many people with different airstrikes, and they don't amount to anything because the concept is flawed. Blowing up people doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't matter how important they are because they're not. It's not the individual that's making the action. It's the system that they're a part of that's making the actions. They just happen to be a cog in that machine. If you break one of those cogs, they're going to replace it with another. And that's how the Islamic regime works. That's how the US government works. If anybody died in the US government, there's someone today that will replace them. It doesn't matter who in the world they were. It matters what system they're a part of. And that's why this whole thing of, well, we blew up this guy, it's kind of like an ass backwards concept. We didn't wipe out Osama bin Laden to destroy Al-Qaeda. We wiped out Osama bin Laden because he was the guy who conducted 9/11 and we were getting vengeance. There was no idea that would end up shredding Al-Qaeda. And Al-Qaeda still exists in the region today, although it's lost a lot of prevalence to other groups and spinoffs that came from them. But generally, that's how that works. So, that's what I've been saying the whole time, folks, about every single foreign policy thing. Removing Maduro doesn't get rid of the government and the system that Hugo Chavez made when he was elected a couple of decades back in Venezuela that turned Venezuela into the socialist regime it is. So getting rid of Maduro isn't doing anything. And blowing up Khomeini and blowing up Soleimani doesn't do anything to end the Islamic regime. It just replaces them with another Islamic regime goon.
It is really wild when you think back about it, though. Like when they decided to get rid of Qasem Soleimani, who was a pretty top Iranian official, a military officer, by the way, the Iranians largely, I don't think they did much about it, actually. I think they largely just sort of let it go.
Yeah, they kind of did. They called him a martyr, of course, and they made a couple like cardboard cutouts of him, but they really didn't do anything further than that.
Yeah, I wonder why they did. Like, it's like, well, why didn't the Iranians respond to that? I will say this though. I mean, I'm personally not against it. Like, the U.S. took out Qasem Soleimani. He was a devil. Like the guy, he literally had no redeemable qualities. The dude was a devil, to say the least. So they took him out. It made a statement. The Iranians largely just sat back and just took it, and that was the end of it. So I would say that was a success when it comes to U.S. operations. I don't see anything necessarily, like a failure in that necessarily. It didn't really change the situation, but it was shaking up their military command structure a bit when they did that.
Well, he was more so a guy affiliated with the IRGC, and the whole thing with that was we blew up Soleimani, who kind of like runs the IRGC, so therefore terrorism is over in the Middle East. That's Iranian funded, and that clearly didn't happen. Because that was the whole thing behind that attack. It was, kind of like the idea of killing Baghdadi's going to end ISIS. Clearly it didn't, because once the Syrian civil war led to the collapse of the Assad regime, we now know that central Syria around Palmyra is thick as thieves with ISIS. They're all still out there. They're just keeping a low profile and waiting for the moment that the region gets unstable enough that they can rise up again. So, it's the problem that, it's the Hollywood movie idea that killing the head honcho ends everything, and that just never works. Like, for example, let's take this. When Lincoln was assassinated, did that lead to the collapse of the Union? No. Andrew Johnson became the president that day, and nothing changed. When President Garfield was assassinated, did that end the United States of America? No. Chester Arthur became the president, and that was the end of it. When McKinley was assassinated, Teddy Roosevelt became the president. When anyone in the Congress dies, there's an election to immediately replace their seat. There's in any governmental system, that's just the examples in the United States, in any governmental system, in any sort of an institution anywhere in the world, if somebody dies, there is already a replacement for them today, within the hour. So it's not really about destroying the people that are a part of that system, it's about dismantling the system that those people are a part of, and doing it the other way around. And that's why I always say, folks, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to say, like, blow up Khomeini, because beyond blowing him up, which he's not a great guy, I mean, obviously, it doesn't really achieve much of anything for us. It would be like blowing up Hussein at the beginning of the invasion of Iraq in 2003. What would it really do? It wouldn't do anything. It's not like the Iraqi army's going to dissolve if he dies. They still would fight on no matter what. So that's kind of the 2 cents that I have on that. It just strategically doesn't have that much of an impact. And honestly, folks, it's better to take them alive, because then they're no martyr. Then they're just some guy, and they're going to get dragged through our court system to look like a fool, and then we'll punish them appropriately to death or to life imprisonment. But either way, we don't turn them into a martyr, and they still end up looking like a complete fool. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from a Wubba Actual. And thank you very much, Wubba, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that, as always. Very generous of you. He said, geez, bros, take a day off and go fishing or something. They're not letting us. They're not letting us, Wubba. They're keeping us. They're keeping us. They're pulling us in. We try to get out, but they're just pulling us in deeper and deeper. So it's just the way it is. Like, that's the nature of our business. We have to be on call for stuff like this because the thing is, folks, here's how it works. Like, from our end of things, if we miss a big news event, that's bad. That's not good for us because we want to be here and we want to be known as a consistent, reliable news source. So the downside of that is there is a trade-off. It does affect quality of life a little bit and sometimes a lot. Like right now, it's very hot news season, so it definitely affects it quite a bit. But we have to be on call for that. So that's just there's positives and negatives to every field out there, and this is one of the negatives to it. Is you just kind of have to show up when it's when there's news. But we do appreciate support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And we do appreciate the support, Wubba, and I got to thank you so much for the support. And honestly, oh, I would love to roam through the wheat fields and graze my hands through the wheat and imagine the days off that I could get. But, news is news, and, especially in the current environment these days that exists, there is never a time that we can get off. Generally, I will have to say this, folks, back in the day when we first started this news for the first few years, it was actually kind of nice. It was very predictable because everything worked off of a normal track like it should. And so you could kind of tell when things were coming down the road well in advance and when things were going to be fizzling off. And so that gave us an ability to be able to kind of figure out when we could get a little bit more free time and then when we would need to start working harder. Nowadays, we have no clue when that is because the decisions that are made are so erratic and just delirious that there is no way to know what's going to be happening tomorrow. So, things like this just happen. And I was just wishing that it happened on Sunday or Tuesday, not today. But, I'm still happy to be here. It's an honor to be able to run the show and to be able to cover the news for each and every single one of y'all. And that makes it worthwhile in its own sense. So a huge thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Bernard Rubin. And thank you very much, Bernard, as well, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that. He said, on one hand, I'm glad that the U.S. is finally back to dealing with the IRGC menace. But on the other hand, the U.S. should have done this before the strait was mined. And, well, the price of petrol is going to rise a lot.
Yeah, I would have to definitely agree. But generally, it looks like this was a once-off. It doesn't look like it's going to be a larger campaign, unfortunately. And also, it's really funny that you mentioned that about the minefield laying, because there's been a load of people. I know many of y'all have seen it tonight, folks. A load of very political people coming in. And when we're saying, well, like, they were probably just going out there and laying more mines, they're like, you idiot, that's offensive. It's like, well, we've never blown them up when they've laid any mines before. So we've already laid out the precedent. That's the important thing, the trend, as some people would call it, that we don't blow them up when they lay more mines because we just don't consider that to be serious enough. So today we blow them up. And, and it's like, that's not really a proper justification because we've always worked off of for the past few months that them laying mines isn't really that big of a deal to be able to have to blow boats up. And now we blow them up today, kind of changing the whole way that we're working this whole deal. And I wish they kind of done this in advance, blowing up the things that were laying mines in the strait. But, they didn't foresee that too far in advance, like everyone else did. So now we're having to live the consequences of it. But a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a super chat from none other than Ron Fannin. And thank you very much, Ron, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that. And Ron said, LSA and happy Memorial Day. And take one from the chat, LSA.
And a big happy Memorial Day to you. And a humongous thanks to you for support. And we will get one from the chat. So what do we got?
All right, so the one from the chat in honor of Ron goes to DKT, who said, would the U.S. government do something lawful but horrifying to try and win big and quickly? Think one minesweeper in the strait to justify a WP smokescreen on Iranian islands, for example.
I would doubt it, because if it was found out that they conducted a poor strategy, like putting a sacrificial minesweeper in the strait to get obliterated and get all of those sailors killed to try and justify something, that probably wouldn't go over too well with most of the U.S. public, I would think. So I would doubt it, me personally, I think. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Dan Brooks, and thank you, Dan, as well, for that 20. He said, thanks for the coverage, even on a holiday.
Thank you, Dan, for enjoying our coverage even on this holiday. And so huge thanks to you so much once again. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Levi J and 96. And thank you, Levi, for that 20. He said, relax, the Dow is over 50,000.
It is.
And let me fact check that. It is over 50,000. It's at 50,580. I think the S&P had an all-time high, I think today as well, or yesterday, one or the other. Yeah, it had to be on Friday, actually, because it was only open then. So I think it had an all-time high. So the stock market going through the ceiling, the world going through the floor. But unfortunately, what say you?
Everyone rejoice. All crimes are now legal. Like if you want to go down the road at 100 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone, you can, because the Dow was over. It's a joke, clearly. I mean, come on. I mean, it's a joke. But the Dow is over 50,000, and therefore it's like Purge Day. Everything's legal. Like, we all remember, folks, the proper legal defense to any questions pertaining to the files or the island is the Dow is over 50,000, and therefore everything's excused. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for supporting up with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jeannie Toll. And thank you very much for that $20 support as well, by the way. They said, it's just another Marmot Monday.
And a big thanks to your support, Jeannie Tolls. And it is another Marmot Monday, and we're here for it, actually. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Music Uploader, and thank you as well for that support. They said, what is this destroy the dust talk? And atoms don't just disappear. It either has to be transferred and downblended or used as fuel to dissipate its strength and render it as nuclear waste in LSA.
It would be nice if you could explain that to the president, and also explain how, we're not paying into NATO because there's no pot of money that NATO uses to, run a military, and a whole bunch of other things like, tariffs don't really, other countries don't pay for tariffs. It's the people here importing goods that are paying for tariffs. If you could explain all those things to the president, that would be very nice. But generally the whole thing is that the president doesn't understand that. So, that's kind of where our problem lies at the moment. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Game Theory, and thank you, Game Theory, once again for that $20 support. He said, did you two do a barbecue at a neighbor's house, and hope you got to relax? No, what did get outside, though, a little bit before all this stuff broke out, by the way. I actually learned that the stuff was breaking out when I was outside trying to get some fresh air, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd actually have to say we didn't go to any barbecues or anything like that. We just walked around, and then I found out that my left leg is really messed up pretty bad. You found that out in the middle of the walk, and then I had to hurry back over here and get to work. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Enzyme, and thank you, Enzyme, as well. They said, thanks for working overtime without holiday pay. What is the story behind the Enforcer avatar, soldier with a gas mask?
Oh, that's me. That's actually me in that picture. I got to thank you so much for the support, by the way, and enjoying us working overtime on the holiday. But the answer about the Enforcer man on the Enforcer profile picture is that is actually me. Way back in the day, back when the show started, I was pretty big into reenacting. Nowadays, I have given that up. But beyond that, though, I was really big into reenacting, and one of the things that I liked to reenact the most was the First World War. And the fact was that at the beginning of the channel, I had this profile picture that was apparently the Fallout New Vegas NCR Ranger, and I wanted something that was more unique and more identifiable to the channel than to Fallout New Vegas. So we had to do some sort of rebranding, but I wanted to be with something with a gas mask, because I think the gas masks look kind of neat. So I put all that stuff on, we did some pictures with it, photo edited it the right way, and it came out like that in the profile picture. So that is the story behind it, and that what you're looking at is actually me, the Enforcer, wearing that whole thing. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 40 euro support from Id Javiz, and thank you very much, Id Javiz, for that 40 euro support. We do appreciate that. All the way from, guess where? Europe, where the euro is from. It's a brand new term, the euro. It's from Europe, of course. I'm sure most people don't know that, but it's from Europe. But they said, betrayed by the coffee machine. I feel you, bro.
And I'd have to say, I thank you for relating to me. I thank you greatly. Folks like you make me feel better because you see, it feels bad to have the coffee machine break on you. You know, you want a cup of coffee, you go down there, you pour the beans in, press run, and it doesn't work, and it was very annoying. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And by the way, folks, I just saw the greatest comment in the live chat I have ever seen. Man, have you seen it?
Is it the guy with all caps?
No. It was the one that says, "This opinion of yours is so biased and full of bullshit." Well, that's your opinion. Like, that's your, which is biased and full of bullshit. Like, I've never, like, you know, I think you're getting lost in the sauce here. You know, an opinion's an opinion. You know, you can have a different opinion from me, and I can have a different one from you, and that doesn't mean that the opinion is full of bullshit. But you know, that's an interesting one though. I've never heard that. Apparently you have to fact check opinions. That's news. I never heard of that. Have y'all heard of that before, folks? Fact checking opinions? Like, I've never heard of that one. Have you?
Haven't either. Was this dude trying to pin the tail on the donkey or something? What are we doing here?
I think this guy just got done eating lead paint chips, and he decided to make this whole thing his problem.
What's that? There's like some like radio show out there that like interviews rappers and stuff like that, and they have like, it's like donkey of the day or something like that. Or like, he's the donkey of the day, and it causes like horrible fights. Like people like start threatening each other and stuff over being called the donkey of the day. Like, it's really absurd how people get so offended by that. But I feel like we might have to have like a bot donkey of the day, possibly, or something like that. Dude might be the first candidate for that.
Man, the bots trying to diss on me. They told me to have Tusky.
You gotta have that Tusky.
My daddy let me get cigarettes. I had to have Tusky. Oh man, I tell you. Anyways, that's just my opinion, by the way, folks, which is apparently biased and full of bullshit. Which I guess is every opinion. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
And also everybody's saying it's called Breakfast Show or something like that does that Donkey of the Day thing. I've seen some really bad stuff come out of that Donkey of the Day stuff. Like, some people get so crazy over that, it's wild. But anyways, though, moving on to our next super chat. This one's going to go to Cerebrus3, who puts in 20. And thank you, Cerebrus, as well. They said, pour one out to that Captain Gazelle that woke up and decided it was time.
Man, that gazelle woke up and it saw Zelensky in the sky like Lion King, and Zelensky was up there going, "You know what to do. You know who you are." And the gazelle went, and it went straight to that bus. I mean, honestly, that thing's a hero. They ought to give it a medal in Ukraine. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep them running, and I hope that does address that the best I can. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from C. Walla, and thank you very much, C. Walla, for that $20 support. I don't see a comment attached to it, but we do appreciate that nonetheless. And Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I'd have to say, big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, amazing fellas like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And so a big thanks to you for support. And also, Matthew, I just saw, was that the guy, the guy you just banned right there? Was that the guy who was like talking in all caps earlier that you were talking about?
Yeah, he kept spamming the same thing over and over again, like 30 times in a row. It's like, bro, I've already seen it once. I don't need to see it like 30 times.
But also, it's like he's working off of a fallacy, because like to tell y'all what the guy was saying, because it doesn't make any sense. He says, "Yo, keep talking about wanting us to go back in the war. You do realize Iran is going to attack all of the Gulf countries, which would send the entire world into a global recession. This is why." I don't think you understand it, man. We're already going into a global recession because they can't ship any of the oil out. So I think you're kind of missing the bus, or missing the train, or missing everything here. We're already going into a global recession, so it doesn't really matter if Iran attacks them or not. And as far as us militarily reopening the strait, that's kind of only our only shot in hell right now, buddy, of even seeing that this whole thing could be averted at all. I think you're kind of missing that whole thing. But actually, we have some news coming out at the moment. So what do we got?
Okay, so apparently, with that bus that crashed in Nizhny Novgorod inside of Russia, that got taken out by the Gazelle with the North Koreans on board of it. Apparently, the Gazelle went through the windshield of the bus, apparently landed in the laps of some of the North Koreans at the front of it. They got out of the bus, and then they started a fire on the side of the road, and they tried to cook it.
What?
So
like, for real? Oh my God, my
No,
joke earlier.
no,
Oh, I was
not
about to
for
say,
real. Not for real, no.
oh my God, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, the North Koreans, they eat anything because there's literally nothing to eat. I mean, that's
Man, there was nothing left of that thing, man. That thing was finished. Can you imagine? I don't want to get graphic here, but I think that thing might have been like missed or something after that bus got done with it.
oh yes, I know what you're trying to get at. Here, let me pull it up.
Oh, wait, oh, I don't know. Oh, what are you pulling up?
Oh, calm down, Matthew. You're getting so politically correct these days. They turn it into this.
Oh,
Ground beef.
meat. Look at that. Right there.
Oh, I tell you. Oh, man. You're so scared. Man, you're turning into, like, the censorship office from, like,
Man, I thought you were the
Man, I wasn't going to pull up
like,
some chopped up
roadkill.
animal. Right? Like,
I'm
no.
like, no, I don't want to see that junk.
No, man, I was pulling up something PG. I was pulling up ground beef, and you were out, man. You're out here, man, like tweaking out. He's like, oh no. I was like, bro, it's just ground beef, man. It's like there's nothing wrong with this. It's just in cooking videos. But man, look at this. Look at all like these. I tell you, folks, I would like some ground beef about right now.
Pull a picture of venison. You know what I'm talking about, like venison.
Venison, like this.
Yeah, venison. Yeah, look at that. That's some good stuff. I haven't had that in like 15 years. I had that when I was young when my grandfather used to go hunt white-tailed deer and stuff like that. But that's some good stuff. This is really good.
I've never had it. I think Matthew was the only one to ever have a taste of it. I never had a taste of it, so I don't know what it tastes like. But I'm assuming it might be good. The deer look quite cute, so I'm assuming that the food's tasty. But anyways, with that, we are on and into the next one.
Also, by the way, just to make it clear, the gazelle thing's a joke, by the way. The gazelle was not able to be cooked, unfortunately. The gazelle was a lost case. But our next one here goes to VLK Olak. And thank you very much, VLK Olak, if that's how you say your name, by the way, for that very generous $100 support, by the way. We do appreciate that very, very much. And they said thank you and appreciate you guys.
And thank you. And we appreciate you for supporting the channel so we can keep doing this thing. We always have people saying, thank you for running the show. And we are very appreciative of that. But it's really the folks who are throwing in the super chats thanking us that ought to be thanked. Because without y'all, we wouldn't be able to do this for a living. This is a business at the end of the day. And we do have to make a living and an income running it. And folks like y'all are the ones who actually help us to do that. We don't run ads or sponsors on these streams, meaning that most of our income is entirely dictated by viewer support. And so folks like you help us to be able to keep our lights on, to pay our bills, and to do everything else behind the scenes to make it possible for us to do this as our livelihood, literally every single day. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Cerebrus3 once again. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that $50 support right there. And once again. And they said, no, the war crime on the GOAT. I hope not. I mean, you never can tell the way the Russians are driving. Like, you never can tell. They could have hit that poor old gazelle, like, dead on. It was like standing in the road and you could see it from like a mile away. It might have jumped in front of the bus. It looked like it was in the middle of the broad daylight. Like, I'm not sure if it happened at night. It looked like it was in the middle of broad day, which is a strange time to hit a big deer like that. Certainly odd. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say it is kind of odd, but you never know. Those Russians, they are devils for the drink, and they might have been seeing double, triple, even quadruple vision, depending on how far they've gotten down to the bottle. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from C146W, and thank you as well, good sir, for that $20 support. He said, consistent, reliable, and up-to-date news is why I imagine most of us are here and can't stop and won't stop. And that is what we hope to be, C146. Like, we of course have our normal nightly War News stream schedule at 10 p.m. Eastern that we run consistently nightly, but we also want people to know that when something major is happening, you should be able to reliably and consistently go to YouTube and be able to see an Enforcer stream on the thing already live if something's happening. We want people to know that if they're wanting information about something, they know where to find it. We're going to be most likely live at that point. So that's our goal. And there's only like 2 other channels on the entirety of the YouTube platform that operate like that, and that's what we're trying to do as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree completely. That's exactly what we do. We cover world news and wars every single day of the week, every day of the year, and if something big happens, you can bet your boots that we will be on air covering it within minutes of it happening. And I've got to say that it's an amazing thing to know that folks like you really appreciate that C-146. And of course, we won't ever stop, and all of y'all can't stop watching. So it's a mutual cycle. It's a cycle that feeds itself, like the yin and the yang, from the Koreas, or anywhere else for that matter. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also someone said in the chat, it said, which was it, North Korean or Russians? Make up your mind. Well, there can be nuances. It's not as straightforward. It's not always black and white. It's not always black and white. It could be a Russian driving a bus full of North Koreans, or it could be a North Korean driving a bus full of Russians. We didn't say earlier. It's such a strange thing. There's some things that people get hung up on like that. They just get so hostile and irate about some minor detail like that. But anyways,
it is so interesting, you know. Like it is like so fascinating to me because it's like, do people like, I have to say, folks, people who get like really angry about that stuff, I just don't think they have like a whole lot of critical thinking skills. When you come to think of it, folks, like you sit there and say something like, oh, a North Korean was killed in a bus crash. It's like, well, that didn't really suggest that everyone on board was a North Korean, you know? There was one North Korean on board. That's like saying, oh, an American died in the plane crash. And it's an Air China flight flying over Hangzhou province, in China. It's like, well, that might have been the only American on the plane, It's like, it'd be kind of hard stretch to say the pilots are also Americans on an Air China flight, So, a little interesting with that one. It's very, very fascinating to me. But anyways, with that,
next thing you know, someone's going to be like, I bet you didn't even know the guy's family. You don't even know the name of his mother. How can you report this? It's like, oh, let me just call them up. I'll call up their family and I'll ask them, what was the guy's name? I'm sorry, like this guy, I need to know like the guy's name because not that that matters or anything like that, but we just need to know because this guy got angry.
Better yet, man, someone's about to say, it's so sick how y'all are making fun of this. That was a human being. Like, we're supposed to be on here going, Amazing Grace, and then going into, we now have the brand new RIP random North Korean t-shirt for sale on enforcerstore.com. Go to the link. Like, it's like, come on. It's like, that's just ridiculous.
We can, of course, we can do the Amazing Grace for the Gazelle. Like, it is a tragedy.
Man, it really is. Those little things kind of look cute, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, poor thing. I tell you what, it got blasted. That thing right there. I tell you what.
Well, I don't think it was.
Honestly, that was kind of disrespect. Actually, that was kind of disrespect to the gazelle. But I didn't know him personally.
It went with purpose. Like we'll say that. But anyway, so that we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Alan G. Alan G. Dash, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Alan, for that support. We appreciate that. He said, thanks for all the time and dedication to the news about the politics that's dividing the country.
And thank you for enjoying it and supporting it to help us to keep doing what we've been doing for years. We try our best to get through all of that political mire and muck and report it for what it is. If it's good and bad, or anywhere in between. And I got to thank folks like you for enjoying that and appreciating it and supporting it so we can keep this kind of coverage going well on in the future. And so, a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a 20 from Father Avery Daniel. Thank you very much, Avery, for that $20 support. He said, for the Snacks and Coffee Fund, daily watcher here since the beginning, and you guys are awesome, and thank you for what you do, and LLT, LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and thank you for the Snacks and Coffee Fund. And also, it's a great thing to know that you've been with us for so long and are still enjoying it here in the present day, in the here and the now. And so a big thanks to you once again. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than Truckin' Chef. And thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, for that $20 support. He said, in World War I, the Battle of the Mond, do you believe in the angels, the bowmen? Can you tell us about that story? And thank you for working on the holiday. And I'm working as well. And New York needs their butter.
I would have to say I don't believe that story entirely. I think you're talking about the Battle of the Marne, the miracle at the Marne, and in that story, let me go pull this up just to make sure. Battle of the Marne. Yeah, that would be the Battle of the Marne, and let me see if I can pull up the whole. Yeah, this would be the Angel of Mons. Actually, at the Battle of Mons. Well, Mon, which is spelled M-O-N-S. So it was in between. I was trying to figure out which one. But they say that there was an angel that appeared at the Battle of the Mons, which allowed for the Allies to regroup, and the Germans were then repelled. I would say that it's probably not that accurate of a story, because most of the accounts weren't really made during the time of, they were made afterwards, and also it was generally made in publications in Britain to make it sound like, something really crazy happened, but it was from a tabloid from the time. So I would say it was just more so strategic luck than anything. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 25 from Ella MC Wheels NAFO. And thank you very much, Ella, for that $25 support. I think that's the second one of the night. We do appreciate that. They said, but sir, in North Korea, they're eating the gazelles.
I gotta tell you, they love them so much. They see them and they go, gazelle, gazelle, and they eat them. They eat them. They're eating the gazelles. They're eating the dogs. That's actually true. Some would say that the fat man in charge of the country is eating every single one of them. And honestly, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, look at the guy. He looks like a fat pig. We take pictures to look thinner, not fatter. But a big thanks to you for his support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Crispy, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Crispy, as well, for that support right there. He said, thank you for everything you guys do.
And thank you so much for enjoying everything that we do and supporting it. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from none other than C146 yet again. And a huge shout out to you, good sir, for that support. He also mentioned the YouTube censorship. He said it's crazy on these super chats right here. And can you read the one from the chat? And I can read the one from the chat. I'm currently looking for it right now to see if it's coming in right now. If you could tag me at its enforcer Matt, and I'll read it off, by the way. And also, sorry about the YouTube censorship. We don't know why they do that, because it is kind of a little bit irritating to the super chatters that they can't put their message in like that. I think YouTube looks at it a little bit differently when you pay to put a message in. They look at it like maybe like YouTube somehow, I don't know, maybe possibly endorses a message or something. I'm not sure how they look at it. That's just my guess. But it's a weird thing with that. So when we see that message come in, we will read it off. But our next one here is going to go to Abdullah, who puts in 15. And thank you, Abdullah, for that $15 support. They said, any updates on Tom Artyom Alexandrovich?
No, because I don't even know who that is. So
I know who that is.
Oh,
but I
you
don't
do?
remember. Yeah, I know the name, but let me see here. Oh. Okay, that's what he was known for right there. Sadly, we can't touch that one with a 10-foot pole. That's a bad one there.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, he was had for mail fraud. Like, I don't know. I don't even know who the hell the guy still is, actually. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Strangers and Pilgrims. And thank you very much, Strangers and Pilgrims, for that $10 support. We do appreciate that. Did not leave a comment, though, but we appreciate it. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for the support. No comment, but still, it helps us to say a lot. So we thank you. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just to make sure, man, make sure you emphasize it's a joke, because I don't know, some of these people are litigious out there. The mail fraud thing was a joke, just to make that perfectly clear, in case that was up for debate or something like that. Just to make that perfectly clear. Dude has not been accused of mail fraud. He's been accused of something else that we can't get into on the air. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Give Up Now, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Give Up Now, for that very generous support. And we do appreciate that. They said, Sun Tzu told you, Dow 500 million.
500 million? Oh, jeez. I've got to tell you, that's way higher than I thought. I thought it was 50,000. Yeah, something like that. But damn, that's way better. I mean, at this point, folks, you can do anything you want. You can control the universe. Hell, you can literally blow up the sun at that point. I mean, anything's defensible. The Dow's at 50 million, everyone. It's open seas. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here, also, by the way, C146, I'm seeing you put in the tag in the live chat, but I'm not seeing your message behind it, just to let you know. But we also have a 10 from Wrath of Cath, and thank you, Wrath of Cath, for that $10 support. They said, howdy, fellas. Thanks for sharing the news live on a Monday and a holiday at that, and it's probably going to be a very eventful week with war stuffs.
It might be, and we'll definitely have to see. It's definitely going to be an eventful week, probably. And also, a big happy Memorial Day to you, and a big thanks to you for enjoying us covering the news. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a 10 from the Becca Fly, and thank you very much, Becca Fly, for that $10 support. They said, thank you for going live on your day off and keeping in our hearts those who have lost their lives in service to our country this Memorial Day.
I would definitely have to agree. Memorial Day is a day to remember the lives of those who have been lost in the fight for freedom and our country. And a huge thanks to you for the support. And I hope that everyone is having a Memorial Day, to say it that way. Happy one, for some people, maybe, but for some others, I hope that they spend the time in remembrance. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Truckin' Chef, who puts in a 20. And a huge shout out to you, good sir, Truckin' Chef, for that support once again. And they said, a little closer to home, look up Green River in Utah, fall I-70 west about 12 to 15 miles, and go ahead and drop on down to that street view for a couple of miles. And also spotted Wolf Overlook. It looks crazy out there. Very cool.
Oh, yeah, this is a crazy place on Interstate 70 right here. Let me go. Let's see, go west about, and then go ahead and drop. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know where you want us to be. Right here. Oh, wow. Them's cattle. Where's the interstate? Oh, it's over here. Yeah, this is actually a pretty cool place. I believe that there is this thing called the bookshelf down here somewhere, which is a continuous cliff that's, I think, several hundred feet high, and it goes on for about 150 to 200 miles or so. Let me see here. I'm pretty sure that that's around the place, but maybe not. Oh, no, this is it, I think, over here, yeah. Yeah, because the railroad's over here, so yeah, that would actually be it. So let me see if I can put you down here. This is also a pretty cool thing to see. There's the bookshelf, which is this continuous cliff that goes on forever. Really cool thing. Never been down there to see it myself, but these are some pretty cool roads down here. This is when you really enter the true desert of Utah, is down here. Although this area over here in the Bonneville Salt Flats also looks like that too. But a huge thanks to you for the support and sharing such a cool landscape with us, close to where we're at in Salt Lake City. And a big thanks to you once again for supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And sadly, C146, I don't know what it is, but YouTube apparently does not like that message that you're trying to put in whatsoever. It won't even come through in the live chat. Like, it looks like it's censoring the whole thing. I've never really seen that before. So I'm not sure what that is. I'd be curious at this point to know what you're trying to say, because I've never seen YouTube do that. So hopefully it's nothing crazy. I don't think he's putting anything crazy, by the way. It's probably just something normal, and YouTube is misinterpreting it or something like that. There's no telling, but that's really weird right there. Sorry about that. We also have a 300, damn, from Give Up Now, who just threw that massive support. That didn't register until I just thought about that there for a second. That is the largest support of the night. A huge shout out, Give Up Now, for that massive support right there. He said, Harold Albert Dogs, Normandy, The Bulge, B-58 Crewman, my hero, and miss you, Doc, Memorial Day 26.
And I got to say, humongous thanks to your support, Give Up Now, and a very significant remembrance there of one of your passed away family members who had served in our armed forces. There are actually a lot of people that I've known as well that have passed that have been in the armed forces and fought in Korea and the Second World War and Vietnam, and not really any of them from the War on Terror. Most of those people are still alive these days, and the Gulf War too. But I've got to say, it's always something to think about all those folks and the kind of crazy and insane lives they lived defending this nation, and now that they've sadly passed and become a part of history and nothing else. Really something to think of. Kind of bittersweet in a way to know that those people were amazing folks that sadly are no longer with us. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well, Give Up Now. And a humongous thanks to you once again for that amazing support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, yeah, huge thanks once again, Give Up Now, for that very generous support right there. We also have a support here from none other than, let me double check here. This one goes to James Laro, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, James, for that support. He said, hey guys, I've been lurking for nearly 3 years, a long time lurker. Always wanted to contribute, but had addiction problems and been unemployed. And also sorry to hear that, by the way. He said, I'm beating addiction and I've just started a new job. It's not much, guys. Well,
That's quite a
we
lot.
appreciate we appreciate every amount of support, by the way. Like we don't necessarily look at like, like obviously a $300 support is much appreciated, but we look at all support as having the same like thought behind it. So we appreciate it very much, James. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, that's quite a lot, especially if you're supporting the channel because you have the ability to, after turning around your life and trying to beat addiction and getting a new job. I mean, that's quite a lot. You've come a long way to throw in that support. I mean, that's just more than $10. That's an entire change of your life and how you've been living it for years. I'd have to say a huge kudos to you, and I hope that you continue on the good path and continue to improve. And a humongous thanks to you for that humongously impressive support right there. And I hope that you continue to be on the up and on the mend and continue to get into a better place in life. And so a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Richard B. Jameson, and thank you very much, Richard, for that 10. He said, LOSA, and just to say, regarding the retaliation for the assassination of Soleimani, Iran struck Al-Assad Air Base, injuring 110 personnel, and accidentally shot down Ukraine International Airlines 752. And was that after Soleimani?
That is. Remember when they attacked that airbase and then they covered up the fact that a lot of those soldiers had like traumatic brain injuries from, the missiles impacting nearby? Remember that?
Did they confirm it, though?
I'm pretty sure they did.
I mean, I remember hearing the rumors about it, but I don't remember like hearing that confirmed. Like, unless my memory is slipping me, I don't remember them saying that there were like a certain amount of soldiers with brain or traumatic brain injuries.
Let's see here. Operation Martyr Soleimani was the IRGC's response to the assassination of Soleimani. They launched 12 ballistic missiles at Al-Assad. Let's see. The strike was the largest ballistic missile attack against U.S. forces abroad. Well, not now. They definitely beat that during the last conflict. And let's see. So the U.S. Department of Defense ultimately said that 110 service members had been diagnosed and treated for traumatic brain injuries, mainly concussions from the attack. Some of them were later awarded the Purple Heart.
Well, damn, I never really heard the official confirmation of that, but that's bad, actually. So yeah, I was mistaken.
Yeah, I had to be honest with y'all, folks. As soon as you said that in the super chat, I remembered it. But I did not remember that at all tonight. My failing, mind you all, that did happen after Soleimani was killed. So Soleimani was killed, and then the Iranians attacked and significantly injured 110 U.S. soldiers, giving them traumatic brain injuries from the ballistic missile impacts. And then the U.S. did nothing in response to that whatsoever. It's kind of a little bit interesting, because that's kind of how it's gone now. There's been 18 U.S. soldiers killed and over 100. I think there's over a couple of hundred that have been injured. And basically, once again, interesting enough, same administration, kind of all just chalked up into whatever, and it's really not much of anything, just kind of spilled milk at this point. But I have to say, a huge thanks to you for support and reminding us all of that, because I completely forgotten that had even happened at all, which is rather unfortunate to forget an important fact like that about what happened with Soleimani. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, real quick, I did finally get around to getting C146's comment, actually, and I went to Twitter to go get it. So I had to go all the way off the platform to go get the thing, because apparently YouTube wouldn't let it in the live chat or in a super chat, apparently. So here's what he said. He said, especially when breaking news, I want a place like this to come to, so I do, and happy Memorial Day, drinks and tree and hot dogs. USA at its best. We're not there now, but we'll get back, and LSA to all.
I'd have to definitely agree with that. Long live the Late Spring Army, and hopefully the U.S. will be back around and back in the business here in the very near future. And so, a big thanks to you for the support. And help with this channel to keep it running, and I hope we were able to address that incredibly well. I don't know why that wasn't coming through. That was a very clean message to put in, and I just don't know what was up with that. That's really weird that YouTube wouldn't allow that to be sent. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Give Up Now, and thank you very much, Give Up Now, for that. Oh, I think that's like the second or third one right there. We do appreciate that very much. They said, posts count, likes count. Sure, money helps, but first things first, and LSA times 4.
And long live the Late Spring Army, and I'd certainly agree with you, Give Up Now. And a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also got a $100 support from Sonny Schreiner. And thank you very much, Sonny, for that $100 support right there.
Hey!
Extremely generous, and we do appreciate that. He said, I have an addiction problem. It's called LSA. Haha. And give one to the chat. That's honestly not a bad addiction to have right there, honestly. It's actually not a bad one. Like, that's out of all the ones you could have, that's probably the lightest one. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say, I got an addiction for more cowbell. But a big thing here is support. And over this channel.
For what?
For more cowbell.
Oh, cowbell, bro! I'm not gonna lie, that cut out like right in the middle of you saying that, like on Discord for some reason, like the middle part cut out. I just heard the first syllable and the last syllable, and that did not sound right.
Well, I'd assume not. Like, I was about to be like, how the hell can you even get anything out of cowbell? I was like, man, you got your head deep in the gutter, man. He down there like the gutter.
Oh no, not in the gutter. I just said it didn't sound right. I didn't say nothing nasty.
Man, but you said it sounded wrong. I was like, bro, like, because when you said that, you were like, wait a minute, what do you say? I thought you just heard me say cowbell. I was like, what the hell even sounds like cowbell? Like, that's a very distinct sort of a thing. But beyond that though, I do have to say a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep running. And I honestly have to say that's a pretty good addiction to have right there, the LSA. You know, it's a great show, a great community, great crowds, wonderful time. It's crazy. Like, we're 2 hours and 30 minutes into a show and there's still 13,500 people here. That's something right there. Hey Matthew, what in the world do you think the word would have been? Like, not hearing the middle part. Like, I'm interested.
Well, it was a foul word. I don't want to repeat on the air, but it wasn't anything nasty. It was just a foul word.
I'm drawing so many blanks. Like, I don't even know where I don't even know where to go with that. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Newport, and thank you, Newport, as well, for that $10 support. He said, Iran so far away. Honestly, though, let's get this conflict over with one way or another in LLT, LSA.
And long live the Lead Spring Army, and I'd agree. This whole thing needs to be brought to an end and soon. And a big thanks to you so much once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from C146, and this one came through, and thank you very much, C146, for that $20 support. He said, addiction is only funny once you've beaten it, no hate. If you don't have it, thank God, and I've been there. Love to all still going through it. Oh, no, I know it's serious. Like in the real case of addiction, it's very serious. I've seen it up close with certain like extended family members and stuff like that. It's not good. Like it can get very, very, very bad and ugly once it gets to a certain point. So no, I know in some cases it's definitely not a laughing matter. In some things though, like if you're addicted to like jelly beans or like gummy bears or something like that, it's like that's nothing. But if it's something serious, that can get real bad. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. My trick to fighting addiction is to just not try things that I might get addicted to. I have an addictive personality. I know that off the bat because like if I find a video game even that I'm interested in or anything that I'm interested in, I get like obsessive about it pretty fast. So I'm always like just like I stay away from alcohol a whole load. I might drink it from time to time, but in very small amounts and never often. Which I mean, like the last time I drank anything with alcohol in it was probably like 5 months ago. So like very, very, very rare. Never smoke. Never do anything. Like I drink water. I drink milk. I eat good food. And that's it. Like that's all I do. Like that's all I intake. Like so, I keep it clean. But a big thing.
No addictions,
huh?
You have no addictions.
Well, now that you bring it up, we do have to talk about the electromotive diesel F units, which are an amazing introduction to the railroading world. And I mean,
that's an addiction right there. You can be addicted to something. Some people get caught up on like objects like this, like like a big hunk of steel with an engine in the middle of it. Like it can happen.
But just look at it, folks. Look at it. I'm just kidding, by the way. Like these are fascinating. But something, folks, that I just found last night that I'm definitely going to be getting, like not in like a serious way, but in kind of like a joking way, addicted to is this new game. I had to show Matthew it today, and I do have to rabbit hole on this a little bit since I got the moment and give it kind of a little bit of a shout out because it's this new Japanese game called Running Train, and it sounds very simple, but it's the simplicity that gets you, because it's a Japanese train game that exists in a fictional world where you run these commuter trains. You can run these right here, or you can run. I think there's this like sort of like express trains. Yeah, right here, sort of a deal. Those are the two types you can run. And it is such a fun game. Like, it is very fun. I've been enjoying it a great deal. I played like 4 hours of it so far, which is quite a lot given the amount of time that this game has been out. But it is a blast. Like, I've been having a lot of fun with it. So this is a game I'm definitely going to be getting into.
I'm actually addicted to coffee. Like, now that people mention that, I actually like am legit addicted to coffee. Like, if I don't have it, I'll have like a really bad headache and stuff like that. And also, I don't feel right. Like, it's. They say caffeine's a drug. It's true. Like, it actually is, because I can attest to that. And I think most people that have been drinking coffee for ages will know what I'm talking about with that. I specifically try to keep my caffeine intake low, so it's not that bad. But if I start like drinking like 200 milligram coffees and stuff like that, it turns into a nightmare after a couple of weeks. Like, it gets ugly.
I'd have to agree. I mean, that is something I am kind of addicted to. That coffee, that caffeine. I'm not going to be getting it tonight, so tomorrow I'm waking up with a terrible headache, folks. A terrible headache. But I gotta tell you, folks, it's something else right there. Also, someone said, wait a minute, the game's called Running Train? Don't you mean Running a Train? No, that's a game I play with your mother. But yeah, I'm just playing. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
All right, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Game Theory, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Game Theory, once again for that support. They said, you guys are the Tokyo Roast broadcast of the current times to the Russian and Iranian people.
Oh, and thank you so much for the kind words and the support. Very high praise. And a huge thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Doug Housday. He said, can we add the Gazelle to the casualty page and LSA?
Oh, well, I mean, we could. Like, we could. There's a possibility there. But a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a super chat from none other than Cruder Dragon, who puts in a $20 support. And a huge shout to you, Cruder, for that generous support. We do appreciate it. He said, I went to the Truman Library here in Independence, Missouri, and saw some documents like the NATO Treaty and 20 others. Also, they shot off some blank artillery and heard them going off last night during the stream in downtown from home.
Really? That's actually really cool. It's really neat, actually. The Truman Library in Independence, Missouri. The Truman Library. Is that like the Truman Show? Let's see. Presidential Library and Museum. Here it is. There he is. Man, to believe that this little guy right here nuked Japan twice. Kind of crazy, honestly. Also, the guy was kind of like a whack job. But beyond that, though, really cool little like presidential library. Pretty interesting, honestly. You know, looking around at it here, very neat, and also really cool to know that you went to it. Honestly, I've never been to a presidential library. I'd like to go to one someday and take a look around it. So humongous thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, someone said, I'm addicted to something, but they didn't put it. Let's see. I'm addicted to crack. Oh, no, that's a bad one. That's bad. That's not good. That's one of those ones right there. So it's real serious, by the way. I didn't know what they were about to say there. But that's not a good. But also, moving on from that, though, Miss Disa said, did y'all show the casualty report? There was 2 Bobcats on it. Can we take a look at that real quick, by the way, to get the casualty report?
Yeah, of course we can. Of course. It'll take a minute, though. It'll take a little minute to get it. But of course we can. Let me see if I can find it here, folks. I just got to find this real quick, and that's why I'm making these loud, long-sounding of course, because I'm trying to install. But here we are. Oh, look at that. What y'all look at it?
Look at that. 2 Bobcats like that. 2 Bobcats on a Monday, on a Memorial Day. That's a hell of a thing.
What a respectable and commendable thing. Since we're here, we might as well knock the whole thing out. So, according to Miss Disa, keeper of the records, 302 auto and fuel tanks is the 7th highest daily loss, and May has the highest monthly total of the war. New category is not shown. 14 ground robotic complexes is the new highest daily loss. And over the past 24 hours, we have been able to confirm that 1,020 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 5 APCs, 302 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 47 artillery pieces, 1,924 drones, 2 MLRSs, 55 cruise missiles, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a pretty impressive day. Moving us on out of that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to Veman Guy. And thank you very much, Veman, for that 5. He said, it's embarrassing to kind of watch how the U.S. is going about this. As a Navy vet, I know we could have opened the strait a month ago, and the U.S. is kind of fumbling here.
That's what I've been saying. I agree with you completely. Why the hell aren't we opening it? Some people are about to come in and go, oh, you're just a warmonger. Hey, I'm not the warmonger. The president is. He's the one that bombed Iran. I'm just trying to make sure this whole thing rounds out nice and good, Like, I'm not trying to, just start a war and then act like I'm a peace lover, That would be kind of a little stupid and insane. If you start a war, you got to win it. So how do we win it? There's a way. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Rippin, and thank you very much for that 5. They said, why did the post from the president you showed in the beginning say it was posted May 25th at 11:45 p.m.?
International time zones.
Yes, the poster, a lot of the people who do OSINT, they're not all in the United States, by the way. Some of them are in foreign countries. Some of them are in the United States. It just depends. So when you see a time zone not adding up with when the time of like an American account, the odds are the account is not American. That's what that means.
American cheese, only 5 ingredients. Outside of that, though, we go down here. As you can see, here in the United States of America right now, it's 10:19 at night in Washington. Now, if we go ahead of several time zones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And someone is from a Baltic country over here, when that post is put out, it's 5:19 in the morning. So while the president did post it at 10:19 at night in Washington, D.C., at that time of posting, it is 5:19 in the morning in Riga, Latvia. And that is why there is the time discrepancy on the timestamp. It is not conspiracy. It is not a fabricated post. It is just that our world is round and therefore is made up of 24 time zones. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well and clarify why that happens all the time. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from One Great Lake, and thank you very much, Great Lake, for that $20 support. They said, Happy Memorial Day, LSA, and donating today to remember my family, Ray Eugene Eubanks, for giving his life in World War II on Nomfur Island, but not before clubbing 4 enemy with his bar and earning the Medal of Honor. Full story on MOH site.
Wow, that sounds like crazy. I'll have to look into that and read about that. But definitely.
He clubbed him with a K bar, like the knife, like the Marine knife.
No, a BAR, a Browning automatic rifle. Have you seen one before?
Oh, no, I haven't. I thought they were talking about like a K bar, like the butt of a K bar. Those things are big.
Oh, well, man, if you see what he clubbed him to death with, that's a lot more. That's some heft.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot bigger than a K-bar, that's for sure. That's something there. That might do a number on somebody.
Let me go and get you the weight on this thing real quick. The BAR, as it is issued in World War II, weighed, Jesus, 19 pounds. You could really do some damage with a 19-pound club, basically. So, these things were not light by any extent. Kind of crazy, to think of it, because I think these days, M240 squad automatic weapon, or a SAW, is about 20 pounds. This thing was 20 pounds, and it only had a 20-round magazine. And it was technically the squad light machine gun. So, kind of a crazy thing when you think about it, but a big thanks to you for support and sharing that story with us. And we actually had a lot of family members that died in the Second World War as well. A lot of them in the Pacific. One of them was actually a flamethrower, and of course died basically once they landed on the beach, because flamethrowers were a pretty selected target. And then the flamethrower caught him on fire, and they brought back a shoebox size, box with his remains in it, because he had burned on the beach. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for support, and also throwing that in remembrance of your family member. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Sean, and thank you, Sean, as well, for that support. He said the Big Boy 4044 is on an East Coast tour to Philadelphia this year for America's 250th birthday. Got to see it last year in Colorado. It's very impressive.
The Big Boy 4014. Oh, yeah, it's on its way. I actually saw this thing when it came through Salt Lake and Ogden, because it actually came through here twice, which is pretty cool. Matthew and me actually went and saw it when it was up in Ogden. And Matthew does have to admit, that thing is pretty cool.
It was pretty neat. It was definitely the horn on it was pretty cool. I like that.
You mean the whistle?
Yeah, the whistle. Yeah, the horn, the whistle, the toot.
Boy, getting all crazy up here talking about horn. Blood thinks this thing has an Ethan 5 chime on it. God dang. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support. And with this channel, keep running. And I have to say, for the people who are showing up to Altoona to watch that thing go around the horseshoe curve, I hope that there's a lot of law enforcement and crowd control around there, because with 25,000 people in an area that small, there's just so much room that could go poorly. Like, there could be a human crush and whatnot. So hopefully the people around there are considering that and taking care of it, because I'd hate to hear there's a tragedy up there. But still really cool, and I think it's going to Philadelphia, which is where the Declaration of Independence was signed, which is going to be really cool. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Cerebrus3. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that 20 once again. We do appreciate all that support tonight. And they said, I asked ahead in the chat to make sure not overstepping, if so, disregard. And also, it's totally fine, by the way. Well, the only problem we have, like with people shouting out other channels, if they're coming in here trying to advertise channels, that's when we have a problem with it. If it's like mentioning something as like a reference or something like that, like a one-off, that's different. So they said, if you don't mind profanity, Fat Electrician covers interesting war vets and even has videos about American war animals, including the devil duck.
That's really cool. Actually, I'll have to look into that a little bit. But generally, like with that whole deal, like we're like, as far as it goes with the channel, we generally like it for us to be the only ones to mention YouTube channels, because generally whenever it's kind of put to its own devices in the live chat, usually that's used as an advertising attempt by, like, you know, not well-intentioned people, because they always make it like, this channel sucks and they're so bad, this other channel is so much better. And that's why we don't really like it when people mention channels, because it's never mentioned in any other way, like 98% of the time, but that way. And it's like, well, you know, it's like, if you like them so much, why are you watching this one? It's like, what was the point of that? But beyond that, though, I will have to take a look at that channel and take a listen to it, because I do enjoy some history stories. There's actually a lot of good history channels out there. The like categories had kind of like a renaissance of a sort. It's really changed a lot lately, and it's more so getting into broader history and simplifying things. But still, it's very, you know, fun and entertaining to watch, even if you know the historical topics they're talking about. But that one sounds like one that would be really interesting. And so, a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. There's actually this one channel, I can't remember the name of it, but I don't know if you've ever seen it, Matthew, before. But it's like horror stories from veterans, and it's like stories of like ghosts and whatnot that they saw in the service. You know, some of the stories that they sound
That's
very...
the channel.
Huh?
Is that channel, the veteran channel that has like the guys on from World War II, where they're like talking about the flamethrowers and stuff like that and everything?
No, that one's a great one. I forgot the name of that one, but they do like the interviews with all the vets, and talk and ask them about their stories and whatnot. That one's a great one. But this one is like, it has like drawn like images, kind of like showing what these people were dealing with. It's not cartoonish looking. It's like kind of like semi-realistic, like illustrations, but they tell like ghost stories. Yeah, war stories, wartime stories, that's the one. That one's actually really interesting. Like, some of the stories, like, I'll listen to them and I'm like, you know, like, I don't really think this one's, like, credible at all. Some of them, though, like, a lot of the stories about the jinn from the Middle East and the War on Terror, it's like, those are fairly believable, you know, because sometimes you'll see people that are standing there, look the other way, and then look back, and they're just not. Like, you know, I think that, actually, that happened to us one time in Birmingham, but it wasn't a person, it was a car. Do you remember that, Matthew, on Grants Mill?
And what happened?
Remember, we were driving to the rail yard at midnight, and we were on Grants Mill, and while we were making it there, that car was coming around the corner, we saw its headlights, and then when we came around the corner, there was literally no car.
That was the freakiest thing that's ever happened in my life. That was truly wild. Like, I'm not a big believer in these people that go around talking about, oh, I saw like this ghost or something like that. I don't really believe in that kind of stuff. But we actually did drive down a road at night heading to a train yard. Andrew was like dying to go down there and go see the train yard. So
bro, we
went down there.
Man. We weren't dying.
Well,
we
yeah,
were
bored. But you were wanting to see the train yard. But we went down there, went around like this really like backwoods Alabama country road, like really like out there, like if you know the area, it's like out in Leeds. It's like really country. Went around a corner, saw lights coming around the corner, like a car was coming around it. We went around the corner, there was nothing there, and the lights just disappeared. Like, I don't even know how to explain that to this day. I was kind of in disbelief.
Where the hell is that road? Let me show it to y'all, because this is actually like a legitimate story, like a ghost story almost. So it was down here somewhere, I believe. Let me see. Let me drop us down on this road. It was this turn right here.
Yeah, that was it.
This was
That
it.
was it.
So I was coming down the road right here on this road, and we saw, because the road does this little bend right here, so we saw the headlights coming through the trees right here, right? So I sat there and we weren't saying anything. We were just driving the car down there, and I was the one driving. So I had my headlights on high beams. I turned off the high beams. We came around the corner, and right when we got here, there was no car anywhere. There was no car in this creek because we made sure to check. Like when we came back just a few minutes later, we checked no car down there in the creek, so they didn't just go flying off the road. There was no car on the road, and no car had turned around and was heading out the other way. And there's no way you could have done a 180 at that point because we were going like 40 miles an hour. There was only a few seconds between us seeing the headlights and then seeing nothing. So it was really bizarre, honestly. I don't like, I'm not one to get too freaked out and spooked by stuff like that. I was like, that's just weird. I don't really know how to explain that one. Weird
I was
anomaly.
worried. I thought somebody, because there was a whole bunch of sports cars and like Mustangs and stuff that used to go down these roads, and everybody knows how Mustang, like, no offense if you have a Mustang, by the way, but Mustangs are like kind of like rear end happy a little bit, and people like to get squirrely down roads like this. So I was thinking, dang, I was like, somebody just went off the road and probably careened into the ditch or something. I was thinking, hopefully they're not like back there, injured or something like that. But there was nothing there like the entire time. Like there was no car in the ditch or anything. It was just lights that looked like a car coming, and there was no headlights after we passed by the spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's well, and also someone said it probably went by really fast. The lights blinded you, make you think, no, 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 no. I mean, like literally, the lights shone through the trees. Like you knew that they were coming around the corner, but by the time the headlights were supposed to come bending around the turn right here, and we were going to pass them, there was literally no car. There were no more headlights either. There was nothing. And that was what was really crazy about it, because it's like there's no way in hell they just went flying into the creek, because there's a whole bunch of trees between the road and the creek, so it would have hit a tree. And there's no car that hit a tree. There's no brake lights. There's no headlights. The car literally just didn't exist. It just disappeared. And that was the wildest thing. I don't even know how in the hell to explain that to this day. And that happened like a year and a half ago. But that was one of the weirdest things that I have ever seen. Not like hair raising on my back. It's just when you think about it, it's like, where the hell did the car go? And there's no answer to it. There was nowhere for the car to go. It just ended up disappearing. So it is what it is. But interesting one nonetheless. But I do find some of the stories interesting. Getting back to the whole Middle East thing about the gens and things like showing up and you see someone and then you turn around and look back and they're not there anymore and they've just disappeared. Like those kinds of stories are believable to me because it's nothing crazy. It's not like I saw Bigfoot or an alien like took me up with a tractor beam. It's nothing nuts like that. It's something that could actually happen. And I find those stories really interesting, especially with how, like, in the military, it's like, don't tell anyone because they'll think you're going insane and, that you'll end up basically, scuttling your whole career. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Adam McLean. And thank you very much, Adam, for that $20 support as well. He said, because since day one, you guys have never let me down.
And thank you so much for the support, Adam McLean. And thank you so much for enjoying this channel and supporting it. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kyle Padell. And thank you very much, Kyle, as well. He said, Happy Memorial Day. And you mentioned family. I consider LSA family.
Oh, that's really nice. And I got to thank you so much for the support, Kyle Padell. And I would consider the LSA family as well. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And I see so many people, folks, coming up with different explanations as to why that happened. I got to tell you, folks, both of us were in the car, and I turned those high beams down. Matthew knew it because he heard the high beam, little, like, the control arm flick where I flicked it down off of the high beams. And we both went around that corner, and right afterwards, I said to Matthew, there was a car coming, wasn't there? And he was like, yeah, there was a car coming. Where did it go? And then we were both like, where the hell did the car go? Well, I mean, we both clearly saw a car with headlights on coming around that bend. All we saw was the beam of lights coming from the headlights before it had come around the corner. And when it was supposed to come around that corner, it was not there. I kid you not, folks. That was just how it went. There's no other explanation to it. There was no, like, illusion or trick. The headlights were from a completely different area, coming from a whole different car that we couldn't see around the bend. And when we made it around the bend, the car was not there. There was no one
Also,
there.
we were going fast too. I mean, by the time we saw the headlights, I mean, we were 3 seconds away from the source of the light, whatever it was. So there was no time to turn around. There was no time to do anything. Also, if they had tried to do a U-turn, we'd have smacked right into them if they'd have done that.
Yeah, I mean, there was it truly was something that we just both couldn't explain. And then we went down to the Norris Yard in Birmingham, and I think we took some really good nighttime pictures of like the engines that were moving around here at the lead part of the yard, which was cool. And then when we went back, which wasn't that much longer after because it was pretty cold that day, we went driving right back down that road, and there was no car, no first responders, nothing. It was like the car literally never existed, and the headlights were just there. It was really interesting. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next super chat goes to Ben, and thank you very much, Ben, for that $10 support. He said, music fact, Dmitry Shostakovich protested how strict the Soviet Union was with their composers, that he composed his famous Waltz Number 2 to have a cheerful circus-like melody with a melancholic undertone.
That's very interesting, Ben. And the Soviet Union was very restrictive on the arts. Not as restrictive though as North Korea, but the Soviet Union would make sure to regulate things very heavily on what was permissible and not permissible. But they were nowhere even close to North Korea. According to the Department of Agitation and Propaganda, or the DAP as it's called in North Korea, every single element of media, anything, must exist for the purpose and glorification of the state. So if it does not fall within that parameter, it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as like a romance song in North Korea without it having some sort of propaganda overture to it. Like sometimes what's crazy is that in the middle of some North Korean songs, because it can actually be like a love song where it's like, I met this girl and we're like in the green of the summer meadow, blah blah. Kim Jong Il, he's the blessed one. It's like there's just like a line in the middle of the song, just like glorifying a leader, and then it just goes back to the song. Very weird stuff. But North Korea is way more restricted than the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was draconian even. But a huge thanks to you for support and sharing that fact with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be a $10 super chat from Random Person. And thank you, Random Person, for that 10. He said, for the car story, I had a similar thing. I was driving to my uncle's house after a wedding, and I was at a stop, and then saw humanoid figures walking. And also, then I turned to see a white car stop at a stop. And when I turned, it disappeared.
That's interesting. That's really the one car headlight story I got. That's the only weird thing I've ever seen in my life. Everything else, it's like everything else that seemed like kind of weird. It was either uncovered pretty quickly as just something normal and it just looked odd from an angle. But that was the only story that I've ever had like that, and that kind of made me think, maybe there's some legitimacy to this whole thing of something appearing and then disappearing. Like I was like, maybe.
Yeah. Also, some people are saying that must have been a little bit scary. Not really. I mean, I was just more like just sort of bewildered by it. I was kind of like, that's interesting, and then moved on from it. Some people were like, well, I mean, what if it was something bad that was going to get you? I mean,
What the hell are we
backwoods
gonna
of
do?
Alabama. I mean, it's the backwoods of Alabama. Everybody has guns, including me. So I'm like, I wasn't really scared of anything. I'm like, if it's somebody in a Mustang careened off the ditch, we got to help the person out and call an ambulance or something like that. But I'm like, if it's something nefarious, well, I'm not worried about that either. We're good.
Yeah, I mean, and also on top of that, it's like if it was something of the paranormal, it's like, it's like, well, it didn't really do anything to me, and honestly, I got better things to do. We got trains to go look at, so it's interesting, but it's not going to scare, it's not going to, have me scared to my mortal coil, really, honestly, folks, even if someone was talking to me in front of my face and they were like dressed up from the Second World War and they're like, hey, do you know where something is? I was like, yeah, down the way. And then as soon as they walked past me, I turned around, they weren't there anymore. I just go, because as long as they're not doing anything to hurt me, it's like, it is what it is, I guess, nothing too wild. Kind of have a really Russian mindset with that. Whatever the hell happens, it just is. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Truck and Shelf, and thank you very much, good sir, as well. He said, Enforcer, are you referring to the channel of Wartime Stories? And if you are, that's a good listen for sure.
Yes, that is the one. Like that is a really good channel. I enjoy listening to the stories from that one. I enjoy listening to stories of people in general. Like if anyone has a story to sit down and a yarn to spin, I'll sit down and listen to it no matter what it is. You could tell me about how it is to be a trash man, and if you are good at just talking out the story, I'll sit down and listen to what life is like as a trash man. No joke, I actually listened to a documentary for 40 straight minutes on what the New York City Department of Sanitation is and what they do and what a day in the life of those workers are like. And I was like, wow, this is just so interesting. I find interest in most anything, really, as long as it's, you know, just not like brain rot, like 10-second brain rot. I'll find interest in anything. So, you know, that is a really good channel, though, and has great stories, like in that particular sort of a category. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cerebrus3 once again, who puts in a 10, and thank you once again, Cerebrus. They said, Morgan Freeman voice, and from that moment, Matthew realized he hated trains.
I don't know why he does. I mean, I don't hate cars. I don't hate planes. I don't hate ships. I love trains. I don't know why Matthew's got to hate on them. I don't know why. I don't know. I just don't know.
I guess I'm just a hater.
Man, he's a professional hater, but not as professional a hater as, oh, man.
Oh, man. He was so professional at hating, he got run straight out of the profession.
Man, he was so professional at hating, he had to change professions from a YouTuber to a 7-Eleven cashier. Man, I like it. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for your support. I hope that that's addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Justin, and thank you, Justin, as well. He said, the war is over, by the way.
Oh, it is? No one told me. I don't even know. I mean, I haven't heard that the war is over yet. You know, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, and I gotta say, I haven't found one of them yet. So big thanks to your support, and with that, we're on the next one.
And also a big shout out to Bradley Barrows and also Eastside Barbell for each putting in a 5, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And also, let's see here. Justin said, "Do they have UFO sightings in Utah? Much do you know?" I've been out to the middle of, basically out in Skull Valley, or what is that little spot? It's not Skull Valley. I think it's out in California. It's like Death Valley or something. Is that what's called out here? And this like desert-like area out here?
That's the one out in California.
Yeah, but what's this one called out here, you know, near Dugway? Like, there's like, what is it, Death Valley or something? It's like, what is it?
No, Jack, Death Valley in California.
It's called something, though. What's let's see, Dugway, I'll pull it up. Dugway Desert name. It's the Utah West Desert. There's got to be there's a name for it. Let's see, Skull Valley. Let me check this out real quick. That's Arizona. Let's see here.
Isn't this just like the Tooele Valley or something?
Maybe. I thought it had like a name to it or something like that, but apparently it doesn't. I guess I was just making that I'm making that shit up.
Source, I made it up.
Yeah, honestly, trust me, bro. Don't trust me on that. But going out, I went out here to the middle of the night, like literally at like 12 midnight, like out here by myself, like to go check it out. Because I was wanting to see what it looked like, being completely away from light pollution, to go and see what the sky looked like. Also, by the way, be careful if you do that, by the way, because you know, I mean, I don't know if there's cartels out there and stuff like that, but you never know what people are doing at night in places like that. You could get yourself in a bad spot. But I went all the way out there, and of course, I'm good. Like I've got my stuff with me and all that, so I'm good to go. But I went out there. I looked at this. The stars were really impressive, by the way. Like it was actually as impressive as I thought it was going to be. I didn't feel spooky 1 minute. I even got out and walked around out there in the pitch black of night. Not one weird thing happened the entire time I was out there. No UFO sightings, nothing like that. Nothing creepy. I think if people are looking for something creepy, I think they might see it. Like I think that's just sort of the way it works. If you're looking for it, you'll find it. If not, and you're not worried about stuff like that, you're not going to find it. That's just what I think.
That has a lot to do with it. And also, people who are like feeling like kind of uneasy, like already, they're basically going to hallucinate something into being almost like anything, like anything for that matter. Like a rustling in the bush, it's not a rabbit, it's a monster, it's a skinwalker or a lot lizard. But you know, depends on where you're at. But you know, outside of that though, you know, generally I haven't gone around looking for scary stuff in my life, folks, and I haven't really run into anything scary. I ran into that one thing on that road, but that was just kind of odd, but nothing scary really. And that's because I just don't really go around looking for the whole deal. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Man, and I was waiting for somebody to say it. Well, they say, well, Matt is the scary thing out there. I was waiting for somebody to say it. Nobody got me though. I stung myself on that one. But I mean, the next one here goes to Smarzik, who puts in a 5, and they said, I barely What's his wording on this? He said, I barely finished my hot dog, and here we are. By the way, whatever happened to the all-important arm-twisting minerals deal?
Oh, that just got forgotten. Like that just thrown to the wayside. No one even talks about that one anymore. But a big thanks to you for your support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Acton, yet again, and thank you very much, Andrew, for that 5. He said, why doesn't the Ukrainians attack where the IRBM was launched from the testing site it came from?
Well, unfortunately, most of the vehicles will be gone by that point. The Ukrainian drones will take a couple of hours to get there, and the window of opportunity will have unfortunately passed by then. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from C146, and thank you as well. He said, that's just like your opinion, man.
Like Zoink Scoop, that's just like your opinion, man. And that's something I find so funny. Some people are like, your analysis is nothing but opinions. It's like, well, yeah. It's like that's what analysis is. Like, you know, it's opinions that are based in some amount of reason or logic. Doesn't make them facts, but it makes them very close to being very realistic to the point it might end up becoming a fact. You know, like our analysis is not unsound here on the channel. But I find it so funny when people like say that stuff, because what they're really trying to say, folks, is I love and worship whoever is in charge of the country politically right now. And so if you say anything that it doesn't make it sound like they're God on earth, I'm going to hate you and everything about you from this point on. Although those people probably know me more and have dealt with me and Matthew more than they'll ever deal with the person that they have the whole cult worshiping thing going on for, which I find so funny. Like, you know, I find that whole like political pandemonium thing going on these days so weird, because people will like literally die on a hill for like Trump or Kamala or Biden, but it's like, have they ever even met these people? No, they don't even know them. They haven't even seen them in the flesh. It's like, why the hell do you like care about defending them so much? You don't even really know them. You just know them from TV. Like, that could be anybody. Like, you know, it's like, that could be anybody. You never see how they live their personal life, or if they're relatable to when you're actually around them in person or not doing it for the cameras. It's like, that's why I don't get the whole thing of like standing up and like basically dying on hills for politicians. I don't know a damn one of them. Really don't have that much of a real wish to know a lot of them, unless if it's for something business related, like, you know, for example, running for government. And so, you know, it's like, I don't really care to know them and basically die on a hill when they never do the same for me. They're politicians. You know, that's enough in its own. But anyways, a big thanks to your support and help with the show to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Don Hayes, and thank you, Don, as well. He said, I appreciate the nonpartisan reporting, and y'all are my daily news source.
And thank you so much for enjoying our nonpartisan reporting. And thank you for saying that we're your daily news source. We're highly honored. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from David Ford, and David said the Koreans will desert and bring Korean barbecue trucks to Russia, and an FSB agent will walk up and say in an irate manner, I'm from Tula and I know barbecue.
Oh man, they're gonna say, I'm from the battlefields of Pokrovsk and I know barbecue. Like, and they're talking about their comrades. But a big thanks to your support and help with the channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, by the way, I don't know if you saw this or not, but a viewer who's here in Salt Lake City, we actually met in real life, by the way, is because we happened to run across him in real life. By the way, pretty cool to meet a fan in real life. We've met a few in real life, but not enough to say like I met like hundreds of people. I met just a handful in real life, which is pretty cool when we get to meet them. But one of the fans in Salt Lake said that the train place around here, Statler, who apparently makes those little cars that run around the track, apparently is having an open house on 5:30.
They are actually. I was gonna tell you about it. I was actually thinking about not going because I don't want to go alone, folks. You know, it always feels awkward going alone places, because even out here, like in Alabama, it was a lot more prevalent. But out here, even when you go out alone, people kind of look at you like you're there for other reasons. I don't know how to explain it. Like they expect your case in the joint or something. It's like, I don't know, but I don't like going places on my own. But Stadler is having an open house though on the 30th, which is going to be really cool because you can actually go into their assembly plant and wander around and take a look and like get a tour, and they'll tell you like how they build the trains and stuff. That's going to be pretty cool, actually. Like, if you want to go, Matthew, I mean, we could go, but, you know, only if you want to. I have a feeling that Matthew's strong hatred of trains is possibly going to derail. That's pun intended. But, you know, it's still pretty cool. I mean, they build for everyone in the country, like Caltrain. See? Caltrain.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see if the news is any good that day or not. We'll have to see if I don't want to commit on the air to it. We'll have to see for OPSEC reasons.
Oh, we'll have to see for sure. I mean, we'll have to see, folks. We'll have to see. But I mean, look at these beautiful sets. I mean, they really, well, these are actually the ones they use in Europe, by the way. The Swiss have loads of these things. They're really nice,
Do they have a
too.
gift shop?
I don't know. I have a feeling they probably don't, because it's really just a factory, like, plant sort of deal. Well, wait a minute. They
Is it
have
for like jobs or something? Is it like for getting a job?
No, no, no. It's literally just an open house for the public. Like, it's like just come in, look
Oh,
around. It's kind of like a PR thing,
yeah.
basically.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm allergic to jobs. I don't know if I could go. Have you seen those memes? Also, while I'm joking, by the way, we both work insane hours more than we would at a normal job actually doing this. But have you seen the meme going around where it's like that dude like fainted at the White House event? And the president was talking, and there's like the guy behind him that like fainted. The president said something about we're getting more jobs, and the guy like went oh, and he like fainted to the ground when he heard the word job. Like, he just fainted.
Man, God forbid, blood. They get into the hospital and they give them a job application. They're gonna put them out for good. Like, man, like he gonna
And for
go
some
on.
people, that gets some people choked up. Some people got to go to the ER when they see a job application.
Man, there was a lot of people, interesting enough, folks in the South who would talk about not having money, and then we'd be like, "There's this thing called a job." They act like it was like a ghost. Oh, like they get terrified. It's like, dude, it's just a job. It's nothing crazy. But also, by the way, if you want to see what you could see there, this is what the inside of that factory actually looks like.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. It's really colorful. It's kind of like a Lego factory or something. I don't
Yeah,
know
it
why
kind
I
of
think
is.
that, but it kind of looks like it. It looks like a cheerful place to work, unlike some factories that look misery.
Yeah, and here's another angle of it. Let me see here. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can find some other cool pictures of the inside. Yeah, here's another picture of the inside. It's really a cool place, honestly. Like, it's also really neat to know that these are rolling out across the nation now. It's kind of like a normal thing. Like, they have some of these down in Dallas. I think they have a couple of they definitely have a couple of them around Sacramento because that's Caltrain. I think, if I remember right, Los Angeles is supposed to be getting some for MetroLink. And I think, Matthew, I'm not sure on this one, but I heard that at some point in the future, the UTA is considering these for the front runner, but I'm not really sure on that. Like, don't take me on my word for that. I think I heard that from someone somewhere, but I'm not sure if that's true. But let me see the Stadler Flirt, because that's what these things are called. So that's what they actually look like when they're running. And I'm trying to see if I can get an interior picture for y'all, because the insides are actually not bad. Yeah, that's what they look like on the inside.
Yeah, that's honestly pretty nice right there.
Yeah, pretty high end, honestly, for like a commuter train. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Grand Moff Clubby. And thank you very much, Grand Moff, for that $20
Hey!
support. They said, on the topic of paranormal stuff, my place of work is most likely haunted. They were doing something with toy cars and flags, and I was alone in the break room, and one of the cars started moving for real. LLT, LSA, and the Empire. Also, where do you? Don't dox yourself. Don't put it in the chat. But I'll be curious to know, like, just out of like pure curiosity, where that is. Because what are they doing playing with toy cars and flags in the break room? That's crazy. But Enforcer, what say you?
Somebody in there having an entire play period during the break. They get an hour break and they go in there. That's like sick, honestly, like respectable. But beyond that, I do have to say, humongous thanks to your support, Grand Moff Clubby, and that is really interesting to hear. Paranormal stuff. Something odd's happened to everybody in their life at some point, and it is quite interesting. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that,
He got it. He has a follow-up. He said, this is a follow-up to Mother Super Chat. I watched the whole thing. There was not a draft. Even the flag started waving and nothing blew on it.
Huh. That is quite odd. I wonder what was going on with that there. But beyond that, a big thanks to your support and sharing that story with us, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from none other than Ross, all the way from Australia. And thank you very much, Ross, for that 20. He said, when news of resumed U.S. attacks on Iran reached John Bolton today, I imagine him smiling to himself as a tear of hope rolled down his face. John Bolton, maybe, possibly. I mean, I could see that maybe possibly happening. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, your story was wrong the moment you said that John Bolton smiled. I don't think I've ever seen John Bolton smile in my life. But all jokes aside, though, I would imagine that that's probably not that far off. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, Lindsey Graham did the jig after he heard news about that.
Man, no, better yet, man. You know what he did? He said, "Oh yes, another trip to Disneyland." Bro, he's like going to Disney again, man.
He was flagging down that mouse. He was dying to see that mouse. I tell you what,
Man, with that pink wand in his hand and everything, man. Honestly,
oh my goodness,
goodness gracious.
Goodness. Oh man, I don't know what to say.
Also, why the hell didn't he go to Disney World? Isn't that closer?
Yeah,
he's
there's a lot of unanswered questions here.
What
that
is he,
people
a
have.
senator for South Carolina? Why the hell didn't he just go down on a flight to Orlando? Why the hell did he go all the way to L.A.? Also, I thought that those people hated L.A. Why the hell were they? What the hell is he in L.A.? I mean, there's a load of shit that they didn't answer with any of this at all. Like, and also, folks, I gotta say, it's really funny to me how, like, political people, and I'm not talking about just the right or the left, I'm talking about them all, how they all act like they hate stuff, but, like, the people from the left that say that they hate the countryside people, they always go to the countryside for their vacations. And all the countryside people that say that they hate the left and they hate the cities as a result, they always end up going to the biggest, like, leftist cities that you can find in the country for a vacation. Don't you find that kind of ironic? Like, a little bit? Like, how that just works that way? Like, this guy talks about how much, California sucks, but then he flies to LA to go to Disneyland instead of Orlando, Florida, which is literally just a couple of 100 miles away. That's kind of a little odd. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Internet support here goes to Pretzel's Garage, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Pretzel, as well. He said, train chat. Interesting fact that the Metrolink is losing funding due to less passengers. The chargers they have are also losing money due to inefficiency. Not sure if they're getting this new ones like Caltrain.
Well, Metrolink is kind of like a little odd because their services are so infrequent for what they are, and it's just not good. Like, when we were at LA Union Station, right here, excusing all of, like, the finned out people that were right outside of it at the front, like, when you went to the actual platforms, which I'm trying to see if I can get a picture of for the Metrolink, they had all of these F-125s and all of these bi-level cabs just sitting around out there. They had dozens of these things, 3 of them to a platform or so. And they would only run 1 train per hour on most routes. And that is absolutely stupid. Like, for a mass transit system to operate properly and for people to actually pick to use it, you have to have, especially for a city this size, a fairly frequent service. So every 30 minutes or every 15 minutes. Like, that's what you have to have or it doesn't work. Utah does that fairly well with the UTA because the tracks runs, I think, during all hours of the day, every 15 minutes. And then the front runner runs every hour on off hours, and then on peak hours it runs every 30. And so, crazily enough, I think the UTA and the front runner and the tracks get more ridership than LA's Metrolink and everything else in LA, if I'm not mistaken. So, I might be wrong on that, so y'all might want to fact check me on that one because I'm starting to think about that and I'm not sure if that's right. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from C146 once again. And he said, is Enforcer Matt into model trains? Pop spent 34 years at Metro North and ended up as a VP. Also, that's nice. He said, HO layouts in my basement as a kid and G-scale layout in the backyard of this day. And me personally, I'm not into model trains necessarily. I did get a couple of model trains when I was a kid, like smaller, that I still have. Yeah, well, I still have them. They're actually collectibles now. They're Lionel train set, actually. I just keep them in the closet.
Like much
kind of like that. I was about to say that, but I was debating whether I should say it. But yeah, kind of like that leader. But yeah, they're actually collectibles now. I just never run them because they run on these old, like, really heavy transformers and stuff. I don't think I have the right stuff to hook it up or anywhere to hook it up for that matter. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'm a pretty big person in the model trains and model railways in general. I just think that they're neat. Like, it's like a little, like, hobby side of a thing. Like, I'm not one to get, like, super obsessed with it, but I do like to collect a few of them from time to time. And so I generally do HO scale. I don't have anything else in any other scale to actually like, be honest. Well, to be honest on that one, which suggests that I lie sometimes, so according to some people, I only do HO scale. So all of my models are in HO scale. And my favorite railroad is the Louisville and Nashville, which unfortunately nobody makes anything for the Louisville and Nashville in HO scale. But it is what it is. I just have to try and make do with whenever they put anything out. I get it. And right now I actually have this really cool little HO scale combine car. It's a half baggage, half passenger car. L&N paint job on the way. And it's literally the only one I could find, like, over years. I've been trying to find them for years. It's the only rail car I've ever found for the L&N that's a passenger car. But big thanks to your support and over this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from DWRB, and thank you once again, good sir. He said, I came back just in time for the trains. Statler is making some wonderful products, and we'd love to see a design for out in SEPTA land, but they don't offer something off the shelf that would work for us.
Yeah, I've heard about that. But y'all do have the pretty cool, like, ALJ 45s, which are pretty neat. Let me see. ALG 46s, I think, actually. Well, actually, I don't know. Let's see. Wait, that's New Jersey Transit. Never mind. That's not SEPTA. Like, I don't think, at least. But, they are pretty cool. Stadler is a pretty neat company. I just hate to hear that all of the Simmons Chargers are having problems, because I thought they looked really cool, and I like the paint jobs there when keeps putting on them. They just look nice. But apparently a flake of snow or a little bit of water trips the emergency brake system on a lot of the Chargers and gets them to just slam to a stop, and then they have to go through this whole process to try and restart the engine. So that's a little unfortunate, but still, they're pretty cool looking. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that is addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from none other than Maxwell Conan. And thank you very much, Maxwell, for that $11 support. He said, my goodness, this was quite predictable. So why haven't the islands in the Strait of Hormuz been occupied exactly? And what is the strategic risk in occupying them versus the Gulf being held hostage?
At this point, like, strategic questions of, like, why haven't we done something yet? There's literally no good answer to it rather than they's goofy. Like, that's all I can say. I mean, what more do y'all want me to say? They're geniuses? I mean, like, this clearly isn't the work of any stroke of genius right here. But I do have to say a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. But sadly, I can't even tell you anymore why or what kind of reasonable answer I could give as to why they're screwing this up so badly every day. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than, I was just scrolling down through the spreadsheet, make sure I got them all so far. This one goes to Benjamin Laszlo, who puts in a 5. He said, I've been clean for 6 years. And also, congratulations, by the way. He said, life is much better without the garbage. And I drink Benny's Beans coffee, and I own this coffee company. We're in Guerneville, I think it's pronounced.
I think it's Guerneville.
Maybe so, possibly.
Yeah, I think the U is silent in that, or the E is silent or something. But beyond that, though, I would have to definitely agree. I'd say, generally, in my opinion, life is best experienced without really any extra influences, at least in my opinion. I like to experience life straight up. If I'm really stressed out, I'm just really stressed. There is no amount of drink or smoking or anything else that could fix that. If I'm very happy, I'm very happy. I don't need any drinks or smokes or drugs or anything to be happy. I like to experience that way, because once you start to drink a lot of alcohol or smoke a lot of cigarettes or anything that really hits the dopamine receptors, my belief is, and I don't know if this is founded in science, so take this as, like, hookoo, crazy talk, like, like from this guy. But outside of that, like, what I think is that if you hit your dopamine receptors like that, outside of just, normally living, your entire emotional range and personality basically relies on you either being on that thing, whether it's a drink or drugs or smoking, to be able to have a full emotional range, or it just drains your normal emotional range, and you also act irregular while you're on that. And so you end up kind of losing a little bit of who you are, sort of personality-wise, because of that thing. So that's generally why I don't like to, like, drink or smoke or even consider doing drugs, which I never considered to do, because I just feel like it would kind of end up destroying who you are. At least that's how I look at it, especially if you use it over a very long period of time. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I see a lot of people saying that I'm on a spectrum. Well, I mean, I used to be on Spectrum Internet, like, but I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I never heard of that one before. I tell you. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Let's have a 5 from Shannon Newman, and thank you, Shannon, as well. They said, long live the LSA, and misinformation and disinformation and propaganda is the way of the CCP.
That's true. That's part of non-war military activities. And a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep them running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, sorry to hear about your leg. I hope you're okay. And does Salt Leg have a good hospital system?
Oh yeah, they have a great hospital system, but it's not that bad. Like it got done and over with after the walk. I just don't know what it was with that. It's like a muscle in my leg isn't really doing too well, and it hurt.
Could be
But
DVT.
huh?
Could be DVT.
What's that?
Deep vein thrombosis.
Oh, it ain't no thrombosis. Like it ain't no thrombosis. I don't know what the hell that is. Because I mean, like I've never had this problem before on any of our hikes or anything like that before this. So I think it's just I think it's just that my leg isn't really in it today. Maybe I did something to it on my last hike that I didn't really realize, and it's just, you know, that way. I don't know. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Schwinn Strait, and thank you very much for that support. They said, I'm sure you're aware of the Newfoundland time zone. It's 30 minutes ahead of the Atlantic time. A pretty beautiful place, and everyone should visit at least once.
And yes, that is true. In Newfoundland, you know, that's a funny one right there. You know, because the British landed on this one, and they said, "Wow, this is a new place. What should we call this newfound land?" And they literally never changed that. They just said Newfoundland, and that's it. Like it sounds neat when you say Newfoundland, but when you say it as an actual English sentence, Newfoundland. That's the name of this island. Most like, really beautiful place. Most unimaginative name that I have ever heard for an island. Because we haven't gone through enough years yet, centuries at least, for English to evolve enough for this to sound cool. Like the city of London, or Nova Scotia, or, for example, Pennsylvania. Well, you know, those names have different influences on them. But Newfoundland. It's like calling Greenland and Iceland what they are. Like, when you think about those names, folks, they're ridiculously simple. It's like something that a kid would come up with, nearly. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kara Lee, who put in that 5, and we do appreciate that. They said the meal rationing of the U.S. Navy servicemen finally made it to legacy media, but not Congress. Tragic to think about, especially on this Memorial Day.
Yeah, it really is. I wish that our service members were treated better, but, you know, I suppose it is what it is in that regard. But a big thanks to your support.
It's wild. It's wild that they went out and spent, there's a whole like controversy at the end of 2025 that the Department of Defense, or what has become the Department of War, at least in theory, went and bought like a whole bunch of lobster and stuff like that and everything. Everybody's like, oh my God, they're spending money on food for the soldiers. Oh my God. And it's like, they spent all that money on that stuff. Yeah, it's like they spent all that money on that stuff. It's like, what did they eat it for like a week, and then all the good food went away, and then they had no food after that? It's like, what did they like spend the whole budget on the lobster, and then they don't have money for the other food? It's like, why don't they have like proper food?
Who was eating the food? It's certainly not the people deployed.
Hell, I don't know. It's like, who the hell got the food?
That's the real question we should be asking, I think, is who ate the food? Because it clearly isn't the people that are in CENTCOM's AOR, because we haven't seen them eating good food the whole time, even from the start. I think we saw like one shitty little steak and like one very old looking lobster tail picture once, and then we never saw anything like that again since the war started. So who in the hell is eating the good food that costs that much? Because it clearly as hell isn't being used in deployments. So that's the question we ought to be getting to the bottom of. But I would say that it is very disheartening to see. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have yet another support from Cerebrus3. And a huge shout out to Cerebrus, by the way. He's throwing in all kinds of super chats tonight. We do appreciate that 50 once again. They said there are actually a number of studies worldwide that cover dopamine stimulation and the effects of constant streams to the brain. Even a basic example would be how it affects children with electronics. And working with special needs children, I can see it.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that there was any studies to that. Well, you know, something that I found interesting, speaking of like the how one's mind works, and this was something that blew me away, Matthew. Do you have an internal dialogue where you can like talk to yourself and hear your voice inside your head without saying anything out loud?
Yes, very badly, but I think mine's a lot more than the average person for various reasons.
Well, outside of those various reasons, did you know that there are people who literally do not have a voice inside of their head where they can hear themselves talk without talking out loud?
What are they called?
I don't know, but I was
Normal?
watching. No, no, no. Actually, well, actually, they said there's no such thing as normal because apparently everybody thinks internally differently. Actually, there's like five major groups, but even then, there's major variations in the thousands apparently in each group. But apparently, some people, folks, do not have a voice inside of their head that is theirs that they can listen to and think stuff out in their head completely without talking out loud. I never knew that. And apparently that is something somewhat normal for some folks. Or if they
Huh.
read, instead of reading like on the pages, when you think like Captain Smith went up to the bridge of the Titanic and he saw that the iceberg was, already collided with the Titanic. And you hear that in your head and you hear your voice saying that. Some people apparently read and they just recognize the symbology of the letters. And that's what they remember. They don't read it like in their head like we do. Apparently
Huh.
they read it and just like memorize the words or something along those lines. It's very interesting, but still
Yeah, the
they
way mine works is that generally, like, I'm very much in my head, like a lot, just because that's the way I think my brain's wired to a large degree. So I see things in my head, like those like maps when like when detectives like you do those like spider maps on a board, like saying, okay, this is connected to this is connected to that when they're trying to like identify a suspect, that type of deal, like on a board.
yeah, kind of.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like that type of thing. It's like also when you go into like in the movies when you see like the schizophrenic like it was like serial killer or something like that. They're like doing the little web thing, like stalking somebody down or something like that. They have like the board on the wall with all the little strings attached to the pictures and stuff. That's the way it looks like in my mind, like on pretty much everything. Like it's like a whole bunch of those in my head, and I can see like connections between different like the concepts and stuff in my head to a large degree. Like I'm very visual in my mind about how I think about stuff like that. That's just the way I've always been sort of thinking.
But it's really interesting though to find out that some people don't think like that. Like it's really weird too. Like it's like how the hell can they not think like that? And then also what's even more interesting is that some people with mental disorders, not like schizophrenia and stuff, but most things like anorexia and whatnot, apparently their thought process is several voices ongoing continuously in their head thinking about different things all at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm constantly thinking about stuff all the time. My mind's always looping on something, like
Well, yeah, but I
constantly.
mean,
What I can't shut it off.
not like going on and on. I mean, like three voices simultaneously and processing all three of them at the same time on different things.
Interesting.
Yeah, like that was interesting. It was a very interesting video. I forgot what it was called, but it was actually about this internal monologue sort of a discussion. And there was actually the lead psychiatrist that had been doing these studies for decades was talking to this guy on YouTube about it, and it was very interesting because I was like, I did not know that. I just thought, honestly, folks, I always thought that everyone thought like I did, like had the same abilities with internal monologue and whatnot. And that's kind of crazy. And also some people are like, I'm always constantly thinking about something. I am too. Like there's never a time I'm not thinking about something. Like, I'm thinking about literally anything and everything. Usually my thoughts are like kind of just like a process of rapid fire things. Like, that's probably why the rabbit holes seem like they kind of ramble on air sometimes because I'll be like, oh, like the city of Moscow. And then my brain immediately like goes Moscow, Moscow, things connected to Moscow. And then I'll be like, did y'all know that the Duchy of Muscovy, which has something to do with Moscow, was this and that and that? And then that'll lead to a whole other rabbit hole about something else entirely that's attached to the
Yeah.
Duchy of Muscovy or during that time. And then like my brain just goes on like tracks like that all day, every day.
You've taken that Meyer Briggs personality test, haven't you? Like the thing that they gave you in JRTC and stuff like that. You took that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Do you remember what your code was? The 4-letter code that came off that test?
I don't know, but it was the brown card one.
Oh, yeah. Those cards were made up by the instructor, by the way. Those weren't actual legit
Yeah, I
cards of the
know.
thing.
Like, yeah, I
But
know.
Yeah, well, I've taken that test consistently. That is the only like psychological test out there, not the tiger, lion, bear one that the president keeps talking about. I think that's like to test whether or not you've lost your mind and got dementia or something like
Very
that.
hard
Not that
questions,
test.
by the way. Like,
Yeah, not that one, not that test. I'm talking about the personality test, the Myers-Briggs one. That thing gets me like down to a T. Like I am the INTJ four-letter code off of that test. That describes me literally down to a T. Like it's uncanny how well that describes me. I don't know if that works that well for anybody else that took that test. That is a very accurate test. The people that came up with that, like that's the only one I've ever taken. I'm like, damn, that is like wild how accurate that is.
I think like I've seen some people put it down in the chat. I think mine was like an ENTJ or something. I don't know. But I'll have to go and take it again because it was so long ago I can't remember what the hell it was really. But it was something that started with an E, I think. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Game Theory. And thank you, Game Theory, for that support. He said a certain thing is helpful, and also the quiet is peaceful too. It's so peaceful.
And it really is. I mean, honestly, true, absolutely. And a big thanks to you for the support. And I'm just trying to keep running. I also saw someone say, "Isn't having several voices called schizophrenia?" I don't think it is. I think like schizophrenia is listening to the compulsions of different like personalities or like tracks of thought in your head, and you have to listen to them, and usually they're fairly destructive. I think that's what that is. I'm not really sure. I'm not a psychiatrist or anything, but I mean, sometimes folks, I can have like different layers of thought going on at the same time. Like I can be answering a question like I am on air, looking at the live chat and thinking about someone's comment in the live chat, either like thinking, oh, that's a pretty good point, or like disagreeing with it. And then also on top of that, be thinking at the exact same time what I want to eat in a little bit because I'm hungry. And I could think most of those things almost on top of each other or almost simultaneously sometimes, but not all the time. One thing that is a problem, this is a problem I've had lately, especially from doing this, is that this takes a lot of mental focus and concentration for me to do on air to monologue. Like it seems pretty easy, but when you actually have to come up with something and keep talking and not have dead space for 3.5 hours like we have right now, it takes a lot of mental thought, and my brain can get going at 1,000 miles an hour trying to keep up with doing all this. So sometimes when I go to sleep, my brain is still going 1,000 miles an hour like it is on air, and it makes it very difficult to sleep because when I go to sleep, in my dream, it's a nightmare that I'm still running the show and I cannot get off of the show. And I'm like, I gotta get off this damn thing. I gotta get some sleep, like, please. And then I wake up and I'm like in a hot sweat and everything. I gotta go get up and get some water and everything. And then try and figure out how to think of anything else to not go 1,000 miles an hour and then try and go back to sleep again. And usually, if a night's like that, it's just going to be a bad night. I will not get any sleep. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a find from Dab. And thank you very much for that $5 support. They said, look up the Gurdon Light in Arkansas Haunted Railroad.
The Gurdon Light. Let me go pull this up. The Gurdon Light. What the hell is
Sounds
that?
like a beer. Give me that Gurdon Light.
Give me that Gurdon Light, boy. Oh, it's a ball of light. Would you look at it? Would you look at it? That just looks like a camera that's got dust on it. Like that's what that
That's like a
looks
lens flare.
Yeah, it kind of does. But very interesting. Though. Apparently, a lot near a railway. Very interesting there. But I do thank you so much for the support, helping this channel to keep it running and sharing that with us. I'll have to research that one a little bit more. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a find from One Great Lake once again. They said, not sure how I've missed this, but what was the origin of the name LSA? And I always assumed it was because mechanized armies incorporate leaf springs.
It was because of this thing that I got very wrong early on in the war about leaf spring suspension being obsolete. I got flamed for that really badly over the next few days, and it was just so funny how much people were joking on that it became the name of the community. So I hope that does answer the question well, and a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a find from DWRB once again. He said, I think the next Patreon video needs to be a model train behind the scenes.
You know, honestly, I would like to do that. Like, I was telling Matthew, like, I might eventually make this as a project for the Patreon, I'm trying to work on a model railway layout right now. It's very slow going. But whenever I get done building it, I kind of want to make like some like short videos, like showing how railroad operations would work, and stuff using the layout. That would be kind of neat. or at least show off like some of like the craftsmanship, if I have any. That's the real question there. But show off the craftsmanship of the layout once it's done, and show some like beautiful like little scenes of it and everything. That'd be kind of cool. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that well. And also, I saw someone say, "Yeah, I always feel like I'm running behind, stressed out." It was not really that. It's just that my mind keeps going at 1,000 miles an hour to answer questions that I don't have to answer anymore. Because when I'm on air, like while I'm talking right now, which the question segment's easy because it's like random stuff. I don't know what's coming next, so I just got to be on the fly. But when I'm in the middle of the monologue for the actual news, I have to think a million things to come up with that monologue, and there's no script, so it's all done on the spot. So if I'm talking in depth about like yesterday with the Ukrainian supply lines in the southern front and how they're being hit and what kind of impact this is going to have and how the Ukrainians can react, there literally was almost no thought on that before the show. I'm having to come up with all of that off the top of my head. So I'm racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour to think, so they're hitting this highway. What does that do? That cuts out supplies. So what does supplies being cut out do? That does this to the Russian side. So with the Russians doing that, what do the Ukrainians think? And so then when I'm in the middle of my sleep, I'll be thinking stuff like the Russian Federation, Kaliningrad military oblast, well, the Leningrad military oblast and the Kaliningrad and defenses. So how's that going to work if the war starts? And I'm thinking at like 1,000 miles an hour on stuff like that, and then immediately bounce off in my mind to something like the Islamic Republic of Iran is blockading the Strait of Hormuz. How in the world does their, ship defensive stuff work? All this, how do you demine? And everything at 1,000 miles an hour, I'm trying to find answers to it in the middle of my sleep when I know I don't even need to be thinking about that or finding an answer for it. And also, folks, that's why I don't even like talking about anything news related when I'm off air. Like some people who know me know that I'm like, I don't really want to talk about it, because like when I'm off air, I'm like, thank God. I'm like, I don't have to be thinking at 1,000 miles an hour about this stuff.
I really can't watch movies that well anymore. Now that we're doing this like full time, we've been doing it for 4 years. It feels like over the time, especially when things start getting more chaotic in the news cycle, it consumes my bandwidth almost completely to a large degree. I really can't focus on movies. Like I watched The Godfather the other day, but it took like the whole life of me to like focus on watching that movie when I had a day off last Monday. It's just I just can't like get my mind, if I get hyper focused on something, it's really hard to divert my focus away from it, like even for a movie or something, which is kind of a little bit not great because that can lead to burnout and stuff like that. But it's not really an optional thing for me.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I find some things just hard to engage with, movies being one of them. Like, I can watch them and try and get interested in them, but I almost feel like I have to, like, try and, like, lobotomize myself at this point to be interested. It's outside that my mind is still racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like, I'll be watching the movie and it'll be like, like Groundhog Day, and he's like, I think I'm living the same day or whatever. I'm like, bitch, you is. Anyways, like, and I'm like, I need to get up and go. Like, I got something to think about or something to do or something else.
It's like, and also it's like we're keeping, like, I look at it like the human mind's like a computer. It's like you have a processor, you have RAM, like random access memory, you have a hard drive in your head. It's like long-term memory is your hard drive. So for me, it's like both of us keep a lot of stuff in our short-term memory, like constantly. That's always like changing and evolving with the news. Like if someone asks us a question about what's happening anywhere in the world right now, we can generally give a decent general answer on it for the most part. It might not be super in-depth in some regions because we don't have like a super focus on like some, wars in Africa and stuff like that, but we know generally what's going on. But that takes up a lot of bandwidth. And when you try to go jump onto something else, like there's really not much extra room to fit anything else like in your head because you're too busy like filling it up with all this other stuff, which honestly, like between a mindless movie or like doing something like this, I would rather have, my mind filled up with stuff like this about the news right here. So that's just my thing. Like it's a bit of a mental like sacrifice a bit.
Honestly, one thing that I will say though that gets my mind slowing down pretty good is hiking, because it's exhausting. And so like I'll be up there on that hill, and I'm not thinking at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm thinking, dang, I'm tired. Like dang, it's hot. My feet hurt or something like that. And then it was kind of like that's a reprieve a little. That's why I enjoy hiking a great deal. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Maxwell Conan once again. He said, I have a friend who lived in China until 2018 and 100% confirmed that Winnie the Pooh was taken off the shelves of all stores due to Xi's anger, LSA. And they did. They actually restricted that because everybody was creating the memes of Xi Jinping next to Winnie the Pooh, and apparently that was enough to offend them, so they had to take it away. That's really like really soft, isn't it? But Enforcer, what say you?
You know, a lot of those dictators kind of have those soft tendencies, you know, like any kind of criticism against them has to be met with the strongest resistance possible. You know, it's interesting that way, you know, it's real interesting. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, you have not tried a Bubba Skywalker in LA. It will change you.
I thank you for the support, but generally, I'm just not one for the weed, the devil's lettuce. I think that's
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. But because it said Kush in it, and that's usually like a weed reference thing, I'm just not one for that stuff. You know, like maybe I'm missing out on something, but I'm fine on missing out on it. There was this one guy who was harassing this channel forever, real loser, and like, you know, getting his death threats and whatnot on the daily. But the guy smoked weed all the time and talked about how weed isn't addictive, and then I think he tried to stop smoking for 2 days, and then he posted on his YouTube, "I'm in the ER because I'm suffering from weed withdrawals." And it's like, okay, well, clearly it's addictive then. It's like the case is closed. It is addictive. It's like, thank you, idiot. And so, like, not you, by the way, the person who threw in the super chat, but to that YouTuber, it's like, thank you, idiot. It's like clearly disproving your own argument. But that guy right there, it was like generally is who I think of, and I don't mean this to insult anyone who does smoke weed, because many people do, but when I think of someone who like gets really heavy into weed, I think of a guy like that, and I'm like, and also it stinks, like the stuff smells, and I really wouldn't want to like chuff it up, you know, because I would stink like like that, and it's like, you know, it just doesn't smell too good. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running, and with that, we're on the next one.
Yeah, me personally, I don't mess with any of that stuff either. You know, if people do and it's legal in your state, then you know it's a free country. But I see like a couple of people saying that's not the withdrawals aren't a thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert in the topic because I don't really like look at it or anything like that. But apparently, you know, it's possible that maybe he was like having something else going on, possibly like with some other possible thing. Like there's no telling with that. But you know, I'm seeing a lot of people say it doesn't have withdrawals. I don't know though, me personally. But the next one here goes to OK State, who puts in a 10, and thank you very much as well. They said, "Hello, Enforcer Bros. Sorry you're having to work on your day off. I just a video and read about the Marines' new Mattis anti-drone system. Apparently, it's in production and fielded in some numbers."
That's interesting here. I think I've heard about that one before myself. OK State 42. And I gotta say, it's okay. We're happy to be working on our off day here. We're always happy for it. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And also, I gotta go pull this up. Is there such a thing as withdrawal from weed? According to the National Institute of Health, there is.
Oh, what's the symptom?
The early phase of withdrawal is usually characterized by insomnia, irritability, decreased appetite, shakiness, and less often sweating and chills. So kind of like,
Yeah, that's like caffeine withdrawal.
yeah, but it does have withdrawal. I mean, like, you know, for something to not have withdrawal, folks, that's got to be a little bit odd. I mean, you know, like smoking tobacco comes with the withdrawals. That's literally just a leaf. You know, like it's a leaf that, like, you know, it's just like weed, basically, when you think about it. It hits your dopamine receptors in a different way, and that's it. You know, so it's like, why in the world would weed not have withdrawals? That wouldn't really make any sense if it didn't. That's like saying, well, you know, like doctors, by the way, back in the 50s were like, you know, smoking is good when you're pregnant with a child. It's even better with a filter tip. It's like, were they right, though? No, like they were not right. And like, you know, weed is certainly addictive. Like anything's addictive. Caffeine is addictive. Coffee is. Coffee, which is something that you can get your hands on anywhere, is addictive. So why in the world would weed not be addictive? Not to say that that's a reason that it should be outlawed or not used. I'm not getting in that argument. But at the same time, to, you know, say that something is just like a miracle, you know, it's better than tobacco, but it's not addictive. That just, it's too good to be true of a statement, really. And I also see someone say marijuana's never killed anyone ever. Well, yeah, but I mean, like smoking hasn't killed anyone. Lung cancer kills them. You know, it's like, but you know, inhaling any sort of smoke into your lungs is going to increase the risk of lung cancer. Like that's just a fact. Like any smoke inhalation from any source is going to give you lung cancer eventually. It's like maybe there hasn't been enough medical studies yet, much like there was on cigarettes back in the day. But I have a feeling that smoking weed regularly, like anything, is probably not going to be leading to any good results. But anyways,
They say that physical exercise is like stronger for people with depression than taking SSRIs or any of those antidepressant medications that are very common these days. They say simply exercising on a regular, consistent basis improves I think it's like dopamine levels or something in your brain, and it fixes or at least helps with the problem somewhat. Me personally, I've never had problems like that, but I've found that exercising, like especially out here in Utah, where there's a lot of outdoor stuff to do, it does have a positive effect. I would think it seems to be true.
well, looking here really quickly, yeah, I mean, like, smoking weed, according to the CDC, has all of the same effects as smoking a cigarette for the larger part. It can affect your health, your heart. It can make the heart beat faster, raise blood pressure immediately after use. It can also lead to an increased risk of stroke, heart disease, and other vascular diseases. Driving, obviously intoxicated with weed, that's not a great idea. That's like driving drunk. Lung health. Smoked cannabis, regardless of how it is smoked, can cause harm to lung tissues and cause scarring and damage to small blood vessels. That's the same thing that smoking a cigarette does. It can also affect mental health. It could be linked to, according to the CDC, which I would assume has done studies on this to get this result, social anxiety, depression, and schizophrenia, a type of mental illness where people might see or hear things that aren't there. But scientists don't yet fully understand the relationships between these mental health disorders and cannabis use. So apparently they're still doing ongoing studies on that. But the other statements here are made as absolute statements, which is showing that they've done research and studies to get these answers. And I mean, clearly, folks, inhaling smoke is not good. Like you can say that it's fine because I remember back in the day, folks, when the Juul pods were brand new and all the kids in school were smoking them. It's like smoking, but without all of the bad side effects. Now a lot of those people are getting wet lung and everything else because inhaling any kind of
Wet
smoke.
lung, bro. What the hell is wet lung?
I don't even know what it is, but I heard that people are getting wet lung. I don't know what the hell that actually is, though. But inhaling any kind of smoke is not good. Like, it's just not. And also, someone said, bro, this is the most misinformed rant ever. Most misinformed, of course, cited by the CDC, the Center for Disease Control. So I guess the CDC is misinformed. Literally the scientists that research medical afflictions and do studies to figure out that smoking a cigarette kills. It's like I guess they're wrong. Like clearly weed is magic. Unlike everything else in the world, weed makes you feel good and there's no bad effects to it. Obviously, like there's no way in hell that inhaling smoke from a burning plant like tobacco could clearly lead to bad results. Like, come on. I mean, that's something. Like if you smoke weed, it's okay to just say this might not be the best thing for my health, but I'm gonna do it anyways. You don't always like every time you make a decision, folks, you don't always have to justify it to make it sound like it's the best thing ever. Like I'll tell you, folks, if I ever smoked a cigarette, I tell you this is bad for me, but I'm gonna do it anyways because I can do what I want. Like this is kind of a similar sort of a thing with this. Like if you do it, it is your own life. You can do what you want. It's a free country, but at the same time, it does come with some health side effects like everything. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is a $10 super chat from Game Theory once again. They said, in Vietnam, the army provided the soldiers amphetamine, and I'm not sure about World War II, but I think the Germans did. And yeah, they did Pervitin. The U.S. government drugs their warriors. They don't drug them like that. Like that, there's well, if you're flying a really long mission as a pilot, I think that they have you take some stimulant or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's like some stimulant that's prescription that keeps you awake. But they're not like drugging people. They did experiments back in the day, not only on soldiers but also the U.S. civilian population too, about the effects of certain drugs like like LSD, things like that. But they don't. I don't think they necessarily like drugging people like that.
Yeah, well, back in the day, well, they didn't drug anyone up, like put them on that IV drip Galaxy Pack kind of deal. Like it was mostly like go pills and stuff like that. usually for the Air Force. That's usually where most of the amphetamines were used in the service, was the Air Force, and some of the SOF teams would use it sometimes. But nowadays we just give them these really souped up caffeine pills, basically, because they don't want them to, get methed out and have the withdrawals and all. But yeah, that is something that actually existed back in the day. Germany only did that, though, officially during the earlier part of the war. So from 1939 to the latter end of 1940. But they started to find out that the withdrawals were really bad. So then they just stopped issuing it cold turkey, and then that created a whole bunch of other problems. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
For every pamphlet out there that says this medication can do this, that, this, that, this, that, it's happened to somebody, and they tested it on somebody, and that's how they know that. Like, literally everything. The government back in the day was wilding out. Like, they were grabbing people from, like, mental institutions and stuff like that, and they were, like, injecting them with LSD and stuff. They were doing some crazy bad stuff, like, back in the day with that whole MK Ultra program and stuff, which is not a conspiracy theory. That's actually a real program that operated back in the day from the U.S. intelligence services in the United States. And it even expanded to Canada. Like, they were even going to Canada and doing stuff up there, and they even went over to, like, I think some, like, small like Italian, like, village or coastline or something like that, and they sprayed the place, like they laced some of the, like, vegetables or fruits or something with it to see what happened to the place. So I mean, it was Wild West back then with stuff like that. But this one goes to Give Up Now. He puts in a 10. They said easy there. Oh man, thank you.
And a big thanks to your support of this channel to keep it running. And oh man, I tell you what, oh man. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $5 support from C146W, who said, I got to drink and smoke and watch this stream to quiet the background kind of noise each night.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, really. Probably works pretty well. And a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from C146, who said, used to give pilots amphetamines, and now they give them modafinil, I think. I had a script, not caffeine pills, LOL.
Yeah, I was just trying to come up with something there. I was really raking my brain. I was like, I don't know the name. So I just said caffeine pills, but it was wrong. You're right. But still, a big thanks for sharing that with us and also supporting the channel and helping us to keep this thing running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also just got a 50 Australian from none other than Ross once again, and a huge shout out to Ross for, I believe, the second support of the night. He said, did you hear the Australian government scored emergency jet fuel supplies from China this past week? Major win for Chinese diplomacy there, and we can thank the current U.S. Leadership, no plan for another goal right there, LLT LSA.
Yeah, that's what we were saying a while ago when they announced that. We said they're going to be trying to win soft power with everyone in the area. They're definitely going to be doing that with these sorts of actions. So I do thank you incredibly for the support. Not a great thing to hear about, but, at this point, it is what it is. The U.S. government is adamant that they're going to run the country into the ground and not listen to anybody with sense. So, we just kind of have to take it for what it is each and every day. But a huge thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Jeannie, last name Tolls. And thank you for that $20 support, by the way. He said, I'm going to take a toke in honor of your show. #, wet lung.
That wet lung.
Man, I got moist lung.
Man, I got wet lung. They told me to have tough skin. I
really wouldn't want that wet lung. Although I don't know why I constantly cough all the time in the background. Like right now, I'm fighting back coughing right now. I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's like a tick or something. But I don't have that wet lung. I don't know what that is, but I don't have it.
It's real. It's real. I would thank the Lord. I thought I sounded like crazy saying like wet lung, but wet lung is a real medical condition.
What's the symptoms?
Well, I would use the AI answer, but I don't like AI. So let's look at wet lung. Oh, wait, what? Wet and dry lungs. Well, it's a very complicated answer, apparently, so I wouldn't know.
I want the research paper. I was one of the symptoms, like WebMD, like something like that.
Hell no, man. We ain't using WebMD. Man, I don't know. I mean, maybe some people can find some answers for us in the chat, but with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Austin, who said, was laying mines in Hormuz part of the deal that the U.S. is making?
Oh, no. That's the funny part. They're just doing it. But a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Prime Rib, who said, you guys haven't visited Zion Arches or Bryce yet. And we haven't yet, sadly.
Yeah, we want to, but not yet. They're very far away. They're like 4 hours one way, which is insane. I mean, 4 hours to just drive, kind of like on the southern side of the state. Like that is one hell of a drive. I mean, that's insane. I don't even know what. Honestly, folks, I don't know what's south of Provo. I've never gone south of Provo here in Utah, so everything I know is from this little area right through here. I've never gone beyond that. This is the only part of the state of Utah I've been in. And going anywhere else is insane. Like, you really can't get anywhere easy in the state. At least, well, not easy. I mean, quick. Like, you can't really get anywhere quick. It feels like it takes forever to even get to, like, Provo or Ogden. So, you know, I haven't been down there yet, but I would like to one day. I would like to. And I would also like to go to this Fish Lake. Wow, that's actually really nice. National Forest. That looks pretty.
Show them the sand pit. That thing I was telling you about. It's like an hour away from here. Show them the sand pit, the little mini sand dune place. It's off the interstate to the left.
Is it here?
Let me see here. Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick. Sand dune place. Let's see here. Little Sahara Recreation Area. That's what it's called. Little Sahara Recreation Area.
Little Sahara. Bro, it was to the right. Oh, sorry, it was to the left. Sorry.
Show them the pictures. Show them the pictures of this place. You would think you're in Abu Dhabi or something like that. Look at this. You'd think you're in freaking Egypt right here or something. This is in Utah, central Utah. I think you can rent buggies and stuff and ATVs and go out here, which would be something super cool one day. I'd actually like to do that one day when we finally have time to do something like that. This is wild as this is even. That looks like a freaking Joshua tree right there. That looks like something out of the Middle East. This looks like like the Middle East.
Man, I can already hear it, man. It's the Middle East. Oh my god, man, it's really cool looking though. I mean, it's really neat. And look, it's covered in snow. Wow, that's crazy, honestly. Really cool place. Oh, whoa.
Oh wow, that's great. Man, that's honestly that's kind of how it looked when I went out there to the middle of the Pony Express Trail. You know that haunted trail out there. I went out all the way out there, and it kind of like looked vaguely like that, but not quite that bright. I think they did long exposure or something to get that.
I think they did. Yeah, it's some sort of a trick. You see these guys; they're about to go to the hospital after this picture. Like you can tell, it just has all the features for it. And there's some snow on the don'ts. Oh, look, it's one of those pronghorn deer. I love these things. They're cool looking. But yeah, really cool little place. Maybe one day we'll be able to go down there. Just nearby to it is Mount Nepotism, which is I think the tallest mountain in the Wasatch Range. I'd like to go climb that one day, but I haven't even made it up a single mountain rather than South Mountain. So I need to start working on that. But the tallest mountain in the state, folks, is Kings Peak, which is that one, I think. I'm not really sure. But I want to go climb mountains, folks. Look at that dog. That
dog's happy right there. It made it up there. That dog's in better shape than some people.
Those people being me. like those people are certainly me. But them dogs is cute. Look at them. Little Dougie.
I feel like a few of those dogs I could like ward off a bear or something. I feel like that'd be a big help.
Man, honestly, man, I feel like it would be a help. But the Weentaws are really cool. I like to go out there and see them one day, you know? It'd be neat and cool and shit. You could see these things all the way from I-80. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
That was insane. That was like 100 miles or something. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a fine from C-146 once again. It said anything that becomes a habit will have cessation issues. The weed is very different from other stuff like alcohol, etc.
That is true. But generally, you know, still, I think people ought to be under no misconception because it's just reasonable. You know, weed is going to come with its own bad side effects like everything, you know, because like alcohol, opiates, drugs of any other type, cigarettes, you know, they all have a positive benefit in some way, but they also have a lot of negatives that come with them as well. Like, you know, like for people who say, like, you know, people who say that they like smoking weed, I mean, someone who's an alcoholic could easily say, alcohol doesn't have any bad effects. It makes me happy, while their liver is, you know, literally fighting for its life inside of them. You know, it's like that kind of a thing. You know, it's like just because you like something doesn't mean it's like a miracle like thing and there's nothing wrong with it and it's only good. I mean, you know, like I can tell y'all folks that I like to eat meats, like beef and pork and stuff, but I can tell you that that's definitely not good for my cholesterol. I mean, it's not going to stop me from eating a lot of meat, but, you know, I still know there's going to be some negative side effects with a heavy meat-based diet.
You like eating meat?
no Diddy. Like, man, like, oh, no, man.
You were sitting there with a little too much confidence. I had to take that down a notch.
Man, but you didn't take it down. Man, I put out the cross and shield, bro. I said no Diddy, and I'm good, man. Like, I'm good. I'm talking about like that. I'm talking about that teriyaki chicken, that beef, the pork, the pulled pork specifically, the briskets, like that kind, not the other kinds. No, that's a much topper kind of a delicacy. I'm not really a big fan. But anyway, so that we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Veman Guy once again, and thank you very much. He said, I'm a daily stoner. He said, weed is addictive. It just doesn't create physical dependence like nicotine, alcohol, and or other drugs, and it's closer to sugar addiction.
Now, I would say that's pretty reasonable. I mean, clearly, if something is enjoyable, it's going to be, kind of addictive to some point. I mean, there's people who get addicted to skydiving, and there's literally no substance involved in that rather than adrenaline. And some people just get addicted to the feeling of adrenaline of jumping out of a plane. So a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mamba Mark, and thank you very much, Mamba. He said, great updates.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Mamba, and thank you for enjoying the updates. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Andrew Acton once again for a 2, as well as Sylph for a 2, along with Nick Steele. And a huge shout out to all 3 of y'all for that support. We do appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who came in once again. They said, did you know that someone out there tried something but didn't inhale?
Interesting. I didn't know. But a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have here a 2 from Andrew Acton yet again, who said, thanks for the insight and long live the LSA.
And long live the LSA. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have, excuse me.
Damn.
I got choked up.
Boy, got that wet there,
but man, I'll tell you. We also have a C146 throwing a 2, and thank you very much for that support. They said, freaked out by Windows update on Apple TV briefly.
Honestly, that
don't sound normal.
That freaked me out. It showed up on my computer screen and went, boom. I was like, what the hell is that? Those noises freak me out when they come out of the blue because I'm just not expecting them. But a big thanks to you for your support and help the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from C146, who said, C-Walla punking me, making me think they got into mine.
They ain't got yours, I could tell you. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from C146, who put in several in a row. He said, venison jerky, life-changing. He said, with your mother? Got him. He also said, props for checking for the phantom car accident. And also, high beam relay makes the sound.
That's true, C146W. I gotta thank you so much for those supports and helping this channel to keep it running and throwing in your thoughts and opinions. We respect them greatly and thank you incredibly for them. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from David Ford, and thank you, David, as well. He said, folks trash New Orleans. Visit the French Quarter.
Oh, I can tell you, I've been to New Orleans, and I mean, they ain't wrong. Like, they ain't wrong.
New Orleans is one of the very few places, and we grew up in a place that wasn't that great. Like Montgomery was very dangerous where we grew up. I knew I could generally take care of myself in Montgomery. New Orleans is one place I actually felt scared to be in. Like I legit felt unsafe in New Orleans, like legit everywhere. That place, I'm not a fan of New Orleans. I really don't like New Orleans at all.
I don't like New Orleans a bit. Like I gotta be honest. I mean, New Orleans, French Quarter is cool, but New Orleans is a scary place, like it legitimately is. And it also feels off. And the smell of the pee-pee on the streets that has been festering in the summer sun do not do anything to endear my soul to the French Quarter. Because there'll be a lot of people pissing in the streets in the French Quarter. My heavens. Ooh, Louise. I remember that smell. Do you, Matthew? That bitter, like, rancid piss smell on the streets.
I saw the most like unbelievable like people you'd ever see in your life, like lurking around the streets in New Orleans. Like, I mean, I don't even know where these people come from. They're lurking around the streets in New Orleans. They're like not human or something. It's like, where do these people come from? They look like ghouls.
They look like ghouls.
They really do. I mean, these people are scary, man. Like, I've never seen people like this. I mean, I don't know why. Like, it like, you know, that whole voodoo thing, like in Louisiana's like known for that. Like, I got that feeling off of it. I'm like, I don't like this place.
I tell y'all, folks, I mean, you know, in New Orleans, I'm telling you, it's something else. I've been there a couple of times. We've been there both a couple of times in our life, and I can tell y'all up front, that if people complain about New Orleans, they're not wrong. I mean, like there's a decent amount of reasons for complaints. In the military, mind you all, when you get leave from any base within 250 miles of New Orleans is on a do not travel list in the military. You cannot go there on leave or when you're off your post. You cannot. Like it's completely verboten, forbidden. Generally because of the crime and everything else, and also the fact that you can get into a lot of trouble in New Orleans pretty easy. So that's one place. I tell you, like you don't really want to play down New Orleans too much. It was something else. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Raphael Saya, and thank you, Raphael, as well. He said, Happy Memorial Day, LLTLSA, and take one from the chat if you please.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Elijah. He said, any updates on how Putin will somehow destroy Kyiv, according to what they're saying? And if so, is Russia even able to launch another big attack like that, comparable or stronger than the last? And do they even have production in LSA?
I think they're probably just going to launch a really big drone and missile attack, and then they might roll them back for a little while to try and replenish stores off their pretty low production cycle. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Adam McLean, and thank you, Adam, as well for that 10. He said, this is for the visit to the Potash Evaporation Pond Fund.
Hey, and, that's a cool thing to go see, actually. Have you seen those, Matthew, here in Utah, in this great state of Utah?
I think I've heard of them.
See, I'm trying to find them here. They're around Moab. Well, where are they? Oh, here they are. Here they are. Let me see if I can get some pictures here. Why in the world is this thing called Elvis Rock? Oh man, I tell you, thank you very much.
It's just barely standing.
I guess it died on the toilet. But here's the pictures of them potash ponds. Look at them.
Honestly, I would go swimming.
You don't want to go swimming. Like you don't want to go swimming in them. That's
what's wrong.
I don't think it's good for human health to go swimming in a potash pond.
Does it do something to you?
I think it's not good for your skin or something like that. Like I don't know, but I think they have a chain link. Yeah, they have a chain link fence up around these things, so you can't get in them. So there's got to be a reason you can't.
That's a tall fence too. Like they don't even want people thinking about climbing it.
Man, they said don't you get in that damn. It looks so good though. I mean, like that's like so nice looking. Water's pumped down.
It's called Dead Horse Point State Park. So I guess, yeah, the dead horse. I wouldn't get in that water.
This horse died. Looks like we got a company to run. And then 100 years later, there's a potash pond here. But a big thanks to you for support. With that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Don Hayes yet again. He said, I don't trust the U.S. government for medical advice. They said that something was a little bit something. Like I said, we can't talk about that. He said, I'm gonna do a little smoking before I ever do anything else.
I thank you for the support, but whenever there isn't a political institution pushing down and above to get certain answers, usually they're very reliable. Like, for example, it is the CDC that did largely eradicate smallpox from the population of the United States. So they have to be trustworthy to some degree because, I mean, there's a lot of afflictions, plagues, and ailments that we don't really suffer from nowadays in the modern United States because of the government's medical institutions. That doesn't mean to trust them blindly on everything, clearly when there's some undue influence to get answers. But also at the same time, you can generally assume that when there isn't any undue influence to make certain answers, they're going to be fairly reliable on what they're putting out because most of the time it will be within the interest of the public. So I hope that has addressed that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Frosty Rotor X, and thank you very much, Frosty Rotor, for the support. He said the potash evaporation ponds are dangerous to humans because they contain highly concentrated industrial brines, heavy metals, and artificial dyes that can cause acute skin and eye irritation.
Yeah, you see, Matthew, that's the reason why you can't get in the pond. That's the reason.
That sounds like it could be bad. You could come out like that, like the cartoons where they get somebody gets the mouse gets dunked in acid and they come out like just a skeleton.
That's exactly what would happen to you. That's why they call that thing Dead Horse Point. Some horse went in there and got turned into glue. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory once again. He said you should check out MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. It has a historical site.
MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. Where the hell is this park? MacArthur Park. Wait a minute. Oh, no, we didn't get around this one.
No, we definitely need to go over there.
MacArthur Park. Wow, that's a lot of damn seagulls. Wow, this is like a seagull city or something. They got these big balls out here. They like them. Soldier. Statesman. Also freaking insane. He wanted to nuke the Yala River with 50 atomic bombs. You know, he was good in some degrees, not so good in others. Much like everybody. And then they got Hungary here. Oh, this is where the Hungarian Revolution got put down by the Soviets. Interesting.
What the hell's that doing there?
I don't know. I guess it was just, kind of vogue for the time,
That's like putting up like a thing saying like, somebody defeated like Genghis Khan like in the middle of like Antarctica or something.
Right. Here we memorialize the fallen Hungarians in Budapest in LA. Like it's like, oh, that makes sense. That really is a statue of note. But
also I'm seeing some people that are LA like natives that are saying that's the biggest crime locale right there. You can get anything you want.
Look at all the homeless tents.
That looks, yeah. I mean, that looks like it could be like that. It kind of looks like the Tenderloin a little bit. Tenderloin might be nearby.
Man, I think these jits in the background is Hungary. Man, I don't know about you, but I think they's hungry for something, and it ain't food. Man, he's silent like a bar, man. Like
I was thinking about making a joke. I restrained myself. Like I don't know how that one's gonna go. Where I'll leave that one alone.
This looks like that place where that movie Falling Down was filmed.
Yeah, it kind of does a little bit. I think it fell down. Actually, it ended up. It fell.
What is this?
I am you. You are me.
I
am you. You are me. I feel like it's a song.
Public storage by my ship. Like it's like, man, making a song, man. Yeah, hell. I don't think we was ever in this part of LA. I don't think this is the tourist kind of place. And this goose be on the vent. Damn, this thing be looking nasty. Jeez, this thing got pink eye and the mange. Bruh, damn.
Man, I've never seen a cracked out looking goose before, man. That is the most cracked out looking goose I've ever seen in my life. That thing's seen some stuff, man. That thing's seen some stuff.
Man, I tell you, man, this goose ain't be having a good life, I'll tell you. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and sharing that park with us. It does look interesting, that I will say at a minimum. It looks like something straight out of GTA, honestly. And also, Miss Deesa says it's not far from Union Station. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's like Union Station is right over here. Right over here. I don't think we ever went to downtown. What does downtown look like? Wow, downtown is empty in LA. Damn, like there's nobody out.
Yeah, I mean, some areas of that place right there, I wouldn't walk down the street either. Like near Union Station, it was sketchy as hell. Like you walk in that station, and the one that we went to.
That is.
Yeah, I remember walking in the front doors of that thing. I felt like I was about to go through the gauntlet. I felt like I was about to get jumped in.
Oh, man, I'll tell y'all, folks. In the morning, there were literally like drug addicts just laying on these stairs, like literally like draped down the stairs, like they had been shot or something, and they're just sitting there, like they're like it was bizarre. There were so many of them, and. They all stare at you when you're coming in, like you're going into prison, and they're all about to jump you, like Matthew's saying. And I was like, damn. I was like, this place is kind of crazy. LA is something else in some places. LA is really nice in some parts of the city, but it's also really bad when it gets bad. Like, it's really, really bad. Really interesting with that. The best of the country and the worst of the country, probably all in one go. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
We also have a five from Scott Hebert, and thank you, Scott, as well. He said, sorry I'm behind, but in Yaroslavo, Gazelle generally refers to the popular Russian-made light commercial vehicles manufactured by the Gaz Group.
Oh, you mean the Russian Gazelle? Let me go show this to y'all. Oh, boy. This is the Russian Gazelle.
That's definitely not the Gazelle we were talking about.
Nah, we was talking about the animal. Because that's what ran into the windshield. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Give Up Now, who's not happy with YouTube, it sounds like, but thank you very much, Give Up Now, for bearing with us and bearing with YouTube to be here on the channel, and we do appreciate that support. We also have a 2 from C146 yet again, who said MBTI, Myers-Briggs test, C146 equals ISTP. That's an unusual one right there. I don't remember what that one is, actually, right there. That's unusual. But Enforcer, what say you?
That is interesting right there, and I thank you for supporting and sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said MacArthur Park used to be nice. If you look it up in the 30s, used to be the place to go. Damn, that was a long time ago. He said the city just let it go.
Yeah, I would have to say there's a plenty of things in LA that they just let go. One thing that's just sad about LA, folks, is that it's a really neat place. It's just that some parts of it are really bad. But a big thanks to you for support, and I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Crispy, and thank you very much, Crispy, for that $10 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much, as always. We also have a 2 from C146 once again. He said, if you stink after smoking, you need better.
Interesting. I didn't know. I'm not experienced with these sorts of things. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Don Hayes. He said, this one is for the orbs.
Thank you for the support and supporting the orbs. We love the orbs. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from C146 yet again. He said, just quit vaping the past week after a couple years.
Oh, interesting. I personally never picked up the habit myself. I just never saw the particular reason for it. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $2 support from David Ford. He said, I live in a quiet, low crime area of Lakefront NOLA.
Oh, well, I guess that would be a nice place to be. But every time we went in, it just never vibed right with us, Not to say it's a bad place, just to say that we never saw the good part of it. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And folks, it is now time to get some live chat questions and our Morse code decoders. And once again, a huge shout out to everybody for supporting the channel tonight with those super chat supports. We do appreciate that very much, of course. And it's now time to get the Morse code decoders. Tonight we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroyo, Fluffiness, Kush, Cryptotic, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse says, as long as Ukraine's flag flies, they will continue on their struggle for freedom. And LLT, LSA,
is the same one as last night. And ding, that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That's the Morse code of the night. I gotta congratulate y'all greatly for getting that correct. Y'all are always getting it right, and the least experienced in the squad never misses a single message. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Wrath, who said, why don't they have unmanned minesweepers?
They just haven't sadly developed them yet, because generally it's always been done by manned vessels, because they have the fidelity and the capability to access the mines and then actually demine them. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to DKT, who said, could this mobilization that Russia's talking about be what finally compels Europe to more actively deal with the Russian Federation?
Maybe, but Europe is fairly indecisive, unfortunately, like the United States, and so it may not be. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the final question of the night. And so, who is the last person who put in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Drowsy, who said, do you think that it's possible the U.S. has been delaying action against Iran until they dig out their buried sites so Tier 1 operators can go into Iran and then blow things up after?
I would doubt it, because at the moment, I don't really think that the people who are in charge of kind of make planning and everything, I don't really think that they're all too bright. So I would doubt that they're thinking that far ahead or thinking that creatively, because they haven't really been thinking that far out or creatively yet. So I would doubt that it would start today. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I have to thank you all once again for watching. It's been a long stream, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Gadzooks! Now I gotta say that we're honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all joined us for this breaking news stream, and I hope that we were able to do y'all an honor by our news coverage, our analysis, and our reporting on air. If y'all have enjoyed, make sure to subscribe and hit that like button, and support us on Patreon if you want to. The link is in the description below. But outside of that, we'll see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if we have any news in the middle of the day, then I will be the one making that short war video, and hopefully it will do as good as the one today. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the 250,000 people that were here by the end of the stream. That is a hell of a lot of people. And we appreciate every single one of you for joining us once again today to cover this breaking news. And once again, I did a scan for breaking news where we ended the stream right now, and there is nothing happening. So it looks like Iran is not going to retaliate in the short term. So we'll have to see what they do tomorrow. Of course, we will be covering that in a short war video, and maybe an emergency stream possibly, but definitely at 10 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for the nightly war news stream. So if you haven't already, subscribe. I know we have a lot of new people here tonight as well. We just passed 598,000 subscribers today, actually, which we're very happy about. And we're glad everybody is subscribing and enjoying the content and finding it informative. And we will see you all tomorrow, of course. And as always, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest, and good night.